Chapter 1735. There's also you, right? Scarlet blood splashed out from beneath Yi Fan's feet. This was the blood of the ancient emperor's bloodline. Divine light erupted in an extremely dazzling manner. However, he didn't even give it a single look, as if he was crushing a bug, not treating it like anything important, only staring at the ruins girl in the distance. This scene was a bit terrifying. That was a glorious ancient prince, someone who was high up no matter what era it was, yet today, he couldn't even take a single blow, truly like a chicken or a dog under Yi Fan's feet. It wasn't that this type of thing hadn't happened before, but it was extremely rare. Only the great emperors when they were young could do this. They were all recorded in the most important historical records, things that couldn't be lost. The ruins girl's heart was pounding, color completely draining from her face. She was the pride of the heavens, yet when facing this matchless demon king, she couldn't even produce a trace of superiority. Even she herself didn't know that she was backing up. This was her soul's instincts, feeling great fear when facing the one before her. How could she normally be like this? The ancient emperor's bloodline was prideful, conceited. Yet now, her soul was throbbing, full of unwillingness. Her body was betraying her will. Holy body, wait a moment and listen to me. There are supreme beings watching you right now, so if you cross tribulation, you will definitely be discovered, provoking a great disaster. The ruins girl said, forcefully putting on a calm front. Do I need you to teach me these things? Yi Fan pressed forward, his white hair like snow. Meanwhile, the ruins girl's face was also like snow. She felt great worry inside, a bad omen rising, becoming more and more fearful. She was the daughter of a supreme being, her bloodline noble. She had never placed the experts of the mortal world in her eyes, because no one dared to provoke them. They were above the rules of the mortal world. The so-called restrictions, the so-called human realms rules, were all a joke to them. However, today she was lacking in confidence. Your father's generation was previously respected by others, but now he abandoned this world, walking towards decay. As for you all, Yi Fan sneered. He closed in with a single step, loudly shouting, since you're here, then let's end this. He didn't make a move. With a loud roar, the surrounding stars collapsed and the world exploded. The daughter of the ruins screamed and the secret treasure in her hand flickered as she resisted. This was a magic treasure that the ancient emperor had helped her refine, but now it had exploded. It was completely useless. She could not withstand the sound waves and pressure. She covered her ears with her hands and knelt there, screaming like a madman. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. This type of scene was too terrifying. The high and mighty empress didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Her body exploded inch by inch, her face full of horror. Then she froze, and with a pu sound, she shattered under this starry sky. Who is it? This vast sound wave shook the universe. Even the slumbering paragons sensed it. In front of the underworld, the #1 general of ancient heaven, Chuaning, opened his eyes. He was already extremely old, with a head full of white hair. At this moment, he stood up and said, I should bury myself. I can't hold on much longer. This carefree and domineering divine general, even in his old age, still had a baby face, but there were wrinkles engraved on it. His life reached its end, difficult to continue. You appeared alive, only, I don't know if you will succeed or not. He released a sigh. He looked into the cosmos' starry sky and said, this world of mortals really makes one yearn for it. What a pity, since the ancient times, there hasn't been a single person who could truly live forever. He straightened his back and laughed loudly. Ning Fei, do you still need to listen to me? How can people like us silently die? Even if we die, we have to make heaven and earth tremble, cry out for us. He held the stone rod in his hand, the black longbow on his back. He walked towards underworld earth with large steps. He wanted to end this glorious battle. Senior, where are you going? A voice sounded from behind him. A white-haired person appeared. Yi Fan arrived. Ancient Heaven's #1 general turned around. He laughed and said, you aren't bad reaching this step. You should go deal with the great calamity. I don't dare speak of other places, but I will help you defend the underworld. No, I will deal with it myself. Yi Fan spoke. He didn't want to see Ancient Heaven's #1 general die. I've already lived long enough. If I don't kill the undying Sky Emperor, my obsession won't disappear. However, right now I can't find him, so just let me end things here in the underworld. Chuanying said. He had a smile on his face, turning around to look towards the underworld. Senior, please drink this blood. Yi Fan opened his mouth and palm. A sphere of scarlet flames jumped about. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was bright red blood. However, it was moving like a flame, moreover extremely sparkling and brilliant. I've drunk the Emperor's immortal blood, and 100 years ago, I also bathed in the undying Sky Emperor's blood. It's no longer that useful. Right now, I only wish to fight to my heart's content. Chuanying said. Then that's good. I will accompany Senior to the underworld. We'll deal with this place first. Yi Fan said. You can't suppress it anymore. Don't waste your strength here. Otherwise, when all of the supreme beings lock onto you, there really won't be any hope left. Ancient Heaven's #1 general shook his head and said, Save some strength. I will help you defend and block this place. Yi Fan remained silent. Then he turned around. This was the last time he saw Ancient Heaven's #1 general. This carefree, heroic hero was ultimately defeated by time. From this day forth, there would no longer be Chuanying under the heavens. The astral winds of the universe blew over. Yi Fan's white hair danced in the wind. He passed through one river of stars after another. In his eyes, there were the destruction of the sun and moon, the collapse of the river of stars, the scene of the beginning of the world. Right now, the cosmos was in great chaos. Yi Fan's return stirred up great waves in the various lands. Meanwhile, the news of him wiping out the tyrant's blood army with a raise of his hand had long spread. Moreover, not long ago, the matter of him stepping on death to return to life, roaring at the ruined Shatter Girl, was also discovered by someone through the ancient supreme treasure Heavenly Dharma Eye, shocking the entire cosmos. The Heavenly Dharma Eye was originally Big Dipper Demon Imperial Palace's unmatched divine object. Now it was lost in the starry skies. Even back then, when Yi Fan and the others were dragged into Big Dipper by the 9 dragons, they were still sensed by it. When the news spread, the restricted region children's faces all paled. Everyone was in danger, all of them going into hiding immediately. This was especially the case when Yi Fan strolled through the starry skies, passing by where they were. These people's hearts were all raised to their throats, fearing that they would be discovered. That day Yi Fan set out. The people who walked out of the life-restricted region were all quiet, not a single one daring to jump out. They all fled into the stellar streams. It could be said that they were fleeing at the sight of the wind. The people of the world simply didn't dare believe all of this. The previously insufferably arrogant restricted region children, so conceited, were now scared to this extent. It was truly shocking. However, this was also understandable. Up until now, the restricted region children who died under Yi Fan's hands numbered at least 8 or 9, if not 10. How could they not be scared? Gonborn and the Ruins Shatter Girl died not too long ago. There wasn't a single person who wasn't scared after being taught a bloody lesson. Even those who had previously threatened to wipe out the Celestial Court all obediently lowered their heads, going into hiding, not daring to utter a single harsh word. In reality, Yi Fan's attention wasn't placed on them at all. He was making his final preparations. To put it a bit more bluntly, the restricted region children already didn't enter his eyes. The path he walked through was quiet, all of his enemies fleeing at the sight of the wind. In the end, Yi Fan chose a dim, starry sky. This place was full of dead stars, lacking life fluctuations, nor were there any traces of cultivators roaming about. He sat in the void, his entire body starting to shine. Within the rumbling sounds, there was blood surging, rivers and seas roaring, deafening. A type of strange fluctuation spread, affecting the surrounding stars, making them all tremble, resonating with Yi Fan's breathing. Yi Fan's body was shriveled up, his hair snow-white, looking extremely aged. However, at this time, a wave of powerful life force suddenly appeared. It was just that abrupt. Pooh! Yi Fan's body almost exploded, flesh and blood badly mangled. A scarlet-red streak rushed out from the crown of his head, a cauldron appearing above his head. Red radiance rushed into the heavens, submerging the sea of stars in an instant. Inside that cauldron was actually endless scarlet blood. It was like a sea, the life force boundless, shocking past and present, leaving others in disbelief. Yi Fan's withered body continuously cracked apart, drop after drop of golden blood flowing out. Moreover, he even more so opened his mouth to spit out a golden streak. That was golden blood, splashing everywhere. He was removing the golden blood, and within the cauldron above his head, blood surged crazily like a waterfall. Scarlet blood poured down, all of it entering his body, the scene terrifying. After all these years, there were two important reasons why Yi Fan aged. The first was that he could see a corner of the future, turning it into a true scene in his mind. 100 years of time, he felt like he experienced 10,000 years. He fought intensely on the battlefield, comprehending the Tao, exhausting all of his mental strength. The second was that he refined the scarlet blood, continuously extracting it from his body, and then sealing it. He used the divine will in the cauldron to guard it, excavating and squeezing out his own body's potential. Now, the cauldron's seal was undone, essence blood returning. It poured down like a sea, returning to his flesh. Yi Fan's flesh seemed like it was about to explode. His bones broke and reformed, the golden blood completely discharged, his body becoming a bright red expanse. What was even more important was that at this moment, he began to transform. His withered body began to shine, old skin peeling off, broken bone pieces squeezed out. This was a cruel transformation, shedding the mortal body and exchanging the bones. It was extremely domineering, unbearable to watch. Yi Fan's true blood returned, his aged state immediately changing. His white hair turned to ash, scattering downwards. His flesh erupted with radiance, white bones sparkling with brilliance. A tall and sturdy body was being formed, flowing with precious splendor. Of course, following this transformation, heaven and earth also began to move. Stellar streams exploded, lightning radiance exploding at the very top of the heavenly dome, starting to descend. As his true blood returned to his body, his entire body began to flourish with vitality, his constitution transforming. The great calamity was about to arrive, and now, there were already signs of it. The precious blood in the cauldron was endless, practically a sea of it. It all entered Yi Fan's body, flowing towards his limbs and bones. His body was shining, blazing like a sun. Intense changes continued. Bone pieces, old skin, and other things continuously fell. This type of body transformation was too intense, and normally, it was done in an orderly manner. Who had ever seen it being carried out like a blade or axe? Finally, the shedding of the mortal body and exchanging bones concluded. Yi Fan's body was sparkling and shining like a divine glass lamp, brilliant and dazzling. His hair was pitch black and thick, flickering with luster. His body was tall and sturdy, full of power. Meanwhile, his pupils became even more deep, as if they were immeasurable like a sea of stars. At this moment, his aura could no longer be hidden. Violent lightning flickered in the heavens above. This type of scene was too terrifying. This entire cosmos was covered, completely submerged. The great calamity had arrived. Chapter 1736. Blood condensation, bones forging, rebirth. Yi Fan reached the most powerful state he could currently stand in. His body's constitution was improved in all aspects, and even his primordial spirit was sparkling and full, incomparably abundant. At this time, he was like a heavenly deity, his entire body shining, flesh sparkling and brilliant like a bright lamp in the immortal realm, illuminating 10,000 mountains and rivers. His body was untainted by even a speck of dust. This was the most powerful state of his life. The crown of his head shone with bloody light, illuminating heaven's will. Scenes appeared one after another, shooting into the heavens. A supreme being was rising up, stepping on the path towards the imperial throne. This scene was a bit terrifying, leaving one shocked. The crown of Yi Fan's head shone, illuminating heaven's will, shattering mountains and rivers, shattering the universe. A small golden figure walked out from the space between his brows, ascending into the sky. It released a long roar, devouring all of the scenes of heaven's will, turning them into nothingness. He ruled over everything, not acknowledging heaven's will, not accepting the imperial decree. Everywhere, an oppressive aura descended, filling up this cosmos. This was an endless sea of lightning, turning into the greatest tribulation Yi Fan had ever seen. Wang Long. A muffled sound rumbled like a war chariot from the heavens, crushing over. It was as if a ruler had descended, personally dealing with Yi Fan, suppressing and killing him. Endless lightning radiance descended, the 81 Great Purple Sky Tribulation. This was the light of the Great Tao, turning into purple pressure as it descended. It was supreme, boundless, and incomparable. One could see the 99 Great Tribulations, each one like a layer of the heavens, purple energy hazy, crushing down until the rivers of stars collapsed, the cosmos shattered. This was just the beginning, yet all of the great stars in this cosmos exploded, turning into powder, not a single one left. This scene made one tremble, their blood run cold. There was no great tribulation like this, destroying this cosmos as soon as it appeared. At the very least, ordinary cultivators had never seen it before, Yi Fan had never faced it before. His great tribulation had arrived, because his body had reached the peak state of his life. His blood and qi were exuberant, surging like a sea, unable to be suppressed any longer. He was going to cross the tribulation. Rise! Yi Fan roared. The cauldron above his head flew up into the air, filled with primal chaos energy. The mouth of the cauldron expanded rapidly, swallowing up all 81 bolts of violet night tribulation lightning. Heaven and earth became a vacuum, with nothing left behind. This scene was too horrifying. If there was a cultivator here, they would definitely go crazy from fright. Just how great of a magical force was this? The sea of lightning that filled the sky disappeared. One had to understand that this hazy purple energy even shattered this cosmos, stellar rivers scattering, turning into fragments, ultimately never to exist again. The cauldron suppressed all things, devoured heavenly punishment, completely the methods of a supreme being, exceeding the understanding of the people of this world. Meanwhile, at the same time, the various parts of the cosmos couldn't calm down anymore. Such a great disaster was about to happen, shocking all lands the moment it appeared. This was especially the case when the supreme beings in the life-restricted regions woke up. They sensed a familiar aura, because they had all walked through this step before. It's going to be a great disaster. This person might become an emperor-level master. Such a great tribulation, its potential is limitless. If it ascends another level, it will be unpredictable. When the Great Tribulation appeared, it was useless no matter how one tried to hide it, not even heaven-deceiving formation patterns. It was because a sea of lightning of this level was too boundless, impossible to hide at all. The Great Tribulation became even more ferocious, mysterious light eradicating the world, vast and boundless. This shattered cosmos became the source of destruction, everything being destroyed, nothing existing anymore. The sea of lightning was boundless, exceeding the imaginations of the people of this world, incomprehensible. It turned this place into vile earth. As long as life entered, they would inevitably be hacked to pieces. Yi Fan's expression was grave, carrying out resistance. This was just the beginning, yet the Great Tribulation was already so berserk, enough to blast Quasi-Emperor into ashes. No matter how powerful he was, he still had to treat this carefully. The cosmos wailed, the sea of lightning overflowing into the heavens, its light filling all directions. There were no stars flickering about, every strand of blazing lightning interweaving and surging. The traces formed from the cosmos' most fundamental natural laws hacked apart everything. This was the opening of the heavens. The aura of the absolute beginning surged, and the world-destroying divine force was also surging. This great tribulation didn't stop. Other divine tribulations descended. Several dozen types of tribulations descended, roiling about. Yi Fan opened his mouth and released a clear roar, fiercely resisting. This place became the most terrifying place in the cosmos. Nothing could be seen anymore, blazing light illuminating past and present, heaven and earth trembling. It was as if the ruler of the underworld had arrived here, incomparably dignified, about to suppress and kill Yi Fan. The space between Yi Fan's brows shone. The golden little figure soared into the heavens, opening its mouth to take in and spit out all types of lightning radiance, cleansing itself, refining the primordial spirit, and then guiding it towards the flesh. This great tribulation was a type of test. Yi Fan refined his body, refined the cauldron, and forged his primordial spirit under the most terrifying lightning radiance, making himself stronger, becoming a living true deity. This was, without a doubt, an intense process full of danger. He could be turned into ashes at any time under this rarely seen blazing lightning, but if he made it through, it would be difficult for him to have any great enemies under the heavens. Lightning radiance was like a waterfall, continuously descending into the cauldron, leaving behind all types of engravings on its surface, becoming a part of the precious cauldron's great Tao symbols. This was a natural construction, not intentional. The cauldron rose and fell, undergoing a baptism together with the golden little figure. All life source energy hung down like a curtain, replacing the stellar river, making this place grand and magnificent. Yi Fan raised his head. His flesh was like a bottomless pit. As he resisted the endless sea of lightning, he also continuously opened his mouth to swallow the lightning radiance. Meanwhile, every inch of his flesh was like a precious vase, long absorbing who knew how much lightning. His flesh and primordial spirit were undergoing a terrifying transformation. Now, every drop of blood contained the secrets of opening the heavens, thunder rumbling within. As long as any drop of blood flew out, it would inevitably destroy the stellar river, blasting apart the great sage. Within the heavenly punishment, the primal chaos bell rang, disturbing time. It was as if an endless amount of time had passed, making even Yi Fan's body go rigid. At this moment he felt as if an entire life had passed, his body aged, turning into dust. Then, along with the dust, he reincarnated into plants, beasts, and others. Duo! Yi Fan released a loud shout, making the golden little figure calm and clear. He operated the highest divine technique, stabilizing his body. He disregarded the chaos of time, immediately calming down. Then, the space between his brows shone. The front and action characters were operated, activating the taboo power, time. It pressed towards the heavens, opposing each other with equal harshness, resisting the heavenly tribulation. This was a terrifying place. All types of natural laws interweaved, power surging. The quasi-emperor battle clothes Yi Fan refined had long turned into flying ashes. When the lightning hacked down, it couldn't be preserved at all. Now, only his flesh wasn't broken, and the cauldron could exist forever. Other artifacts, under the lightning strikes, not even something as powerful as the quasi-emperor artifact could do anything. They would inevitably turn into flying ashes. This type of boundless great tribulation was rarely seen since ancient times. Kacha, the great Tao evolved, turning into a true form, throwing itself over murderously. There were all types of creatures, including the vermilion bird, deities, and others. They fought intensely against Yi Fan, fighting together. The terrifying scene was incomparable, making one tremble. Every type of heavenly tribulation was enough to wipe out the quasi-emperor of the world, but in this place, there were more and more of them. Starting from the 81st Great Purple Night Tribulation, the number of lightning tribulations had been decreasing, but it became even more terrifying, suppressing downwards in an unending stream. With a boom, the 5 elements' immortal light rushed into the heavens, drawing out an indescribable aura in the cosmos. The great 5 elements tribulation had appeared. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth evolved together, merging into one. In the end, they forged a world-grinding plate, crushing downwards, posing a great threat to Yi Fan's flesh. Moreover, there was a demon head on the millstone, a real head that had been severed from the neck. It was dripping with blood, and at the very top of the millstone, fangs were spitting out from its mouth, hair disheveled as it stared at Yi Fan. There were records in the ancient texts that in the most terrifying Great Tribulation, there would be all types of indescribable things that couldn't be explained clearly. For example, this type, some people said that this was a type of sacrifice, drawing in the heavens, drawing the most terrifying lightning technique from the ruler. There was a bloody demon head on the millstone formed from the fusion of the great 5 elements tribulation. This was enough to prove how terrifying this tribulation was. As expected, under Yi Fan's head-on attack, specks of blood splashed out from his body. It was worthy of being a forbidden great tribulation that was summoned from the heavens in the form of sacrifice. It was incomparable. The starry sky was crushed, and even the fluctuations that were released spread to the distant star systems, making the stars there explode one after another, turning them into powder. Yi Fan's palms were covered in blood as he faced the millstone head-on. White bones were about to appear. This was something that had never happened before. What a powerful heavenly tribulation, truly rarely seen since ancient times. At the very least, it's difficult to encounter one at this cultivation realm. A cold voice sounded. A figure appeared in the distant starry sky. His figure was over a zhang, and his head of purple hair danced about. He stood at the edge of the sea of lightning, staring at the person in front of him. His eyes were like the edge of a blade, and his entire being was domineering and full of aggressiveness. There was a powerful aura that made others feel suffocated. There was no doubt that this was an ancient supreme being. The overlord body of completion had come. Today, Yi Fan had reappeared, and the Great Tribulation shocked the world. He couldn't sit still any longer and personally rushed over. You're very strong and can be said to be a heaven-warping genius. To be able to achieve such achievements at this age, it's rare even if it's not seen since ancient times. The overlord body of completion nodded and sighed. He admired Qin Mu from the bottom of his heart. At the very least, he knew that he couldn't do it back then. When he transcended the tribulation, he was already over 1,000 years old, and his achievements were already praised as rare since ancient times. This is nothing. Some people touched the realm of achieving the Tao at 500 or 600 years old, but after that, it was difficult for them to advance even an inch. Meanwhile, some people only obtained the Tao after a few thousand years and directly became supreme beings. Yi Fan didn't think much of it. He was transcending the most terrifying tribulation, and he had also met the most aggressive person in this world, yet he was still so calm and seriously discussed the matter. He was very calm. The overlord body of completion had a dark mark on the heart of his brows. At this moment, it was slightly throbbing, and his gaze became sharper and sharper. The light beams shot out like 2 bolts of purple lightning as he stared at Qin Mu and said, "What a pity that such a talented person is about to fall. He won't be able to see the beauty of the starry sky and the beauty of life anymore." Are you that confident that you can kill me? In the heavenly tribulation, the world millstone plate became even more terrifying. That demon exploded, and fresh blood poured out. This caused the divine power of the 5 elements millstone to increase explosively, and its aura shattered the stars. Saint blood splattered everywhere from Yi Fan's fist. He revealed a grave expression as the millstone pressed down on the sky. An apparition appeared on the millstone, and the man and the millstone became one. That was the will of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and it didn't allow him to attack. What confidence do I need to kill you? In the era when I was unrivaled, even your ancestors had to submit. Back then, the saint physique of completion was destroyed by me and collapsed in front of me. That feeling of bathing in saint blood was really wonderful. I haven't felt it in a long time. The overlord body of completion had his hands behind his back as he stood proudly in the starry sky. He looked down on the world, and he was incomparably conceited. Chapter 1737. People in this realm were like this. They were confident that they were invincible since ancient times. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to reach this stage. People with this kind of character were not rare in the mortal world. Those who failed would naturally become a laughingstock, while those who succeeded would shine brightly and be strong all their lives. That kind of conceit became a distinctive characteristic of their character. The tyrant body of great success was obviously the latter. He was invincible in the world, and it was related to his character. He had always been so confident, and he didn't look at anyone else. Pass your quasi-emperor level 8 heavenly tribulation in peace. Otherwise, killing you would dirty my hands, he said softly with a cold expression. He spoke softly with a cold expression on his face. These words were very unpleasant to hear, but in a sense, they were also the truth. He had come from this step and was already considered a different kind of Dao. He had personally killed the tyrant body of great success, so he naturally had the right to say such words to someone on 8th heaven. Ha! Ha! Yi Fan laughed. Even though his fists were bloody, he was still very bold and said, "You still don't know how the word death is written. Today, I will hold your head and let you see it clearly." The tyrant body of great success's face turned cold as he said, "If you don't want to live and want to die quickly, I will fulfill your wish." Boom! In the field, the millstone became even more terrifying, and the figure on it became more realistic. This was the will of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and its divine power was matchless. Yi Fan's fist collided with his, and both of them were badly mutilated. White bones could be seen, and blood splattered everywhere. Flesh and blood, with a form and spirit. What the hell is this? I don't believe it. It's just a lightning carving the spirit of a master in the past. Kill you. Yi Fan shouted, and all the pores on his body relaxed. His body flowed with immortal radiance, and his hands formed a seal. Instantly, an aura that shocked the mortal world came out. His left hand moved, carving a rune in the void. With a boom, the word, time, appeared, shattering the heaven and earth. There was a sound like the river of time rushing past. Around it, time was chaotic and the world was blurred. Everything seemed to no longer exist. It was thrown into the ocean of time and completely overturned. His right hand formed a seal and began to move. A huge symbol also appeared in the void. When the word void appeared, the universe collapsed and the starry sky trembled. The power of space spread, overturning this place, making the world tremble. This was a type of power that could tear through everything. The sky collapsed and then reformed, changing along with Yi Fan's right hand. This kind of magic technique was too terrifying. The left hand represented time, and the right hand represented space. When the two were combined, wouldn't it be time and space? What kind of boldness was needed to create such a secret technique? The tyrant body had a cold expression on his face. He realized that if this secret technique continued to evolve, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. It would be on par with the 9 secrets, and its prospects would be astonishing. Sure enough, Yi Fan pressed down with his left hand and struck out with his right. The time in front of him became chaotic, and space exploded. This forced the foe god to retreat, coughing up blood. Boom! Next, Yi Fan put his hands together and fused them together. It was as if he had passed through the chaos of the universe and condensed heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if he was creating the world. The world exploded, and cracks appeared on the world millstone plate that was suppressing it. It emitted a terrifying kacha sound before exploding. It was destroyed just like that, and the power of the 5 elements completely dispersed. Yi Fan's golden primordial spirit flew into the sky and swallowed the 5 elements celestial light and the lightning tribulation. The same was true for the cauldron. It floated there and swallowed the fragments of the world millstone plate. The body of the cauldron became even more ancient. As for his physical body, he didn't need to deliberately control it. All the pores on his body opened up, and every cell was like a bottomless pit that swallowed the 5 elements' divine tribulation. That terrifying tribulation had condensed into a millstone plate. Even the will of the great Tao had descended and turned into a faux god. However, it was shattered by Yi Fan's hands at the crucial moment. The faux god also dissipated. It was imprisoned by the golden primordial spirit, which swallowed it and refined it into immortal essence. He didn't waste a single drop of power and refined it all into his own body to refine it. This was simply unheard of and shocked the world. Who dared to do this? To loot the heavenly tribulation like this, greedily swallowing it, not leaving a single blade of grass behind and not wasting a single drop. This was simply unreasonable because it was difficult for others to survive. Dominator Body Kanglin's eyelids twitched, and he felt that something was wrong. His opponent's strength was too strong and exceeded the scope of 8th heaven. It seemed to be on another great level. Impossible! His eyes burst out as he stared at Yi Fan. He couldn't believe it. The whole world knew that the last stage of the Quasi-Emperor was more difficult than the previous one. One couldn't surpass the last stage and could only cross it one level at a time. Since ancient times, apart from unverified legends, there had never been a single example. No one had ever been able to cross the last 8 or 9 levels of tribulation. They could only go up one stage at a time. Everyone needed to accumulate. That was an unshakable legend. However, why did he feel a little palpitate at this moment and feel a little threatened? A strong sense of danger emerged in his heart. His most acute divine instinct told him that there was a big problem. Boom! Above the 8 levels of heavenly tribulation, another shocking heavenly punishment descended. It was unimaginably large, covering this place and piercing through all the lightning of the 8 levels of tribulation. This scene was shocking. It was like the light of destruction descending from the celestial world, destroying all things. Everything would be flattened and turned into dust. The Great Tribulation arrived, destroying the original 8 levels of heavenly punishment and breaking through the Thunder's Sea great world. A higher level of celestial power appeared, surrounded by primal chaos mist. It was a kind of boundless wave, very strange, very mysterious, and endless. One moment it was illusory, the next moment it was misty, and the next moment it was like a vast ocean sweeping across. The most ancient laws of origin were spreading, wanting to recreate the world and destroy this place. Dominator Body Kanglin sucked in a cold breath. He couldn't believe what he saw, but he had to admit that someone had really crossed 2 levels and broken the legend. This was so unreal, like a dream. It made him dumbfounded. A living example was placed in front of him, confirming the legend. Dominator Body Kanglin retreated. He didn't really stain that kind of heavenly punishment. Although he had experienced it before, he didn't want to enter rashly. 9th heaven. Completion. His eyes were filled with an astonishing light, like the raging flames of the heavens. Today's matter might be the only one since ancient times. Rumble. Blood light burst out from within Yi Fan's body, and his body trembled. His left hand formed the universe seal, and his right hand formed the universe seal. The collision produced the most resplendent light. With a buzz, his blood and bones changed drastically, reaching a higher level. His blood energy covered the sky and earth, drowning the universe. This space and time were collapsing, and the river of time penetrated through. The scene here was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan had taken a step forward, surpassing the ancients and doing something that even Dominator Body Kanglin couldn't believe, breaking common sense. He didn't hide his realm when facing the number 1 god general, but he still held back when facing Dominator Body Kanglin. He was strong enough, so he didn't have to spend much effort to deal with the Great Tribulation of the 8th heaven. Now, he had triggered the supreme Great Tribulation of the 9th heaven. So what if it's the 9th heaven? I've already trampled it in the past. Kanglin calmed down. After all, he was a supreme being who had once ruled the world in a great era. Although he said this, he didn't let his guard down and was ready for battle. This was because Yi Fan's monstrous performance had exceeded his expectations. Crossing 2 heavens was a grand event that had never happened since ancient times. In the past, there were such legends, such as Ruthless, Void, and Wu Shi, but no evidence was left behind. This was because there was another kind of legend, which said that the celestial bell protected and the ancient desolation tower covered the sky. Today, Yi Fan could be considered a real example. As a supreme being, he was the most sensitive to this kind of situation. Kanglin knew that Yi Fan's future was limitless. Perhaps he could really break the curse and become a saint body emperor. Boom! The unparalleled Great Tribulation of the 9th heaven was truly the end of the world. The heaven and earth were in chaos, and lightning swept everything. The sky cracked, and everything in the world was destroyed. As powerful as Yi Fan was, he was almost split into pieces on the spot. In just one face-to-face encounter, His flesh and blood flew everywhere. Blood rained down, and white bones were exposed. It was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan's body almost collapsed, and white bones were exposed in some places. This was a terrifying scene. Since ancient times, many people had reached this step, but they all died in the lightning tribulation. There was no lack of heroes in the world. Yi Fan's great tribulation was far more powerful than the ninth heaven of others. The strength of the lightning was comparable to that of legends, and it was directly proportional to his strength. This tribulation was among the strongest since ancient times. However, after the huge lightning descended, it suddenly stabilized. It surged in the void and no longer struck down. Moreover, this place seemed very auspicious. There were strands of immortal energy lingering around and drifting over, giving people a feeling that they were going to ascend to heaven and ascend to immortality. This was not an illusion. A large rain of light sprinkled down, and Yi Fan's whole body glowed. His wounds healed immediately, and his essence blood became even more vigorous. Is this, the ninth heaven immortal tribulation going to appear? The tyrant body was shocked. Once a cultivator's tribulation was stained with the word immortal, it was absolutely extraordinary and would definitely shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. He felt that the great tribulation was brewing, and the legendary ninth heaven immortal tribulation was really going to appear. This junior from the bloodline of his old enemy made his expression increasingly gloomy. It was now, and it was best to get rid of him as soon as possible. The lightning didn't appear and condensed high up in the sky. Only the immortal mist floated around and the rain of light sprinkled down. Wang Lin rushed over and swallowed the rain of light in large mouthfuls. Moreover, all the pores on his body relaxed and madly absorbed these golden raindrops. "You're old." Yi Fan didn't stop him. He only said these three words, very cold and very ruthless. And it was these three words that made Wang Lin's body tremble. He suddenly turned around and stared at Yi Fan with eyes as sharp as knives. The other's words stabbed into his heart. He longed for living matter and hoped for this kind of immortal rain so that he could live longer. But if he was the same age as the young man opposite him, how could he be like this? The other party had just started to rise, and his vitality was as vigorous as the sea. He didn't care about these things at all. These three words made his mind uneasy. The other party was right. He wasn't young anymore. Wang Lin laughed, and his purple hair danced in the wind. He pressed forward and said, "Your bloodline is nothing. It's not like I haven't killed a tyrant body in the past. It's just a pile of useless bones that witnessed my glory. I'll kill until you all surrender." "Your heart is weak, you can't do it." Yi Fan's words were very concise. "Is that so?" A great battle broke out. The two used forbidden divine techniques right from the start. It might take hundreds or thousands of moves to determine the victor, but they hoped to have an instant result. The 9 divine forms of the tyrant body appeared and then merged into one. It was actually a war immortal. This result was exceptionally terrifying, and anyone would be shocked. It wasn't without reason that he could dominate the world and be invincible in the universe in the past. Strange phenomena appeared around Yi Fan. His left hand formed the universe seal, and his right hand formed the universe seal. He cut through time and space and violently collided with the war immortal and the tyrant body. Blood splattered, and Yi Fan's shoulder was pierced through. A terrifying string of blood blossomed, but he didn't turn his head back and rushed over. Behind him, there was even more blood. The tyrant body's entire arm was torn off, and it almost fell off. Only a layer of skin was attached, and it was almost severed from the shoulder. And the most terrifying thing was that Yi Fan's strange phenomena merged and condensed into the body of a celestial emperor. It was exactly the same as him, and it looked down on the world and trampled on the war immortal. He forced the war immortal to kneel down, and he shouted, "Surrender!" And Yi Fan also turned around and looked at the true body of the tyrant body coldly and emotionlessly. Who exactly is surrendering to who? Chapter 1738. The heavenly emperor was unmatched, his divine might matchless, impossible to contend against. He was no different from Yi Fan, his thick black hair scattering down, his eyes like cold lightning. There was callousness, but also fierceness, erupting with electrical radiance. Just like that, he stood proudly in this world, one foot trampling down on the war immortal's body, suppressing him. He shouted out in submission. That war immortal knelt there, trembling intensely. The might of a heavenly emperor was difficult to describe with words. He looked down on the mortal realm, shocking the world, making everyone tremble with fear, their minds pounding. Pooh! Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his arm made a cracking sound. He slapped it hard, and the broken arm connected together. His bones grew, and his face was full of frost. This was a type of extraordinary shame and humiliation. Not too long ago, he swept through the world, unmatched in the 9 heavens 10 earths, unmatched in loneliness, yet now he was forced to kneel on the ground by a younger generation member. This was simply unimaginable. This was even more unbearable than killing him. Not only did his body feel intense pain, the humiliation he felt in his heart made him go crazy. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. The tyrannical blood in his body rushed to the top of his head. Forcing his ultimate godly form to kneel was the same as forcing him to kneel. Such a severe consequence was equivalent to slapping him repeatedly. It was unbearable. That war immortal roared angrily, fiercely resisting. All of the flesh on his body ruptured, even his bones exposed. He wanted to shake off that foot that was stepping on his body. However, he couldn't get rid of it at all. The foot was glued to his body and couldn't be moved. It made him even more unbearable. Even his head was pressed down and touched his knee. "You're going too far." Tyrant body bellowed. He would rather die in battle. He had never been humiliated like this before. "Don't you like the feeling of bathing in sacred blood? Why don't you give it a try?" shouted Yi Fan. There was also a wave of anger in his heart. The other party had mentioned time and time again that he had once killed a great perfection Saint Physique and viewed them as useless bones. It was fine if it was only once, but he actually mentioned it again. Therefore, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Song Lan roared angrily. That war immortal's entire body shone, igniting a divine flame. He was about to explode. Pooh! The celestial emperor, who was none other than Yi Fan himself, looked down coldly. He stamped his foot down, causing Yi Fan's body to tremble violently. At the same time, he slapped his palm down. With a paw sound, Yi Fan smashed apart the crown of his head. Blood and brain matter flew in all directions, the scene terrifying. One had to understand that this was a supreme being's war figure. If it was him, he would have been killed just like that. Boom! The war immortal collapsed. With a wave of fury, it turned into a mass of essence energy and soared into the sky. It turned into a dense mist of light and quickly entered the deep-tide true body. His tyrant body shook violently. Although the essence, chi, and spirit of his divine form had returned, it had also caused him to suffer heavy injuries. At the same time, the feeling of being forced to kneel down had surfaced in his heart. "I'm actually being bullied by a junior like this?" Song Lan roared angrily. He thought of the past, of the divine physique that was no longer youthful, and the desolation of being defeated by him. Back then, he was high-spirited and looked down on the world. He tore apart that old divine physique and bathed in his blood. How domineering was that? Now it was his turn. With his old body, he faced a young and vigorous, shockingly young divine physique. Was this really a reincarnation? Everything back then had been reversed. How sorrowful was this? However, he did not give in. He did not concede to his old age. This was only the first round. Being defeated for a while did not mean that he would ultimately fall in this divine battle. Who would be able to laugh in the end? It was still not certain yet. Song Lan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A dragon flew out from his head, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It roared above his head. He was sullen and unwilling. Then a vermilion bird, a white tiger, a snake. All kinds of immortal beasts and auspicious birds appeared. Within the bloody light, wild beasts and birds of prey soared. It was as if they had entered a mythical world. As long as any one of them walked out, they would be able to sweep through the mortal world. This time, he did not turn into a war immortal because it was difficult for a true war immortal to appear in this world. He could not evolve it to perfection. Although his divine form just now was very strong, there were still flaws in the end. Yi Fan found it and directly suppressed it. Gotcha! The azure dragon flew down and merged with his head. He had a dragon head, but it was also like an azure dragon helmet that flickered with azure gold. Then the immortal phoenix swooped down and entered his back. A pair of fiery red divine wings spread out from his ribs, covering the sky and earth. Immortal flames surged and scarlet multicolored light filled the sky. Then, the white tiger roared. A mountain-like giant tiger rushed down from the sky and quickly disintegrated, merging with his four limbs. The white tiger's claws were sharp and cold, able to easily tear apart the universe. Then, a snake transformation appeared. It was unknown how long it was, but a casual swing of its tail could shatter stars. It quickly shrank and entered Songlan's back, allowing him to grow a giant tail. He was undergoing a terrifying transformation. He was no longer a war immortal because that kind of thing did not exist in this world. Even though its offensive power was great, it had a fatal flaw. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't compare to the emperor of fighting in history. The monkey's father was matchless and unmatched. Back then, he almost succeeded, but the instant he merged with his body collapsed, it was still a bit short of perfection. He used taboo methods to break down and reconstruct all kinds of divine forms, finding the most suitable for himself. It wasn't a pure divine form, but a fusion of natural laws and the evolution of the war body. All of these methods were combined together, turning into another type of creature. This was the Overlord body's ancestral body. This monster had a dragon head, a snake tail, white tiger claws, phoenix wings, Qilin armor, black tortoise back. All kinds of advantages were gathered in one body. It was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Sure enough, when this Overlord body appeared, the world erupted. It was a great sin of blood and fire. Even the heavens wouldn't accept it, causing tens of thousands of lightning strikes. As soon as he took a step forward, the world collapsed. The powerful power was unmatched and terrifying. Back then, he used this ancestral body to defeat the great completion of the divine body, becoming unrivaled. Young divine blood, I still desire it. Perhaps it can help me prolong my life, place me in a divine furnace and turn me into a 9 revolutions holy pill. Kanglin roared, swooping over. At this moment, not only did he use the ancestral body, all types of secret methods were used as well. The space between his brows shone, becoming as dazzling as a precious wheel, crushing this place apart. Every inch of his body released energy, every cell a divine treasure gate. Tyrant blood surged, divine force surging crazily. Yi Fan's expression was grave. He released a great roar, and that heavenly emperor returned, merging with him. This was himself, displaying a dignified appearance as he overlooked that monster. Pop! That monster was truly terrifying to the extreme. With a casual grab, this part of the cosmos was torn apart, and then with a slash, another stellar river in the distance collapsed, turning into smoke and dust. This was the power of an ancient supreme being. Normal people couldn't understand it. A random strike could destroy a star domain. No expert, even if it was the quasi-emperor, couldn't block this strike. Yi Fan faced it head-on, immediately sending out a palm, colliding with the other party's fist. The heavens collapsed and the earth split, ghosts wept and deities howled. All types of shadows appeared here, belonging to ancient heroic spirits. The two clashed violently, shouting everywhere. In the end, a lot of blood appeared on Yi Fan's body, riddled with wounds. However, the large success tyrant body was in an even more miserable state. Its phoenix wings were torn off, and several of its ribs were broken, exposed outside. Meanwhile, the snake's tail was even more so broken by Yi Fan. White bones could be seen, blood dripping everywhere. Even the dragon's head was almost pierced through by Yi Fan, and then it was almost cut off. When they met on a narrow path, no one avoided it. They fought a bloody battle. Originally, it would have taken thousands of moves, but now it was condensed, and the result was decided in a few dozen moves. There was blood on Yi Fan's body, and even a bloody hole appeared in his chest. However, this was the price he paid. The large success tyrant body was in an even more miserable state, almost torn apart. His ancestral body suffered serious injuries, on the verge of collapse. He couldn't understand. Based on how long he had cultivated for, achieving the Tao through a different method, how could he not defeat this younger generation? Even his experience and knowledge were useless. The person on the other side was a natural-born fighter, truly like a heavenly emperor, omnipotent in the domain of confrontation, suppressing him. In reality, Yi Fan didn't have it easy. Even though he had reached the peak of the 9 heavens, almost entering a different domain, he still didn't hold back in the slightest when facing this tyrant blood expert. After all, the other party was a supreme being, shocking past and present. Yi Fan used all of his taboo methods for the sake of intimidation, to let the other supreme beings in the dark understand that if they wanted to stop him, they had to pay the price of blood. Of course, whether or not it was effective still needed to be verified. Right now, he had to take action fiercely. If he didn't kill until the ancient supreme beings felt pain, it wouldn't be effective. He had to kill until he was ruthless, kill until the supreme beings were terrified. He had to clearly tell those people that if they dared to stop him, then they had to pay the price of blood and life. Right now, he looked powerful, but in reality, he was extremely dangerous. Kill! The great completion tyrant body roared. His heart was filled with sorrow. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a crushing defeat. He walked arrogantly, coming here to kill the Saint Physique, yet the result was so bitter. It was clear that another supreme being had risen up, stepping on his corpse to advance. The new generation would replace the old. In reality, there were other supreme beings watching in the dark. Their eyes were cold as they penetrated the endless void and saw the scene here. Everyone was shaken. Crossing 2 great tribulations in a row exceeded their expectations. If they were to stop him now, the price would be great. If it was the Saint Physique of the 8th heavens, perhaps a few slaps would be enough to make Yi Fan die with a grievance, but now, everyone had to reconsider. This was unprecedented since ancient times. A heaven-defying Saint Physique had crossed 2 tribulations, making all the supreme beings silent. Should they stop him? If they did, the price would be great. If they didn't, then his future accomplishments would be limitless. Kill! Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. A wave of light rushed over from the direction of the tyrant body's ancestral star. Another supreme being made a move to prevent Yi Fan from killing Kanglin. That was a type of extremely powerful Tao ripple, the force of impact astonishing. All of the stars in its path were extinguished, opening up a vacuum passage that led straight ahead. Kanglin moved horizontally, preparing to withdraw from this life and death danger zone. He had never felt such an unbearable sense of defeat like today. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a great defeat, and he couldn't even keep his life. What a desolate feeling this was. Buzz! The void trembled and then froze like a picture scroll. Yi Fan's physical body was moving as he brandished the celestial the arch fist. It was extremely firm and yang, breaking through the eternity. It soared into the sky and met the wave of light, blocking it all horizontally. At the same time, his glabella shone, and the little golden person walked in the sky with a small cauldron in his right hand. He was displaying the secret character of line, surpassing the speed of the world and freezing time. At the same time, the golden little person's left hand formed an imprint. The character, profound mysteries were raised to the extreme, displaying it to the extreme, also affecting time. His primordial spirit merged with the Tao, controlling the cauldron to attack, catching up to Kanglin. With a PU sound, this type of attack power was too domineering and ferocious, blasting his entire body until it broke apart, bones breaking and muscles snapping. Even someone as powerful as the tyrant blood supreme being couldn't endure it, immediately about to break apart. One had to understand that he was an existence that could face emperor weapons head-on, yet now he was about to break apart, entire body covered in blood, white bones broken, body about to explode. In the sky, Yi Fan scattered that giant wave of light. He turned around, his primordial spirit and flesh merging as he dove over. Pooh! He tore apart the great completion tyrant body, bathed in blood, stepping on his body, coldly looking down on him. He slaughtered a supreme being. The universe trembled, 10 wastelands in turmoil. Chapter 1739. This was a reincarnation. Great completion tyrant body Wang Lin let out a desolate sigh. Before his death, he didn't think of his glorious life, but rather the scene of him killing a great completion saint physique. It was just like today, only their identities had been swapped. This day has finally come for me. This was his final voice. It was full of desolation, unwillingness, and despair. He was old and no longer the same as before. He couldn't defeat the young saint physique. Moreover, there was a hidden worry in his heart. The saint physique of this generation was exceptionally powerful, perhaps unprecedented. Even if he recovered to his peak, he still wouldn't be his opponent. Pooh! Under Yi Fan's guidance, the primordial spirit that was already torn apart couldn't escape at all. It was cut into ashes, and the life of the tyrant blood supreme being ended just like that. A great completion tyrant body died. He was known as the mortal enemy of the saint physique lineage. He was truly exceptionally powerful, but he still reached the end of his life. This was undoubtedly a storm. Yi Fan relied on his own strength to kill an ancient supreme being. He truly stepped onto the path of invincibility and rose up from this day onwards. He had the qualifications to devour the universe and aspire to the top of the world. It sounded simple, but the impact was incomparable and extremely great. Any supreme being was the strongest expert of an era. Now, one of them was actually killed. This was a great event that shook the entire universe. It was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. This was a war between deities. The world was shocked to see a supreme being killed. Such a great event shook every region and the entire world. All cultivators knew what this meant. The great power of the saint physique had been formed, and few in this world could contend against him. At the very least, the people of this world couldn't face him head-on. Not too long ago, when the darkness was in chaos, no one could stop a supreme being. There would inevitably be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Millions and millions of creatures would be executed, and all living beings would wail in helplessness. But now, the tyrant blood supreme being was killed by someone without any suspense. It wasn't a great emperor or an ancient sovereign, but a young expert who hadn't cultivated for a long time. This indicated that the glorious path of the saint physique had begun. This would be his era. A powerful character comparable to a supreme being had appeared. All kinds of fluctuations came from all parts of the universe. The supreme beings in the restricted regions were silent, but there were also astonishing lights shining from their eyes as they stared over. Countless creatures on the overlord body ancestral star were wailing. One of their ancient ancestors had died. Countless years ago, he was unrivaled under the heavens. During the chaos of the darkness, he had stood toe-to-toe against an emperor path expert. How glorious was he! But now, it had come to such a miserable end. Blood dyed the starry river red. Inside the tyrant blood ancestral cave, there was a wave of powerful fluctuations rippling outwards. There was someone who wanted to blast apart the sky dome, rise into the air to kill Yi Fan. Wait, he is already a 9th heavenly layer, reaching great heights. If we go now, we might as well let him cross tribulation first and take action at the most crucial moment. Another emotionless voice sounded. I won't let him pass this smoothly. At this moment, the great Tao laws of heaven and earth became chaotic, turning into primal chaos. Something strange happened where Yi Fan was undergoing tribulation. Someone was interfering, trying to change the 9 heavenly tribulations. Roar! At the same time, another Imperial Tao expert took action, releasing a grand Tao roar that transformed into a heavenly sound that surged over, disturbing the heavenly tribulation and affecting Yi Fan's attainment of the Tao. It was because there were many insights, many immortal Tao imprints hidden within the lightning tribulation. They didn't wish for Yi Fan to reach perfection. Lightning radiance erupted, not affected by the will of the supreme beings. The world's shocking great tribulation finally arrived. It didn't change, just happening ahead of time. This type of tribulation was too terrifying, its power endless. As soon as it made contact, Yi Fan's flesh flew everywhere, white bones exposed, almost hacked apart. This was a heavenly punishment that took the life of a saint body, rarely seen since ancient times. Yi Fan didn't feel any fear. He operated the secret character, his entire body shining, his body immediately becoming sparkling and undying, releasing auspicious light. Even his primordial spirit was like this, like a divine lamp that was fixed there. His blood energy was unmatched, immediately recovering his injured body, returning to his peak state. The life-restricted region's supreme beings withdrew their hands, watching coldly from the sidelines, calmly watching the great tribulation. A few of their eyes were extremely cold, their emotions rising and falling. There were some who were thinking that they had to kill Yi Fan today, or else they would never have a chance in the future. It was clear that the people in the Tyrant Body Ancestral Cave definitely had this type of attitude. The Great Tribulation strengthened. 9 Daoist temples appeared in the sky, incomparably grand and majestic. They were in different directions, each carrying a layer of the heavens, ultimately stacking together. 9 heavenly tribulations. Someone in the life-restricted region sighed, his expression changing slightly. 9 heavenly tribulations, also known as the 9 Heavens Great Tribulation, only a few people had passed it since ancient times. Not all Emperor Realm experts had seen it before, its power varying from person to person. It was clear that it was extremely powerful. The 9 Daoist temples were ancient and stood apart in the 9 heavens. There was a living being sitting cross-legged in every Daoist temple that looked down below. They were either incomparably dignified, or sharp like blades, or illusory or indistinct. Their temperaments were all different. The 9 heavens descended, the 9 Daoist temples suppressing the sea of lightning. Yi Fan suffered the most terrifying attack. The first one to take action was a large hand with thousands of transformations, immediately sealing off all of his paths. The killing method was unmatched, endlessly evolving. This was actually the Battle Saint technique, reaching the realm of perfection. It could be said that it could recreate an extreme immortal, displaying that type of profound mysteries without restraint. Yi Fan's expression changed. He vaguely knew who he encountered. He did everything he could to resist, rushing towards the heavens, wishing to fight his way into that Daoist temple and carry out a slaughter. On the other side, a Daoist glabella shone brightly. His primordial spirit emitted immortal light, turning into a divine waterfall that rushed towards him, slashing at his primordial spirit. This was the light of the secret word for. The law and Tao were boundless, able to move the other shore of the starry sky with a single thought. It was impossible to defend against. Yi Fan was certain that he had encountered the 9 great celestial beings of the mythological era. Their laws and Tao had turned into 9 heavens, imprinted with Dharma bodies, blocking his path here. So this was the 9 heavens tribulation, the appearance of these 9 people. This was even more terrifying than the great emperors of the past, because they had mastered the 9 secrets, representing the pinnacle of the 9 realms. They could fuse with each other, and once they became one, they could kill gods and immortals in their way. They were not isolated, not scattered, and could be smelted into one. This was shocking. Without experiencing this kind of tribulation, it was difficult to imagine how terrifying the appearance of the 9 Supremes would be. It was called the terrifying 9 Heavens Tribulation, and it was worthy of this name. The only thing that made people rejoice was that they did not stand up and had always been sitting cross-legged in the temple. Otherwise, even if a venerable emperor were to be born, he would still have to nurse a grievance and die. There was a limit to one's strength. No matter how strong one was, it was impossible to fight against the 9 great celestial beings of the mythological era alone. Even immortals would be afraid. Yi Fan did not hold back at all, his strength exploding to the extreme. Even though he was covered in blood, he did not retreat. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, and his slender and sturdy physique blossomed with precious splendor as he began to fight the ancient venerables. Their strength actually changed with Yi Fan. The stronger he became, the stronger the 9 became. They would always be able to fight on equal footing with him. Boom! When the thunder exploded, the 9 secrets appeared, and the world changed dramatically. It was about to become the initial battlefield when the heavens opened. This was not a good sign. If this continued, Yi Fan would be exhausted to death. However, this was not the first time he was in such a passive position. He had encountered such a scene before, and he had already experienced it when he fought the 9 emperors back then. The human was alive, while the heavenly tribulation was dead. There were loopholes to be found. He weaved through the 9 temples, activating the passing self and Dao self. Yi Fan did not suppress his realm and instead did everything he could to raise his strength to the peak. He stood at the critical point of the great completion divine body. He was examining his own Dao fruit. There were existences in the life-restricted regions that frowned. Was this still a younger generation that had just entered this domain? This was the peak of the great completion divine body's reconstruction. It was the same as achieving the Dao, entering the most mysterious and mysterious realm. Enemy of supreme beings. Only these 3 words could explain why Yi Fan was not much weaker than them. He could already contend against ancient supreme beings, reaching the most glorious peak of his life. If he took another step forward, then he would shatter the everlasting and create a miracle. He crossed 2 tribulations and almost entered the 3rd one. This is unprecedented. There were people in the life-restricted regions who sighed in admiration. Their eyes burned with radiance, as if they couldn't sit still and watch. If they allowed him to continue growing, he might establish an unprecedented future. Meanwhile, there were some among them who were destined to stand against Yi Fan. They were enemies. Several hundred years ago, during the dark chaotic era, there had to be one side that fell. However, now wasn't the time yet. They had to wait. Once Yi Fan became weak, revealing fatigue in the Great Tribulation, that would be the time for his blood to scatter across the starry rivers. Yi Fan suffered a tribulation. This was just the beginning, yet the 9 great celestial beings already appeared, carrying out a slaughter. It was still unknown what was coming next. His entire body was covered in blood. He sensed danger. If he was even a bit careless, he might nurse a grievance and die under the lightning tribulation. One could imagine that what came next would be even more terrifying. This type of great tribulation was extremely difficult to cross, but he had no choice but to do so. It was because it was related to his life's glory, his life, his loved ones, and everything else. He couldn't fail. Yi Fan saw that even though the 9 celestial beings all had human bodies, they weren't all humans. They each had their own unique characteristics. The legends of later generations were clearly wrong. Some of their races were extremely special, something he had never seen before. Laughter could be heard from the underworld. It belonged to the number 1 divine general of ancient heaven, Chuaning. He also took action. He sensed that Yi Fan had transcended the 9 layers of immortal tribulation that had only appeared a few times in history. He couldn't stop laughing, feeling gratified from the bottom of his heart. He began to attack wildly. His laughter became eternal, echoing through the starry river. The black underworld trembled violently. He stopped the underworld emperor from coming into being. Heaven and earth split apart as they fought bitterly. One day later, he disappeared, and the underworld emperor didn't rush to the scene of Yi Fan's tribulation. Yi Fan narrowly escaped death. The 9 layers of immortal tribulation were worthy of its name. The 9 supremes took action, their strength equal to Yi Fan's. Each of their magical power was heaven overflowing, and each of them had a secret. They were simply going to break through the undying and seek immortality. In the end, the 9 secret techniques swept over together. Yi Fan collapsed several times. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't withstand it. In a daze, he saw the faces of those 9 people. They were actually himself. 9 people with similar strength to him each used one of the 9 secret techniques. 9 types of immortal techniques merged into one. They were omnipotent, splitting apart heaven and earth, inflicting serious injuries on him. The great battle continued. His body and spirit were almost destroyed several times. He knew that even though the appearances of these 9 people were exactly the same as him, they definitely weren't him. It was the celestial venerable who possessed the secrets of his past self that attacked his primordial spirit, causing him to have an illusion. Poof! Yi Fan collapsed once again. This great tribulation was unprecedented. It was too difficult, never as dangerous as it was now. It surpassed the past because these 9 supremes were a whole. Yi Fan roared. All types of secret techniques were used. 9 secrets, irregular phenomena, Wuxia technique, flying immortal art, heaven-devouring art, all of the scripture's profound mysteries were displayed as he fought against celestial being. At this moment his immortal techniques were advancing. Magical techniques and Dao laws merged, battle techniques and emperor techniques merged. They were merging into one, smelting within a furnace. He himself had always been creating techniques. To be able to reach this step, he relied on himself to open up a different path. The scriptures within his body were endless. At this moment, immortal light erupted. His Dao was about to transform into a fetus, waiting to break out of its cocoon. Chapter 1740. Yi Fan transformed. Every part of his body shone and the scriptures were deafening like thunder. Boom! Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation burned. The entire sea of bitterness and the wheel of life rotated, turning into yin and yang fish that swam about, entangling with each other. There was no need for a green lotus where the two intersected. The two opposing life and death energies formed a perfect structure. The reincarnation scripture he created reached perfection. At this time, scripture sounds rang out incessantly in the Dao Palace. There were 5 immortal palaces there, grand and majestic. 5 void deities sat in the middle, chanting scriptures. Runes flickered as they flew out of the palace. This was the most mysterious place. It was believed to be the hidden treasure of the human body. Once it was opened, it would possess endless divine might. At this time, Yi Fan transformed. The palace residence naturally wasn't calm. Immortal essence erupted and boiled violently. In the end, the 5 deities appeared, turning into the 5 elements of immortal light. They formed the 5 fundamental elements of the world. This was the most simple light beam, the 5 elements balanced. Of course, this wasn't the end. The 5 void deities collided together, releasing intense light. They didn't take form but truly disintegrated. This was how Yi Fan's Dao Palace was. The void deities no longer existed and they only had the form. What was truly hidden here was the past self, the Dao self, and the true self. The divine light of the 5 elements spread and the 5 great divine organs were nourished. There were no more void deities, only the true body. And at this time, the Dao Palace was filled with divine sounds. The past self was chanting for this life, unseen because he lived in the past. The Dao self was comprehending the Dao, praying for this life, unseen. Only the true self could take form and appear. In the present world, only the self was supreme. This was what Yi Fan advocated. He only respected this life, only looked at this life. That was why there was only one true self. Whether it was the past self or the future self, they were all a form, a method. They were the embodiment of his true self's power. The 5 elements Dao Palace shone, resonating with the sea of reincarnation. Then it spread to his limbs and bones, creating a rumbling sound. This was the manifestation of the 4 extremes of the world, the 4 extremes supporting the heavens. The universe shattered and the world was split open. A huge dragon rose up from Yi Fan's back. His joints crackled like beans being fried. The golden back of the dragon swayed as it rushed up high, wanting to bite down on the immortal platform. Yes, this great dragon between the vertebrae had drawn upon the power of the yin-yang sea of samsara and had also grabbed onto the 5 elements Dao Palace's immortal essence. Its 4 dragon claws had also obtained supreme blood energy from the 4 extremities. It wanted to pierce through Yi Fan's head, the immortal foundation. Yi Fan wanted to break through to the Emperor Dao realm, breaking through his immortal foundation and stepping into a supreme domain. Countless runes appeared, imprinting themselves on his flesh and blood. He was undergoing a transformation. Within his entire body, there were countless Dao patterns. All sorts of magical images appeared, resonating with each other. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's body was like a cocoon, nurturing a Dao embryo. He only lacked the fusion of his immortal foundation and it would be perfect. During this process, his entire body glowed, and a strange phenomenon appeared. He was impervious to all magic, and the 9 great celestial beings temporarily did not attack. Roar! The great dragon roared. Yi Fan's body grew even more resplendent. His sea of samsara, Dao palace, 4 elements and dragon transformation fused together, attempting to break through to the immortal foundation. This was extremely shocking. He wanted to barge into the emperor domain. And that dragon head finally broke through the barrier, entering Yi Fan's head, wanting to fuse with the immortal foundation and nurture its own Dao embryo. At this moment, the paragons of the various forbidden zones could no longer sit still. This wasn't 2 tribulations, but 3. He wanted to become an emperor. After not seeing him for 100 years, his accumulations were actually so deep, surpassing the expectations of everyone. The expressions of the paragons from the forbidden zones all changed. This was a miracle. Naturally, it was impossible for it to happen in a short period of time. Firstly, the 9 layers of immortal tribulation erupted. The 9 paragons all let out light roars as they acted together, wanting to kill Yi Fan. His body was like a cocoon, wrapping around his Dao. The flying immortal art, 9 secret arts, Wuxia art, the essences of the scriptures didn't need him to use them, they automatically circulated to defend against the enemies. Yi Fan's body was sparkling and resplendent, his flesh and blood translucent. His Dao embryo was like a dragon, and also like a Kunpeng. After that, it transformed into himself, transforming into a heavenly emperor. This was his Dao embryo. He did his best to break through, wanting to break through to the immortal foundation. But this time around he ultimately failed. The 9 celestial beings acted together, they were invincible under the heavens. Their attacks landed on his body, causing his body to explode apart. Even his primordial spirit was lacerated, and that Dao embryo naturally disintegrated. The only thing that made people rejoice was that Yi Fan left some leeway for himself, protecting himself. The power of the word, swordsman, circulated rapidly, reconstructing his body. The word, front, focused on his primordial spirit, and after the reconstruction, his countenance was extremely pale. This was a setback. Although he managed to take half a step into the immortal foundation, this great dragon ultimately couldn't completely coil around his body and was forced to retreat. This trial was extremely difficult to pass. Even if the celestial being didn't rush over, Yi Fan would most probably be stuck here. It wasn't just a joke that a saint physique couldn't break through to the immortal emperor realm. He predicted that he would only be able to probe half of the dragon's body into the immortal foundation. And now, the 9th level of the immortal tribulation was so terrifying. This caused his path to be even more difficult. It was extremely strenuous for him to even probe the dragon's head. All the paragons in the forbidden zone heaved a sigh of relief. The scene earlier caused them to be unable to remain calm. If Yi Fan really managed to barge in, things would definitely be extremely troublesome. I'm unwilling to accept this. I shall continue to attempt the tribulation. Yi Fan adjusted his condition and continued to rush upwards. Just like that, he tried 8 times consecutively. In the end, he was smashed apart 8 times, his bones were crushed and blood flowed everywhere. It was an extremely miserable sight. One must know that in the current era, even if a paragon were to appear, it would be extremely difficult for him to continuously tear apart a saint physique. The bloody scene was extremely cruel and terrifying. However, every time the dragon body probed into the immortal foundation, it would be a little more than the previous time. He was getting closer and closer to success, but this was at the price of his own body. He was almost destroyed. For the 9th time, even the 9th level of the immortal tribulation dimmed. The 9 majestic Daoist temples and ancient venerables were about to disappear because the tribulation had persisted for too long. Again! Yi Fan roared. He was on the verge of going crazy. The grand completion was already set in stone, there was no way to change it. However, he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to defy the heavens and truly become an emperor, stepping into that forbidden zone. Even though the hope was bleak, he didn't want to give up right from the start. If he didn't try and struggle, how would he know that it wouldn't work? For the 9th time, Yi Fan's flesh and blood became transparent. His flesh shell once again transformed into an immortal cocoon. The Dao embryo in his body rushed forth, wanting to fuse with the immortal foundation. The dragon on his back surged upwards, radiance towering into the heavens. This time around, there really was a possibility of success. His Dao was evolving, his primordial spirit was transforming. His flesh became sparkling and translucent. The primordial spirit shed off and a new primordial spirit was born. The two sides worked together. The great dragon on his back moved upwards, the immortal foundation and primordial spirit moved downwards, about to fuse together. The 9th level of the immortal tribulation descended. It was no longer as powerful as before and was about to disappear. The final strike couldn't pose a destructive threat. However, at this moment, the ancient supreme being couldn't sit still anymore. A loud roar sounded from the overlord body ancestral star. An enormous fluctuation surged over. That was the light of the great Tao. It covered the sky and earth, rushing into the heavenly punishment and making up for the deficiency of the 9th level of the immortal tribulation. Yi Fan's body cracked apart. Streaks of blood appeared. He was trying to break through and didn't want to miss out on this chance. He endured the pain of life and death with great difficulty. Boom. Not only the overlord body ancestral star, even the direction of the Big Dipper was affected. It was incomparably ferocious and incomparably terrifying. Countless symbols exploded here. Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't hold on any longer. His flesh broke apart and the new and old primordial spirits split apart, suffering serious injuries. Unfortunately, after the 9th level of the immortal tribulation ended, the ancient supreme being took action, cutting off his path. Otherwise, there really might have been a chance of success. There was a supreme being's figure roaring. That was a Dao wave, wanting to take this chance to destroy Yi Fan. However, he blocked it. His flesh blocked it, and his primordial spirit changed again. The two merged together and retreated endlessly. Yi Fan glanced back coldly, staring in the direction of the overlord body ancestral star, and then at the Big Dipper. He didn't regret failing again, because it was extremely difficult for a saint physique to achieve the Tao. Without anyone to obstruct him, it was difficult to truly take that step. The reason why he persevered now was because he wanted to accumulate experience. He wanted to better understand where the problem was so that he could fiercely break through in the future. Moreover, he still wanted to continue, fumbling about in this great tribulation that was rarely seen since ancient times. The Supreme Being's figure disappeared and didn't stay for long. However, the lightning in the sky didn't diminish, instead becoming even more intense. After the 9th level of the immortal tribulation, another great emperor appeared, and the celestial court appeared. Yi Fan's bloody struggle lasted for a very long time. During this period, he also tried to break through to the immortal foundation, wanting to achieve the Tao, but he failed. It was unknown when it started, but the rumbling of thunder became increasingly oppressive. The immortal domain appeared, enveloping him. Countless auspicious beasts and immortal birds rushed over, sinking him into a vast ocean. But this wasn't the main point. The most terrifying thing was that an ancient pagoda descended, melting the entire immortal domain, turning it into a single entity and pressing down. Ancient desolate pagoda. These two words weren't uttered by Yi Fan, but by the ancient supreme beings. Their expressions changed. Yi Fan's tribulation was truly extraordinary. It was a heavenly tribulation that came from the ancient times. The immortal domain merged with the ancient desolate pagoda, trapping Yi Fan below, locking him in a specific region. It was hard for him to escape. Dang! A long bell rang out. A primal chaos bell appeared in the air and instantly shrank, appearing in front of his forehead. Time instantly turned chaotic. This was simply a fatal blow. The ancient desolate pagoda suppressed his physical body while the immortal bell sealed his primordial spirit. The two attacks worked together, sealing this place. Naturally, the ancient desolate pagoda and the immortal bell weren't corporeal. They were formed from a type of law, manifesting their might and activating the most terrifying power. Yi Fan had long stopped his attempt at the Emperor's Road and focused on resisting this great tribulation. He knew that he could only enter the Immortal Foundation with half his dragon body. Today, it was destined that he wouldn't be able to break through. Right now, he had to focus on his grand completion sage physique tribulation. Yi Fan bit a herb king and drank some life spring divine liquid, allowing himself to return to his peak state. His expression was incomparably solemn. He could no longer be distracted. The moment of life and death had arrived. Boom! Under the ancient desolate pagoda, the immortal domain appeared once more. Lightning flashed as the ancient venerables, great emperors, immortal birds and desolate beasts that had disappeared earlier all reappeared, lunging towards Yi Fan. The immortal bell rang out, shattering his skull and splitting his primordial spirit into pieces. The moment of the final transformation had arrived. The heavens used the extreme power of this great tribulation to prevent him from succeeding, wanting him to die here. Since ancient times, how many geniuses had fallen on the path to grand completion? They were destroyed at the final juncture. All of this was because a grand completion sage physique was too terrifying. This was especially so for people like Yi Fan. 1 day, 2 days, a total of 9 days, it was unknown how many times Yi Fan had shattered. His blood was almost dried up, his boundless life force was being burned away. It was very hard to imagine what kind of journey this was. Yi Fan had to shatter many times every day. It was even more torturous than living in hell. This was a cruel path to grand completion. The ancient desolate pagoda and the immortal bell were both shattered. All sorts of lightning, desolate beasts, and emperor silhouettes all dimmed. After 9 days of killing, this place turned into a land of death. This was the path that a grand completion sage physique had to go through. How could one challenge an emperor? This path was equivalent to the emperor's tribulation, it wasn't inferior at all. In addition, the great dragon on Yi Fan's back had already penetrated a part of his immortal foundation. He could truly be considered someone close to it. The 9 days of bitter suffering was finally about to end. Yi Fan was about to reach the great perfection sage physique, starting his path of invincibility. A new era that belonged to him had begun. Chapter 1741. He was about to succeed, but Yi Fan was also at his weakest point. His entire body didn't have the slightest bit of strength left, on the verge of collapse. Crossing tribulation was exhausting one's life force, using the body's origin to fill it up. The main reason was because his great tribulation was too terrifying, exceeding the world's common sense. If it was anyone else, they would have long turned to ashes. After 9 days and 9 nights of torment, his primordial spirit was about to turn to ashes. Finally, the final moment had arrived. Suddenly, a matchless aura surged. The power of an ancient supreme being pressed down like a sea, abrupt and ferocious, swift and astonishing, killing intent endless. At the final moment, the life-restricted region's existence took action, wishing to strangle him at the final juncture, not allowing him to truly return. Dawn was right ahead, but darkness covered the great earth, about to devour all light. This was a type of great Tao divine law, able to cut down deities and seize souls, killing people formlessly. Originally, the heavenly tribulation was about to disappear, everything reaching its end. The appearance of this type of murderous attack was undoubtedly destructive. Yi Fan dragged his weary body, moving across half of the starry sky, avoiding this fatal strike. That place was destroyed, black holes forming, and then primal chaos exploded. On Overlord Body's ancestral star, a large hand slapped over, turning into a sky-turning imprint. It was pitch black like ink, covering the area above Yi Fan's head. It was too fast, he couldn't avoid it in time. He did everything he could to face it head-on, coughing out a large mouthful of blood with a pu sound. His body flew out, almost split into pieces. His injured body was seriously injured, his primordial spirit about to shatter, difficult to continue. Yi Fan couldn't continue fighting. The most terrifying thing was that it wasn't just a single supreme being that took action. In the direction of the Big Dipper, there were 2 enormous streaks of light that swept over, deafening. The stars were like specks of dust, insignificant under the Dao ripples. Yi Fan's expression changed, immediately flying out, quickly evading. However, this result was a bit terrifying. The radiance drowned out this place, stronger than the heavenly tribulation, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Pooh! Yi Fan was torn to pieces, because his body was already in tatters after crossing the tribulation. Now it was smashed into pieces, turning into white bones and blood. In the sky, 3 large hands grabbed down, wanting to seize his divine blood and refine it into a precious pill. In the end, the 3 of them exchanged a few blows with each other and actually treated him as a trophy. Scripture sounds rang out. Yi Fan reformed his true body. His face was incomparably gloomy as he rushed out from the gap between the 3 large hands. He almost shattered again. He was on the verge of great success, yet someone treated him like this, not giving him a way out, wanting to take his life when he was at his weakest. The situation was extremely dire. Yi Fan didn't stop. He tore open the universe and charged into the distance. After all, the heavenly tribulation had not been extinguished. Although its power was very small, it still alarmed a large number of living beings in the universe. Yi Fan could not hide his aura, and the 3 big hands behind him pressed down again. Boom! It was extremely bitter. Yi Fan was smashed to pieces once again. After enduring for 9 days and 9 nights, he truly didn't have any essence energy left. It was too strenuous, and he couldn't defend himself. If it was anyone else who came here, they wouldn't have done better than him. Now, being able to condense his flesh and fly away with his life intact was already a miracle. Another large hand joined in. Another person from the tyrant body ancestral star moved, hacking down at the present world, covering Yi Fan below. Divine blood splashed out, and he was almost struck until his soul was extinguished. In the end, he didn't know how many times he had been struck. If not for his extraordinary life potential, he would have died more than 10 times over. Finally, the heavenly punishment disappeared. That final lightning radiance unwillingly turned into ripples and dimmed. The world became peaceful again. Yi Fan crossed the cosmos, hiding his aura to avoid the pursuit. He had completed the tribulation and reached great success. He needed to find a place to recover, and he needed endless essence energy to strengthen his body and reach the corresponding Great Circle realm. However, did the Supreme Beings give him this time? They wanted to kill him at this time, erase both his body and soul. This was a great escape. Yi Fan rushed to the desolate border of the cosmos, walking through the lifeless land of death. He continuously changed locations, but he just couldn't break free. More and more blood flowed out. Boom! In the direction of the Big Dipper, in the life-restricted region, it was unknown who it was. Several large hands flew over together, even more terrifying than before. At the same time, in the direction of the tyrant body ancestral star, 2 large hands also did the same. They materialized and hacked over. They attacked together, and if Yi Fan was hit again, he would undoubtedly die. No one could withstand the simultaneous attacks of several supreme beings. This is the moment. Yi Fan roared loudly. His hands moved about, and the Wuxia technique blossomed with astonishing brilliance. Above his head, the myriad energy cauldron shone, and heaven overflowing light rushed out from within. This was like a vast ocean that swept over, submerging the large hands. Moreover, at this moment, a bell rang, shaking the cosmos. This place was ignited. That was the imprint of the laws of the immortal bell, the divine chains of order of the immortal artifact. At this time, it exploded, as if a great apocalypse had occurred, destroying the desolate border of the cosmos. Primal chaos submerged eternity. Blood splashed everywhere, and the imprints of heaven and earth shattered. The large hands were ghastly white, and then they melted and exploded. The incarnations of the supreme beings all suffered serious injuries. The unmatched immortal artifact suddenly shattered, causing the unprepared supreme beings to suffer greatly. Yi Fan used this rare opportunity to form seals with both hands. His left hand carved out the Ian character, and his right drew out the universe character. Heaven and earth collapsed, and a space-time passageway was formed. He rushed in just like that, fleeing into the distance. primal chaos spread, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The immortal bell's law fragments destroyed the void, erasing all traces he left behind. Under the clear and cold night sky, all sounds were quiet. Yifan sat there, slowly breathing in and out. He didn't swallow the heaven and earth essence on a large scale, or else this entire star domain would become dim, and he would definitely be discovered. He was currently slowly refining the essence into energy, strengthening his body, starting from the most basic. This time, his injuries were too serious, and his body and soul were almost destroyed. Even with the secret character, he couldn't endure it. After crossing the heavenly tribulation, he was killed again. He was almost beaten into a cripple, and he made it through with great difficulty. The stars in the sky, the endless river of stars, every star shot out a beam of light, entering his pores. Even though he was suppressing it, he still had a great completion saint physique after all. No matter what, he had to swallow a sea of essence energy, and just a slight absorption created this kind of scene. Every cell in Yifan's body was a bottomless pit, and he wanted nothing more than to suck the entire river of stars dry. However, he restrained himself. In the end, he left this place, heading to the next place to avoid making too much of a commotion and provoking a great enemy. He sat cross-legged again, slowly entering a meditative state, nurturing his primordial spirit, and smoothing out the cracks on its surface. After who knew how much time had passed, an explosive sound suddenly rang out. Yifan's head split into pieces, and his primordial spirit almost scattered. Right in front of him, there was a supreme being that transformed into a Dao body. The attack of supreme divine laws was about to destroy his primordial spirit. In the end, he was found again. The instant his primordial spirit became unstable, his body was also pierced through. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, scattering into the distance. After reassembling, they went into the distance again. Yifan swore that he would definitely flatten some life-restricted areas and break through the ancestral caves of the Great Completion Overlord physique lineage. Today, he continuously suffered disasters, and these people continuously attacked viciously. Rise! Yifan roared. The azure deity weapon flew over, and he had long since hidden it in this star domain. He used the last of his strength to revive it and sweep it behind him. This was a great battle of escape. Before long, the heaven-devouring demon jar was also revived by Yifan to fight against the people behind him. The great escape began. Yifan threw caution to the wind. As long as he was given time, he would be able to strengthen himself, and before long, he would be able to rule the world. Now, it was fine as long as he survived. However, this was very difficult. He had passed 2 heavenly tribulations in a row, exceeding the expectations of the ancient supreme beings. He had missed the best opportunity to kill him, and now, this might be his only chance. How could he give up? If he was given more time, there would be no one in this world who could keep him in check. Half a day later, Yifan was found again, and he was shattered by the overlord physique while he was sitting cross-legged. His heart was boiling with anger, and he crossed into the depths of the cosmic sea. He endured his anger and temporarily avoided the brunt of the attack. What made him regretful was that this time, the heaven-devouring jar didn't truly revive and turn into an empress like when it dealt with the undying heaven blade. As a result, his situation was not good, and he could only passively escape. Only 2 days later did the situation take a turn for the better. He entered the land of death of the numinous treasure celestial being, plunging into its sea of bitterness and rushing into its life-spring divine liquid. This was a type of crazy replenishment. Even though these things were of little value to the supreme beings and couldn't prolong their lives, for Yifan, they were priceless treasures. His flesh that was full of blood and cracks received nourishment, and his injuries became much better. This brought him an opportunity, giving him some buffer time. And time, to him, was life. In the following day, he crossed the cosmic sea and continuously fled for his life. Even though he paid the price of blood, he also devoured endless starlight and primal chaos essence, strengthening his body. There were supreme beings who had a premonition that the situation was already hopeless. Without leaving the immortal origin, it would be difficult to kill Yifan. On the fourth day, Yi Fan directly disappeared from the Supreme Being's line of sight, breaking free from their pursuit. From time to time, traces of him would appear in various places, frantically devouring all kinds of essence energy. In the endless cosmos, large amounts of starry rivers became dim. In the end, he directly entered the sea of primal chaos and began to breathe in and out. The outcome was already set. After 4 days of recovery, he had the power to protect himself and was no longer afraid of a battle. Of course, he had to avoid it as much as possible and wait until he fully recovered. The people in the life-restricted region sighed. They knew that they couldn't stop it anymore. At the very least, Yi Fan could escape and survive. No one would have thought that Yi Fan spent an entire month to recover his injured body and refine the damaged cauldron. In the end, his body and weapon became extremely brilliant, reaching the peak of his life. And during this period of time, great waves had already been raised in various parts of the cosmos. The great image of Yi Fan's divine body swept through the world like a hurricane, shocking everyone. In particular, the fact that he killed a large success tyrant body had long been exposed. The entire world was shaken. He was truly going to be unrivaled under the heavens. Another half a month passed. Yi Fan opened his eyes and stood up from his cross-legged position in the void. A small cauldron landed in his palm. It was simple and natural, and there was Emperor's might pervading the air. Has this day finally arrived? Yi Fan's gaze was ice-cold. He walked through the cosmos, no longer concealing his whereabouts and aura. He could now overlook the world, no longer fearing the life-restricted region. Yi Fan. He has reached the large success stage and survived. In the celestial court, someone cried tears of joy. Then, world-shaking cheers erupted. He has finally reached the great circle of the saint physique and can challenge a great emperor. What will Master do? Yang Shi was incomparably excited. Naturally, he will fight in the life-restricted region and flatten them. Hua Hua said proudly. Chapter 1742. With the great completion of the divine physique, Yi Fan's name spread throughout the world. Every part of the cosmos was greatly shaken. Without a doubt, an unrivaled expert had appeared in this world. The world was greatly shaken. Every great king race and every great creature in the cosmos were endlessly shaken. The great completion of the divine physique could challenge the great emperor. This wasn't just empty words. He truly had that kind of power. Many years had passed. The Azure Emperor passed away in meditation and Gai Jiuyo sighed with regret. Finally, such a person had reappeared. The unrivaled power of the great emperor level would appear in the present world. This was a storm that was incomparable and surpassed the past. It even spread to the mortal world. Even children had heard of the 2 words Yi Fan. The world was in an uproar. The 10 wastelands were trembling. A divine physique of great accomplishment was born in our era. He killed the strongest expert of the tyrant blood of the firmament as soon as he crossed the tribulation. Who can compete with him? Will the next 10,000 years be his era? A character who can challenge the great emperor has truly appeared. Will he settle things with the ancient supreme beings? The world was restless. There were sounds of discussion everywhere. Many people guessed that Yi Fan would inevitably go to the life-restricted region to demand an explanation. News of what happened a while ago had spread throughout the world. Moreover, many people had personally witnessed the scene of him fleeing for his life and being chased by a supreme being. Everyone predicted that there would inevitably be a tremendous storm. These words are incorrect. All things should be peaceful. I believe that Dao Friend Yi will consider things from many sides. He might not necessarily fight a great battle immediately. An old man spoke. It was precisely the great sage Hunchuo who hadn't been seen for a long time. He was in good spirits. His face was ruddy and his forehead was extremely bright. Not good, the god of misfortune has predicted again. He has a crow's mouth, every time the prophecy comes the opposite. I think the life-restricted region is going to suffer a great misfortune this time. If I were a supreme being, I would eliminate this loser first. You guys are still so calm after seeing the god of misfortune. Hurry up and run. Whoever runs into him will be unlucky. An old cultivator fled in defeat. It can't be. He's already so powerful that even the divine wind great sage fled. How can he be so evil? You group of juniors were all born in the past few hundred years, right? Back then, when Hunchuo moved unhindered through the world, even your ancestors had to run. Yi Fan had achieved great success, and his influence was enormous. This was a huge uproar. Figures who had not appeared for many years had appeared again. An era that belonged to the holy physique had arrived. Perhaps it would be the start of an invincible and glorious era. Many great waves and events would take place during this period. People were looking forward to it. Conquering the life-forbidden region was no longer just empty talk. Perhaps it was about to become a reality. The celestial court can finally return to the world. The ones who were the most excited were the veterans. The military divisions of the celestial court began to return. They crossed countless galaxies with their banners and turned into a torrent of steel as they headed toward the former site of the celestial court. Gather, beat the war drums, raise the flag, and summon my celestial court's army back. The Black Emperor personally gave the order. In the old place of the celestial court, great banners rumbled about, releasing the sounds of wind and thunder. True dragons coiled about, phoenixes cried out, shaking the cosmos. Only two little girls in the celestial court could be so lively and not care about the grand occasion today. Little Z and little Nan Nan chased each other and played happily. Ji Ziua looked at them dotingly, guarding them to prevent them from going overboard and running into the starry sky. There was no other way. Not to mention little Nan Nan, even little Z could fly now. As for Li Heishui, Dong Fangyi, Li Tian, and the others, they had long been excited. They carried wine jars and patrolled everywhere, urging their disciples to clean up the dusty old place of the celestial court. Troops appeared one after another, rushing towards this place without stopping. Many veterans were trembling with tears in their eyes. They were chased by the people of the forbidden region a while ago, and many of their old brothers had died. Some military divisions had completely disappeared. Now they had returned strong and no one could stop them. The vast battle map drawn by Yi Fan in the past might become a reality. Oh, that is the army of the celestial court. As expected, they are all elites, a mighty army that never dies in 100 battles. Let's join the celestial court. Only such an army that has been through hundreds of battles is worthy of us joining. In the future, there will be fierce and hot-blooded battles, conquering the heavenly road and sweeping the forbidden regions. A real man should fight with vigor. Along the way, many cultivators were discussing. Obviously, the celestial soldiers and generals had become the object of envy, and many people wanted to become one of them. Things were different now. Everyone knew that the celestial court would definitely be above all the major forces. No one could suppress them anymore, and even the life-forbidden regions could not act rashly. He actually made it this far. In the Big Dipper, some people sighed. Back then, they had competed with Yi Fan. Now, only a few hundred years had passed, and they found that the gap between them was so big that it was difficult to surpass it. What kind of concept was a great completion Saint Physique? But the battle with the Qing Emperor more than 10,000 years ago made their ancestors look up to and submit to him. That night, many people could not sleep, especially those who had been enemies with Yi Fan or even fought against him. They looked at the starry sky in silence. The Holy Lord of the Holy Land of Super Yen sighed. He was originally a candidate for the Son of Saint, but now he was the leader of a sect, and now he was a sage. He was already very strong. However, he could only remain silent as he looked at the figure that was high above, burning like a god and illuminating half the universe. A man with snow-white hair was also like this. He was the former Holy Son of the Holy Land of All Beginnings, and now the Holy Lord. He stood alone in the night wind, looking very lonely. Back then, they were of the same generation, but now, it was as if they had been separated by thousands of years, and they were facing that bright figure who stood in the legendary era. We are no longer young, and we have reached the end of our glory. And he has just started. Such a young great completion Saint Physique, and there are not many people who can fight against the great emperor, right? Old friends of the past could only shake their heads and sigh. In the Jade Lake Holy Land, the unrealistically beautiful Jade Lake Saintess sat cross-legged in front of the 9 orifices divine fetus. She said softly to herself, "Regardless of the past, in this era, perhaps only you can fight shoulder to shoulder with him." The immortal stone was sparkling, and the goddess was still sealed within it. She breathed in and out the world's essence energy, and powerful immortal life essence nourished the entire Jade Lake divine land. Now, she could already return the favor to the Holy Land, and not just for herself. In the Wind Clan, some people were silent. Meanwhile, the Wind Phoenix laughed softly and said, "A great completion Saint Physique has appeared. Isn't that good? From now on, this world will be peaceful for a long time. There won't be any dark chaos, because those people can't fight and will be afraid of him." Indeed. Her grandfather's black hair was still the same, and he was tall and valiant. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Everyone in the Wind Clan knew that many people in their clan had regrets, and it wasn't like what they said. It was because in the past, there was a chance that a great completion Saint Physique could be pulled into their clan. They knew that they might be able to see Yi Fan soon, because he would inevitably come to the Big Dipper's life forbidden region and forcefully descend to demand an explanation. Everyone was shaken at the thought of this possibility, and some of the younger disciples even felt their blood boil. How many people dared to step into the life forbidden region and settle accounts with the ancient supreme beings? They were all great emperors. Only today did they truly understand how terrifying a great completion Saint Physique was. Who in the world could be a match for a great completion Saint Physique that could intimidate all the geniuses since ancient times? However, things weren't as they imagined. After Yi Fan recovered his strength, he didn't return to the celestial court, nor did he go to the tyrant body ancestral star. He also didn't go to the future Big Dipper's life forbidden region. The stars flickered, and brilliant light retreated from his side. He didn't conceal his aura at all, alarming all the major powers in the starry sky as he headed towards a vile land. His great completion Saint Physique was like a man with blood energy piercing the heavens. His thick black hair danced chaotically, and his gaze was like cold lightning. His first stop was the underworld, and he entered an ominous land shrouded in dark mist. The first divine general of the ancient heaven, Chuaning, had fallen. He was buried in the underworld in order to stop the emperor of the underworld. Yi Fan wanted to see what was going on and ask for an explanation. Chuaning suppressed the underworld for 100 years, buying the most precious time for Yi Fan. No matter how one looked at it, he had to come here. Yi Fan went to the underworld. This news shook all the realms. A great completion Saint Physique was going to fight against the most mysterious underworld since ancient times. This news was absolutely explosive. This would be Yi Fan's first battle after the great completion Saint Physique and the consummate tribulation. It attracted the attention of countless people, and it wasn't too far off to say that the whole world was shaken. The underworld was really mysterious. It was born from death and seized all fortunes. He was an emperor path expert when he was alive, and after death, his physical body changed again. He was the emperor of the underworld, and he was the first. His origin was mysterious, and he was unimaginably powerful. Deathly aura pervaded the air, and the underworld earth was desolate. This place had been destroyed. Stars fell one after another, smashing out endless craters here. The underworld earth was vast and boundless, like a different universe. Death was the eternal theme, and the black earth was endless. Yi Fan frowned. He saw many shocking scenes. There was no end to this vast underworld earth, and there were many corpses in the deep craters smashed out by the stars. He didn't know what era they were from. He walked through the endless black earth, and everywhere he saw was destruction. Rivers of blood, corpses, and many coffins could be seen underground. This place was ruined, destroyed beyond recognition. The underworld seemed to have reached the end of its decline. One could imagine how intense that battle was. Yi Fan was astonished. Chuaning alone was this terrifying? Could it be that the underworld really was half destroyed? It was said that there was more than one supreme being sleeping here. If they fought to this extent, even the underworld earth was half destroyed, then there was no reason for the other supreme beings to not appear. He walked forward, finally seeing the Yin soldiers. However, when these people saw him, they all backed up, not attacking. No matter how powerful they were, they all trembled under his aura. Who dared fight? This was the power of a supreme being. As long as blood energy surged, all creatures would tremble. Just the slightest bit of aura would make those powerful Yin soldiers collapse. Everyone backed up. They were like ants looking up at a heavenly dragon, deeply feeling how insignificant they were. Those enormous monuments were all previously glorious monuments, engraved with the underworld world's great era, as well as the accomplishments of the past masters. However now, they were broken into pieces, their surfaces soaked in blood. Chuanying fought his way in, fighting extremely fiercely against the emperor of the underworld, destroying many things in the underworld. The territory here was vast and boundless, and one could tell a bit from the deep craters created by the countless stars. The Yin soldiers were terrified. When faced with Yi Fan's arrival, many people couldn't endure it, kneeling on the ground. This didn't come from their hearts, but rather from the might of a supreme being. During this period, there were powerful war slaves that appeared, no lack of the most powerful quasi-emperor. However, in the end, they were all frightened, unable to get close, trembling with fear. Yi Fan charged straight into the underworld, as if he was entering an uninhabited land. In the end, he arrived at an important place in the underworld. A grand prison suppressing palace stood before him, a person sitting on the steps there, his body covered in bloodstains. He wore black underworld iron armor that flowed with dark light. There were some areas that were damaged, black blood flowing out. In his right hand was a war spear that was propped up on the ground. In his left hand was a black gold shield that was placed on the steps. Yi Fan was shaken. It seemed like an unimaginable change happened in the underworld, different from what he had imagined. Chapter 1743. This was definitely the underworld's supreme being. This type of aura couldn't be mistaken. Only this type of person could suppress the 9 heavens like this, even if black blood flowed from his body. The Yin soldiers and generals had long scattered, not daring to come over. They were all trembling with fear, unable to endure the auras of 2 supreme beings. They were all terrified. Underworld Emperor? Yi Fan shouted. The other party was a supreme being, but he was also in existence of this level. He directly berated him, not feeling any fear at all. He came here to settle things. The underworld iron armor flickered with black light, but there were many areas that were damaged, dripping with black blood. That person sat on the steps in front of prison's suppressing palace, leaning on the war spear. His pupils were like 2 blades as he looked over coldly. Even his head was covered by the black underworld iron armor, only his eyes and mouth exposed. Not even a strand of hair could be seen, difficult to see his true appearance. "You came late." He said this. Even though it was simple, it revealed many things. From his cold tone and somewhat unstable fluctuations, one could sense that his injuries were extremely serious. It was clear that he was implying that Chuanying died, and he was no longer at his peak. Yi Fan stared at him. Through the half-opened palace door behind him, he saw specks of blood, as well as a few broken stone rod fragments. These were Chuanying's blood and weapon. Even though he knew that he came late, that the outcome was already set in stone, he still felt sorrow inside. It was precisely on the day he crossed the tribulation that ancient heaven's #1 divine general disappeared from this world. "Then you can accompany him in death," Yi Fan said coldly. He didn't want to speak any nonsense. His palm pressed forward, slow but powerful. Wind and lightning raged here, gods and devils roared. This kind of casual strike made heaven and earth lose color, the sun and moon lose radiance. The underworld emperor blocked with the black war spear. Sparks flew in all directions. He flew outwards, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood as he smashed into the grand palace behind him. A large portion of the ancient building collapsed. Even someone as powerful as the underworld emperor's blood splashed onto the grand ancient palace like this. It left everyone shocked. The Yin soldiers and generals in the distance all shivered in fear, their hearts completely going cold. From another perspective, it was enough to prove how terrifying the underworld emperor was. He had long been seriously injured, Yet he didn't shatter under the unmatched attack of a great completion divine physique, still blocking the attack. One could see just how powerful he was. You really are old. Yi Fan said ruthlessly. Yes, I am old. Yi Fan stood up after hearing this. He knew that the number one divine general of ancient heaven was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be heaven-defying to this degree. Yi Fan was shocked. He knew that the number one general of the ancient heavenly court was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so heaven-defying. It was no wonder that Di Zun thought so highly of Xiao Qin, personally sealing him and saying that if Xiao Qin missed a lifetime, he would become a martial emperor. At the same time, he also felt that something was wrong with the underworld. Could it be that there was only one emperor of the underworld? At this, the underworld world, emperor, stop. Yi Fan was extremely cold. He pressed forward, his footsteps echoing through the palace. There were imperial Dao formation patterns here, but it couldn't stop him at all. Don't you want to talk to me? He's just a dead man. Even if you don't kill him, I don't have much time left, said the underworld emperor with a smile. Blood flowed from his mouth, and the space between his eyebrows was split open. Speak, I want to hear it. Yi Fan stood in the center of the grand hall, looking down on the former supreme being. The underworld emperor was an extraordinary person and didn't want to be treated like this. He snorted coldly and turned around, slowly walking to the highest throne. He sat down calmly and looked down. Yi Fan was surrounded by blood energy, and his vitality was as vigorous as the ocean. He could definitely kill the dying underworld emperor, but he didn't do so. He looked at him coldly, waiting for him to speak. I am a supreme being. I achieved the Tao, and then I fell into the underworld to study the method of immortality. The voice on the throne reverberated, rumbling and making the heaven and earth submit. I know, Yi Fan said expressionlessly. If I told you I am not the underworld emperor, would you believe me? The figure on the cold throne seemed very dignified and inviolable, and he actually said such a thing. Yi Fan's expression froze. The other party wasn't the underworld emperor. This news was indeed shocking and beyond his expectations. Years ago, the underworld emperor joined hands with someone and attacked venerable emperor at the most crucial moment. Was he killed at that time? Asked Yi Fan. No, the underworld emperor was already gone at that time. I took part in that battle with his imperial artifact, the figure on the throne said desolately. Obviously, that battle had a great impact on him. Several imperial masters had come together, but they still couldn't kill venerable emperor, and even made him famous through the ages. For an imperial figure, this was a great blow. Yi Fan pondered. From the confrontation between Chuan Ying and the underworld for 100 years, there were indeed many suspicious points. The everlasting underworld had more than one supreme being. How could it be so weak that it couldn't do anything when people came to kill it? Venerable underworld, also known as the underworld emperor, was so talented that he was almost the supreme being since ancient times. He was the first person who was an imperial master when he was alive, and after his death, he achieved the way from a corpse. His path is hard to replicate. Yi Fan had also heard some rumors, especially the old deity who was a descendant of the ancient heavenly court. It was said that the underworld emperor was unfathomable, able to exchange blows with the venerable emperor, even though he lost in the end. The real underworld emperor wouldn't attack venerable emperor at that time, because their relationship was complicated. They were both teachers and friends. The fact that this Emperor Dao expert revealed such a secret was simply earth-shattering. It shocked Yi Fan so much that he couldn't speak. Comparing it with the words of the old god, it seemed that the underworld emperor still owed venerable emperor some favors. It was only after the fatal incident on the path of immortality that their relationship became a bit messy. At that time, the underworld emperor had passed away many years ago. I came out with his imperial artifact and attacked heaven on his behalf, he said calmly. The underworld emperor is dead? Yi Fan's eyes flickered, like two surging cold air. If he was dead, the underworld wouldn't be like this, the man on the throne murmured to himself and revealed some shocking secrets. He was about to die, apparently because he met someone of the same kind, or at the same level, so he wanted to tell some ancient secrets that he had kept in his heart for a long time and didn't want to bring them to the underworld. As for those ghost soldiers and ghost generals, they might just be ants in his eyes, and they had no common words with a sky dragon like him, who occupied the clouds. Yi Fan was stunned, as if he had heard something that sounded like a heavenly book. At the end of the mythological era, the underworld emperor passed away, which should have happened millions of years ago. However, more than 1,000,000 years ago, the supreme venerable in the underworld sensed his breath and knew that he had revived, which was contrary to the result of his passing away. This doesn't prove that he is still alive, Yi Fan said. The supreme celestial treasure, or the supreme netherworld treasure, flew away tens of thousands of years ago. Apart from him coming out again, no one can summon it from the underworld, the man on the cold throne said. Yi Fan knew this divine artifact. When great Emperor Wuxia wanted to attack the underworld, it was this secret treasure that hid the underworld, making the vast underworld disappear from the universe. At the same time, he also understood why He Chuaning attacked like that, and why he barged in like this. The underworld was obviously weak, but it didn't hide, so it turned out that it had lost the supreme netherworld treasure. The underworld was going to decline, it was going to be finished. When Yi Fan came to this conclusion, he was truly shocked. One had to know that this was a truly immortal force since ancient times, an organization that could challenge the ancient heaven. It was extremely terrifying. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the home of all living beings. These words were still ringing in his ears. Yi Fan couldn't believe it. The underworld was going to be finished. All these years, the Nether soldiers had borrowed the way to wander around the major starry skies in search of the ancient god corpses, which made them increasingly terrifying and prosperous. How did it end up like this? Because the Emperor of the Underworld is coming back. He will take back everything that belongs to him, the man on the cold throne said emotionlessly. Just this sentence was enough to explain everything. The current Supreme of the Underworld was afraid of the Emperor of the Underworld's return, afraid that he would settle accounts with them. From this, Yi Fan came to another conclusion. The Emperor of the Underworld was absolutely terrifying, and his combat power might be far greater than he imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. I am the health-suppressing emperor, and I was also a former supreme. Finally, the man on the throne revealed his origin, but he didn't say the title before the health-suppressing emperor. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't calm down. The ruler of the underworld had a shocking origin. Perhaps he was a certain celestial being in the mythological era. Yama died in the underworld, so he naturally passed away. Longevity celestial being entered the immortal mausoleum and didn't come back. There was another person who felt uneasy when the supreme netherworld treasure flew away, so he entered the origin ancient mine. Right now, I am the only Emperor realm expert in the underworld, he said the truth. If this news was spread out, it would definitely shock the human world. It was too shocking. The underworld had actually changed a long time ago, and the outside world didn't know about it at all. In these 10,000 years, the underworld had been active frequently, searching the stars. They were actually looking for the supreme netherworld treasure to find the Emperor of the Underworld. The health-suppressing emperor thought that the Emperor of the Underworld was in the process of transforming, and he could kill him before he awakened. Unfortunately, so many years had passed, and the underworld had sent out so many troops, but they still hadn't found anything. Therefore, the underworld was empty, longevity celestial being wasn't willing to return, Yama was dead, and another person entered the origin ancient mine. Now, he was the only one left. The hell-suppressing emperor said, "The Emperor of the Underworld is a great talent that makes people feel great fear. I know that he will return sooner or later. For the sake of longevity, he has always been on a path. No one has walked further than him between life and death." Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and it was difficult for him to calm down. After a long time, he wanted to laugh out loud again. He said with indescribable sorrow, "The underworld, a vast forbidden area that started countless years ago, is actually going to end now. Is it the Emperor of the Underworld, or am I going to end it?" This was very unreal. The pressure that the underworld gave people was too great. Until now, it had long been engraved in the hearts of all the experts. At this moment, this result made Yi Fan feel that it was ridiculous. You are wrong. As long as the Emperor of the Underworld is still alive, the Underworld will still exist, and it will never end. It is just a temporary decline. The hell-suppressing Emperor said. The Underworld is the home of all living beings. These words are a bit ridiculous. Was it you guys who said it? Yi Fan asked coldly. It was said by the Emperor of the Underworld, and we have evidence. The hell-suppressing Emperor said. He stood up shakily and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on for much longer. He walked out of the hell-suppressing imperial palace and looked at the vast underworld earth. The halberd in his hand lightly cut, and the earth immediately split open. He said, "Look what is below." In reality, the large crack he cut open was very wide, and it passed through many large stars. However, compared to the vast and boundless underworld earth, it was still nothing. Without needing to look carefully, Yi Fan knew that there were many corpses underground, and they were terrifyingly ancient. Say, even if the creatures on 1 star, 2 stars, 10 stars, or 100 stars all died, would they be able to create such a terrifying scene? The hell-suppressing Emperor asked. It was a very strange relationship. Both sides were clearly enemies, but now they were seriously discussing. There was no other reason than that they were all supremes, and people of this level were too rare. Yi Fan's heart turned cold. He had pondered over how this vast underworld earth was formed in the past, and the more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt. It buried all the creatures in the entire universe, and not just for one epoch. This is reincarnation, the hell-suppressing Emperor said. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the home of all living beings. Yi Fan said softly. In the past he didn't say it, but at this moment he felt that these words were extremely terrifying. Chapter 1744. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the home of all living beings. Hell-suppressing Emperor muttered, his voice echoing in the underworld like a curse. His body staggered as he walked into the distance with the heavenly spear and the black gold shield. The path he took was covered in black blood. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer. My words have come true. This will be my end, my final home. This will be my burial ground. Hell-suppressing Emperor couldn't hold on any longer and would fall at any time, becoming the dust of history. Even someone as strong as a supreme being was about to reach the end of his life. There was reluctance and unwillingness in his eyes. Even though he had killed countless people and had a heart of stone, the wish in his heart couldn't be fulfilled. It was a deep regret. What is immortality? Ask the entire world, but no one can achieve it. In the end, you will still turn into a pile of dirt. No matter how talented you are, no matter how great of a hero you are, it still won't work. His body was cracking as black blood flowed out. His entire body was burning with a dark light. With a sad expression he said, "Back then Dizun, he wanted to sacrifice us, but in the end he couldn't become immortal." The path of immortality, reaching this step, reaching this realm, could be said to be high and mighty, overlooking the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but in the end he ended up in eternal loneliness. Being invincible was useless. The path ahead had already been cut off. In this life, he was searching for immortality, wanting to break through immortality and see immortality, but in the end he could only listen to his own funeral song in sorrow, turning into dust in the mortal world. He wasn't a single person. Since ancient times, the great emperors were all silent. Thinking back to the past, they were all heroic and all-powerful. In this world, they were the only ones who could compete with them. However, in the end, there was only one result. Even if they dominated the heavens and earth, even if they were unrivaled, they would still reach the end of loneliness and turn into dust. Hell-suppressing Emperor staggered. He was looking for his own grave, wanting to bury himself. With the battle spear in his hand, every step he took caused cracks to appear on his body, as if he would shatter at any time. Right now, he wasn't a supreme being, but an old man with 1 foot in the grave. Yi Fan didn't make a move, only silently watching, letting him choose his grave. The underworld is the blood of several generations of people. It's not like we don't have any experience on the path of immortality. We have searched for all kinds of true blood, wanting to condense it into true one and create immortal blood from chaos. The hell-suppressing emperor revealed a great secret. When a man is about to die, his words are kind. It could also be said that he didn't want the crystallization of several generations of supreme beings to be destroyed in a single day, to be buried in the long river of history. This was a type of grand experiment. In theory, it could create a chaotic body, 10,000 blood returning to one, allowing one to see the immortal spirit true body. Yi Fan once again felt the terror of the primal chaos body. The fusion of 10,000 blood allowed one to see the primal chaos body. Of course, in theory this would allow one to touch immortality, but in the end, one would still need to ascend in order to take that step. This method was extraordinary. It was not the method of the underworld emperor, but was brought from the outside world by the other powerhouses. They had been studying it all this time. The 10,000 bloodlines are not uniform, but we still created a monster that merged with the heavenly underworld treasure. It will be sensitive to all types of bloodlines, and one day, it will most likely find you. Perhaps it can be said that we have unintentionally helped the Netherworld Emperor. Perhaps the entire Netherworld treasure is his god. I've heard that you practice an origin technique. Actually, this is an incomplete technique left behind by the Underworld Sovereign. That heavenly Netherworld treasure knows more and is more profound than you. You should prepare yourself. These words made it difficult for Yi Fan to calm down for a long time. He stood in place for a long time, silently watching the hell-suppressing emperor leave. Finally, the hell-suppressing emperor could not hold on any longer. He did not choose to leave a corpse, nor did he transform into the Tao. Instead, he directly exploded, leaving only residual blood and broken bones. He fell into a deep pit, and his spirit also dispersed. With a clang, the underworld iron battle armor flew up, the heavenly dagger axe glowed, and the black golden shield also rushed into the sky. Only a shattered black spear fell into the pit, buried with him. Yi Fan turned around, no longer looking at it. He found Chuanying's belongings and buried his blood and remnants in the starry sky. After staying here for 2 days, Yi Fan silently searched. He saw many astonishing things, and he also saw some ancient tablets. His heart was filled with waves of shock. Burying the entire universe, burying several eras, this was not a lie at all. He saw a few tablets that were terrifyingly ancient, and he could not determine which era they were from. He could not understand the words written on them, but they were beyond the scope of divine text. Then, through the records of an ancient tablet that he could read, he learned some astonishing secrets. The underworld was vast and boundless, like another universe. The people of the underworld had once dug out an immortal corpse, an imperial figure that belonged to the era before the Age of Legends, which was believed to have originated from the incomprehensible chaotic ancient era. Moreover, since ancient times, there was more than one, at least 3 were unearthed. Unfortunately, they were all damaged and destroyed in the most terrifying external war in history. At the end of reincarnation, will there be such a day? Yi Fan muttered to himself, looking up at the boundless starry sky. At his level of cultivation, just like the other ancient sovereigns, breaking through eternity and seeking immortality was his ultimate goal. He did not start a massacre here, but only called the 2 9th-layer quasi-emperor over, telling them to gather the nether soldiers and generals so that they would have no choice but to bring disaster to the world. Without those who achieved the Tao, without the imperial experts, the underworld was equivalent to a decline. They could not defy Yi Fan's will, so the 2 readily agreed, not daring to go against it. The curtains fell on the underworld. Even Yi Fan himself felt that this was all very unreal. It was regarded as the most terrifying battlefield, but in the end, it declined just like that, heading towards decline. Of course, if the underworld emperor came back to life, everything would be different, and a storm would inevitably rise again. But now, under Yi Fan's power, the underworld could only submit. Even taking it into the celestial court wasn't a bad thing. Starlight shone brilliantly. Yi Fan rode on the divine rainbow, taking a step forward, the stars moved, and the world changed. A blazing rainbow bridge traversed the cosmos, streaking across the heavens and myriad realms, directly reaching a certain star. This rainbow was too resplendent, connecting the two sides of the starry sky. What is that? A golden path? How can it be so long? It stretches towards the depths of the cosmos. Is this the journey of a great emperor? Soon, everyone understood who it was. Yi Fan's return from the underworld had shaken the human world. All the experts understood that the underworld could not keep him, and he was unrivaled in the world. Is he going to the tyrant body's ancestral star? A golden path passed through who knew how many galaxies, directly reaching the tyrant body's ancestral star. It was open and aboveboard, without any concealment. Yi Fan directly came to attack just like that. He had just broken through the underworld, and now he came to a terrifying forbidden area, continuously conquering in one day, shocking the heroes of the world. Was this the power of a great completion Saint Physique? His blood energy was like the sea, flooding the starry sky, like a celestial emperor patrolling, descending upon the star region where the bloodline of his old enemy was. This was a great star, surging with vitality, magnificent mountains and rivers, vast land, and abundant essence energy, very suitable for cultivation and Dao comprehension. The tyrant body's ancestral star was extraordinary, having experienced tens of thousands of tribulations without being destroyed. To this day, it was engraved with Dao marks exclusive to them, and any Dao fruit would be suppressed here. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to approach, because it was difficult to display their true combat strength here. Of course, Supreme Being level figures weren't restricted. The great golden path extended forward, and then it disappeared. Yi Fan was completely silent. He took a step forward. The fiery clouds on the horizon were exceptionally gorgeous, red as if blood had been splashed on a cloth. 5 moons had already risen in the sky. Yi Fan stood on a cliff, with a boundless waterfall below his feet. The land was lush and verdant, and wild beasts ran amok. With a slight sense, he clearly knew where the tyrant body's ancestral cave was. I don't believe that the Saint Physique would dare to come. This is the resting place of several old ancestors, and he is just one person. During the last tribulation, his physical body was shattered so many times by the old ancestors, and he narrowly escaped death. That was a lesson learned in blood. Shu, lower your voice. The great completion of the Saint Physique is really not weaker than the old ancestors, and his blood energy is vigorous. Who knows, he might really come. With several old ancestors here, does he want to throw away his life? We admit that the Saint Physique is very strong, but if he comes alone, I think he will definitely die a tragic death here. A group of people in front of the mountain gate were whispering. At this time, a man walked over. In the sunset, his body was dyed with golden brilliance, like a celestial emperor descending to the world, walking like a dragon and tiger. Who is it? Stuff. The group of people guarding the mountain gate shouted. Yi Fan's eyes glanced over, and the people in front of him directly exploded, causing a bloody mist to float, making this place look very terrifying. Since he had found the right place, Yi Fan did not hide anymore, and his aura naturally leaked out as he walked inside. These people were all trembling under this aura, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground. This was the aura of a supreme being, and it instantly swept through the vast land. All living beings wailed. Whether it was the birds or the beasts or the people on the ancestral planet, they couldn't help but tremble and fall to the ground. Even the great sage couldn't do it, and he could only kneel on the ground. Yi Fan, the sovereign of the world, arrived behind the mountain gate. Behind the giant mountain was a vast expanse like a grassland, and only a divine peak stood in the middle, emitting purple energy. At the foot of the peak, there was a cave that emitted auspicious colors all year round. Hidden in that cave were all the strongest experts of this star since ancient times. Saint Physique, you really dare to come. In that ancient cave, dense purple energy surged, and a voice came out like wind and thunder, reverberating under the sky. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Yi Fan asked calmly. Dozens of days ago, you were like a stray dog, and now you dare to come here and show off your imperial might? The person in the ancient cave spoke ruthlessly. Just a group of jumping clowns, taking advantage of my tribulation to cause trouble, and you dare to use it as something to show off? Today, I'll flatten you all. Both sides opposed each other. Even though this kind of words couldn't shake their Dao hearts, sometimes it was still useful, causing great waves in the other party's state of mind. If you want to throw away your life, then come and try. I'll fulfill your wish. A loud shout came from the ancestral cave. Yi Fan directly made his move. His body rose, and he stood on the plains like a deity. His black hair was like a river of stars, and his eyes were like lightning. His Dharma body towered into the clouds, and he stepped on the ancestral mountain of the tyrant bloodline. This was a kind of spirit of being the soul supreme. Even though he came to the ancestral planet of the tyrant bloodline and faced more than one supreme being, he still dared to be like this, raising his foot and stepping on them. The divine peak was grand and magnificent, and it was surrounded by clouds and flowing with purple light. At this time, it suddenly swayed, and the roar of wind and thunder sounded. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone who dared to stand above this place like this. Chapter 1745. You dare to step on my divine peak. An angry roar transmitted from the ancestral cave. This was a type of contempt and humiliation. A giant foot descended from the heavens and directly trampled over. With a wung sound, a treasured wheel flew out and flickered with cold light. At the same time, all kinds of formation patterns appeared. The supreme great formation was revived and covered the sky and earth. Long. The treasured wheel danced in the air. There were 6 worlds revolving on it as if they were real. They wanted to swallow Yi Fan inside and possess boundless divine might. 6 Dao world, universe change, suppress. A voice shouted from the ancestral cave. The treasured wheel was scarlet red like blood, and its aura became even more terrifying. It released the sound of wind and thunder. Yi Fan's foot stepped down and collided with the treasured wheel. With a deafening dang sound, the universe rumbled and the supreme formation patterns between heaven and earth burned resplendently. 6 Dao world, connected to the 6 Dao reincarnation fist intent. Yi Fan's expression changed. He wasn't shocked by the treasured wheel's divine might but by the familiar aura within. It was formed from living flesh and blood, a great completion saint physique. Did you see through it? That's right, it's your lineage's unparalleled saint physique that evolved the true meaning of the 6 Dao reincarnation fist intent and was turned into a weapon by me. The emotionless voice transmitted from the ancestral cave, making this place incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. What a great grudge, what a great overlord ancestral star. If I don't get rid of you today, I will end my own life here. Yi Fan swore. His voice was deafening as it resounded through the heavens and into the cosmos. In a distant galaxy, there were supreme experts watching the battle. They used the heavenly Dharma eye and supreme formation patterns to capture the scene here. However, their true bodies didn't dare to approach. Come and give it a try. If I can kill your ancestor, then I can kill you. The person in the ancestral cave was extremely domineering. That domineering attitude of, if I can't do it, then who can? The treasured wheel spun again and flew back, aiming straight for the space between Yi Fan's brows. 6 rays of immortal radiance shot out. Those were 6 ancient worlds that were connected by the saint's blood and displayed their extreme profoundness. Boundless nomological laws and boundless divine power crashed down like a sea of stars. Yi Fan's eyes erupted with light. Even though this weapon was terrifying, he could clearly hear the sobbing of a soul. That was the deity within the magical artifact, and he couldn't help himself. He was a soldier's soul born from the flesh and blood of a first-rate divine body. He was unwilling to be like this, but he was enslaved. Yi Fan's expression became even colder. This was unforgivable. The other side humiliated him with the holy body bloodline's ancient ancestor. This type of confrontation made his rage surge into the clouds, burning heaven and earth. Be free, I'll let you out and open the shackles. Yi Fan spoke. His entire body burst forth with immortal light, and his battle chi surged. His combat prowess rose continuously, and his manifestations fused into one. This time, it wasn't a person, but a stretch of primordial chaos. Boom! Yi Fan roared. Ripples rushed into the heavens, and the great stars collapsed one after another, turning into fine powder. The moon and the others had long since fallen and been destroyed. This was simply like an immortal king. Nothing could stop him. Stellar rivers collapsed with a single roar. Just how powerful was he? Yi Fan's manifestations merged into one, hazy and indistinct. There was an immortal king, a divine sea, a yin-yang fish. Primal chaos energy was released. It wasn't humanoid, but rather an indistinct heaven and earth. Primal chaos light swirled about, devouring that precious wheel. He fiercely shook. Gotcha sounds rang through the air. Countless cracks appeared on the six paths wheel, and then it broke apart, exploding there. A deity rushed out, tears of blood flowing down his face. He nodded towards him, and in the end he burned into ashes in the void, thus freeing himself. Yi Fan's palm slammed forward. He took action in fury, experiencing the grief of that deity before he disappeared. That was the blood and remnant soul of a first-rate divine body, yet it actually fell to this state. You dare! Two voices shouted from within the ancestral cave, fully activating divine laws to stop him. However, without his true body, this was completely useless. Yi Fan's palm slammed onto the divine peak. Even though there were supreme being formation patterns here, protecting this place like an immortal iron bucket, this strike was still effective. The formation patterns were obliterated by Yi Fan's furious attack. Gotcha sounds rang out from the divine mountain as it directly flew out and exploded in the air. A portion of the mountain broke off, appearing extremely ugly. All the creatures on Overlord Body's ancestral star trembled, all of them terrified. One had to know that the divine mountain was their spiritual symbol, never to be blasphemed against. Now, it was actually broken by someone. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and crashing down. For them, this was a huge matter, as if doomsday had descended. In the ancestral cave, first-rate Overlord bodies were naturally furious. This was equivalent to slapping their faces. Destroying their ancestral land in front of their faces was too domineering. Kill! A supreme divine law rushed out, turning into a heaven-shattering divine blade, hacking down at Yi Fan. It was incomparably terrifying. This was the extreme of the natural laws, turning into eternal radiance, destroying all forms. Yi Fan opened his mouth and released a clear roar. The innate essence energy he spat out turned into a Tao diagram, directly blocking those divine laws, obliterating them between heaven and earth. He reached out his hand again, slapping towards the mountain peak to tear this place apart. He shouted, "Two earth rats, let's see how long you can hide for. I'll tear apart your nest." The faces of the supreme beings in the ancestral cave fell ashen. Who dared to call them earth rats? This type of humiliation was too excessive, causing great waves to rise in their emotions. Today, this old one is going to throw caution to the wind and fight you. In Overlord Body's ancestral cave, a tremendous divine will transmit it out. Someone broke through the seal, burning like a sun as he rushed into the sky. The immortal source exploded, and he broke through the seal and appeared. This was a type of helplessness. There was no way around it, because if his true body didn't appear, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop Yi Fan. This place would be destroyed. However, once he left the immortal source and experienced a bitter battle, for people like them who didn't have much time left in their lifespans, it really was too dangerous. It would be difficult for them to pass this life in peace. It was to the extent where after this battle, they would die. Go, let's fight in the starry skies. Large success Overlord Body Xian Ming soared into the sky, directly soaring into the starry skies. He feared that a great battle of this level would turn this star into dust. There were many supreme being formation patterns protecting this place, but if the battle continued, they would definitely be destroyed. Just like those stars shattered by Yi Fan's roar, they would no longer exist. Yi Fan didn't want to bring disaster to all life, didn't want to wipe out all of the creatures on this star. He soared high into the sky, entering the cosmos to fight a great battle against Overlord body Xianming. Youngster, you are very strong, rarely seen since the ancient times. However, this world isn't like what you think it is. Sometimes, no matter how strong one is, it is still a sad song. Large success Overlord body Xianming took out a treasure bottle, unscrewed the stopper, and poured it into his mouth. It was bright red blood, and scarlet clouds rushed into the sky. However, there wasn't much left, so he drank it all in one gulp. Yi Fan's eyebrows furrowed. The aura of this blood was the same as the treasure wheels. It came from the same person, and it belonged to a large success saint body. Formation! Xianming roared. 72 rays of cold light rushed out from the top of his head, piercing into the star domain. Those were terrifying immortal sword formation patterns, and they directly covered the sky and the earth, drowning this place. Formation's secret words. Yi Fan was shocked. He had suffered greatly when fighting against the 9 great celestial beings, so he wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of formation pattern. It's a magical artifact refined from the formation's secret words. Not bad, but there are still some differences, and it lacks some immortal patterns. Xianming corrected, but no matter how one looked at it, he was still fearless. Unfortunately, this was a forbidden artifact, and the number of times it could be used was limited. Moreover, it was refined using a secret technique, and even after so many years, he still couldn't truly copy the perfect formation secret words. If you can really make it through, then I'll admit defeat. Xianming with the large success tyrant body said emotionlessly. With a whoosh, another 108 heavenly blades flew out from his sea of reincarnation, lining up outside, and complementing the missing parts of the great formation revealed by the formation's secret words. The formation pattern that appeared later was the supreme formation of the tyrant body lineage. When the two were combined, their power was absolutely boundless, and there was no chance of survival. Did you use this kind of method to kill the saint body back then? Yi Fan asked. No, as an expert of our realm, I let go of the soaring heavens, and I defeated him head-on. Xianming with the large success tyrant body said. Some of his past battle achievements were truly recorded, and some had long been erased in history. Since the other party said so, as a supreme being's pride, there wouldn't be any exaggeration. Since that's the case, I'll break you, and I'll use the method of the saint body lineage to kill you. Yi Fan said coldly. Boom! This battle erupted. Yi Fan's entire body shone, burning fiercely as he attacked in this formation. The movement secret word made him fast to the extreme, moving through space. Irregular scenes erupted, turning into an undying celestial emperor, advancing side by side with him, crushing the great formation artifact, formation patterns, and others. At the same time, a cauldron flew out above his head, releasing endless source energy, tearing apart the great formation. Yi Fan was like a vicious dragon that came out of its cage, looking down on everything in its path. He weaved and weaved in the great formation, fighting until heaven and earth collapsed, the sun and moon losing light, groups of stars exploding. This battle shocked the entire universe. The existences in the great life-restricted regions all revived. It was because the effects were too great, supreme being auras and fluctuations engulfing the cosmos. However, this time, there were no restricted region experts who came out, because they knew that Yi Fan was already at the consummate level. Killing him was extremely difficult, and it would only waste their essence energy for nothing. This was the appearance of the true great completion holy body, fighting a great battle against the most powerful supreme being of the ancient heavenly tyrant bloodline. This was a battle between dragons and tigers, incomparably intense. There was no need to doubt Xianming's strength. Back then, he had true battle accomplishments, killing his opponent with his strength. He wasn't like the previous overlord body Wang who encountered an aged holy body. Unfortunately, the glory of the tyrant bloodline seemed to only be these few battles. If they continued to advance towards the ancient times, it would be hard for the battle against the holy body to be too brilliant. The great battle continued. Yi Fan destroyed everything, in the end forcibly shattering the forbidden artifact, using the 6 Dao reincarnation's fist to face the tyrant body head-on, blasting him until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. How is it? Yi Fan asked. Not good, I still can't die. The great completion tyrant body Xian Ming shouted, blood trickling down from the corners of his lips. His entire body shone, purple energy rushing into the heavens. A purple dragon-like tail swept out, sending Yi Fan flying. The great battle continued. Blood also splashed out from Yi Fan's body, but it wasn't too serious. Suddenly, the void trembled. Another wave of supreme being aura erupted. A purple fist shattered heaven and earth, suddenly appearing, striking towards the back of Yi Fan's head. Die! The source chi above Yi Fan's head descended, and the treasured cauldron flew over to strike the fist, erupting with a towering immortal light. The other great completion tyrant body, Kun Gu, appeared, and he was also the last person. Wang Lin had died, and the original fourth person had also fallen many tens of thousands of years ago, unable to endure the erosion of time. Even the two of you together won't be able to stop me. Yi Fan roared. His phenomenon erupted, and the celestial the arch body appeared again, fusing with his main body, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to surge explosively. This was no longer a pure phenomenon. It had been evolved to the extreme, and it had become a part of his body, fusing with him. Arrogant! Kun Gu let out a cold roar. He held a large halberd in his hand, and he truly appeared like a peerless tyrant again. With a single slash of his halberd, the starry sky was sliced in half, and great destruction ensued. This was an intense battle. Yi Fan faced two great completion tyrant bodies on his own, and they fought from one realm to another until the sun and moon were extinguished and the starry sky was reduced to ashes. Along the way, many star fragments appeared, and large areas of the starry sky were shattered. The universe was a scene of devastation, and it was unbearable to look at. After an unknown period of time, a miserable roar sounded. One of the great completion tyrant bodies was split into pieces by Yi Fan's celestial the arch fist, and its weapon was also shattered. The tyrant body roared angrily as it reformed its true body, but Yi Fan chased after it, and after evading the attack of the other great completion tyrant body, he tore it apart again, bathing it in tyrannical blood. This scene shocked everyone, and even the supreme beings in the restricted area felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 1746. Yi Fan tore apart the great completion tyrant body, splitting it into two halves. Bathed in the heavenly tyrant blood, he was like a demonic god standing under the starry skies, unrivaled under the heavens without a doubt. Blood splashed and purple energy rose. The two halves of the body exploded and then reassembled. Supreme beings were difficult to kill, especially this kind of person. They couldn't be killed in one blow, and the primordial spirit of the great completion tyrant body had even more so escaped just now. It wasn't hit, only its body was damaged. The great battle continued and time passed. The three broke through the heavens, entering from one region to another, killing until the sun and moon lost their radiance and the starry skies became dim. Blood flowed. The two great completion tyrant bodies had long since been seriously injured. Their blood splashed into the heavens, scattering across the starry skies. Yi Fan fought crazily, chasing closely behind them. This was a life and death battle. If he didn't get rid of these two today, they would definitely become a great disaster in the future. Although Yi Fan was fearless, his family and friends would definitely be in danger. As such, his eyes were like golden lamps, cutting through the universe as he stared at the two without letting them go. He killed without end, attacking fiercely along the way. At this point in the battle, he had already obtained the absolute advantage, tearing through dry weeds and smashing through rotten wood. The two great supreme beings weren't his opponent and were continuously fleeing. This was a shocking scene. One had to know that these were two unrivaled overlords. Now, they were actually no match for him and had to flee for their lives. How could people not be shocked? The battle had already lasted for a long time, but people still felt that it was too fast. The two great completion tyrant bodies could suppress the universe, so how could they be in such a sorry state? They were defeated too quickly. In the past, as long as they appeared, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. No one could match them, and since ancient times, not many people were their opponents. However, Today, they were in such a miserable state, covered in blood as they were chased endlessly by a young expert. Is he going to defy the heavens? A 600 to 700-year-old great completion holy body, he will rule for a long period of time. He can already kill ancient supreme beings at such a young age. In the future, if he is given time to slowly consolidate, what kind of heights will he reach? Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of geniuses. Unfortunately, many people had died on the path of growth. It was really rare to see someone who could advance triumphantly and become invincible in the shortest amount of time. Yi Fan went on a killing spree as he chased after the supreme beings. Flowers of blood bloomed in the river of stars from time to time. The overlord body that had attained great success was about to suffer a calamity. The two of them couldn't hold on no matter how they advanced or retreated together. Time flew by, and finally, the most critical moment had arrived. Both of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. If this continued, they would not be able to continue wasting time. Their essence blood was not as abundant as Yi Fan's. They gave each other a look and released a sigh. The era that belonged to them was over. They truly weren't the other party's opponent. After a period of time, they would definitely die. In the end, the two of them turned into two streaks of immortal light, rushing in different directions. It was because it was useless even if they worked together. They couldn't defeat the other party, so it was better to split up and flee. Yi Fan let out a roar, and the cauldron of myriad origin chi rushed out from the top of his head. His avatar transformed into the celestial emperor body and flew out, holding the cauldron as he chased after one person. As for himself, he was also chasing after the other person with all his might, preparing to end the battle as soon as possible. Boom! Everyone saw the scene of Tyrant Body Kuan-Gu's final struggle. A large hand covered this entire starry domain, covering all of the stars below. A violent slapping sound rang out, and it was as if raging waves were beating against the shore. All of the stars were either shattered or swept into the distance like great waves, turning this place into a vacuum. Tyrant Body Kuan-Gu's halberd was broken, and his entire body also exploded. He was unable to block this supreme attack. He wanted to reconstruct his tyrant blood true body, but Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. He reached out with a large hand and grabbed him back. Pooh! Even as Kuan-Gu self-destructed, Yi Fan's two hands were like golden millstones. They slowly closed, crushing Kuan-Gu several dozen times, but he himself didn't die. In the end, Tyrant Body Kuan-Gu's primordial spirit collapsed, and his flesh turned into ashes. He could no longer be revived, and he was completely killed. Everyone was shaken. Everyone who saw this scene through the formation and the heavenly magic eye felt their bodies go cold. A battle of this level was something they didn't even dare to imagine. Yi Fan didn't stop. A blazing light flashed past, and he disappeared from his original location. He was going to deal with another person. It had to be said that his phenomenon had endless wondrous uses. After casting the Celestial Emperor, it hadn't dissipated even after so long. He held the myriad energy cauldron to suppress the people in front of him. Tyrant blood splashed everywhere. Xian Ming lamented at the end of his road. He knew that he was going to die, and he couldn't shake off the other party's pursuit. Once Yi Fan's true body returned, what path would he have left to live? This was indeed the outcome. Yi Fan's true body arrived, and he personally activated the cauldron to suck him in and refine him. In the end, a cloud of ashes scattered everywhere, and a blood pill fell down. This was the bloodline essence of the Tyrant Body Kuan-Gu, and it had been condensed into a divine pill. Of course, this precious pill wasn't as heaven-defying as one would imagine. Because the Tyrant Body Kuan-Gu was about to die, his lifespan had already been exhausted, and there wasn't much essence left. With the conclusion of this battle, Yi Fan used his terrifying battle accomplishments to announce to the world that he was already at the top of the world's supreme level. He was unrivaled in the present age. With the death of the two Tyrant Body ancestors, this battle had come to an end. However, the cosmic sea wasn't calm, and there were sounds of discussion everywhere. Under the cold night sky, everything was very bleak. The Supreme Being's unrivaled title had been changed, and an expert from the later generation had trampled all of their glory underfoot. Yi Fan obtained victory, but he didn't move. He stayed here for a long time. Would there be people who would challenge him in the future? Today, he had killed a supreme being, so there might be people who would challenge him in the future. Just like that Sacred Cliff's Saint Physique, who was so glorious and unrivaled when his blood energy was at its peak, was killed by someone in his twilight years, and his blood dyed the cliff. However, this wasn't the time to ponder deeply. He walked through the starry sky towards the tyrant body ancestral star, descending once again. The entire star was filled with cries and wails. Many experts were in grief. Their spiritual pillar had collapsed, and even the unrivaled ancient ancestor had died in battle. What else could they use to fight? They had cultivated to the peak, and the strongest was only a tyrant body expert, but they still couldn't win. Someone of that level had died in the hands of Yi Fan, and this caused the faith in their hearts to collapse. On the tyrant body ancestral star, their spiritual worlds were torn apart, and they suffered a severe impact. Yi Fan stood on a cliff. Although his eyes were cold and emotionless, he didn't have the intention to completely destroy this place. His powerful divine sense spread out, and in an instant, dozens of important figures on this star exploded, turning into bloody mists. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everyone trembled at this moment. It was as if a great emperor was standing in the starry sky and looking down on them. Everyone knelt down, unable to withstand this pressure. In the end, Yi Fan left and entered the starry sky. He's actually so powerful. Few people can stop him unless we sublimate to the extreme. I was careless. Who would have thought that an ant could pass 2 great tribulations in a row, allowing him to become a little dragon in one leap? In the Big Dipper restricted region, someone sighed. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't pay attention to the outside world, but now that such a major event had happened, everyone frowned. Yi Fan slaughtered the tyrant body, and this was a wake-up call for them. The world was no longer completely under their control, and there was another variable. At this moment, the celestial court was bustling with activity. War drums rumbled, and great banners fluttered. This place was incomparably lively. Batch after batch of great armies rushed over to rebuild the celestial court. Yi Fan succeeded in crossing the tribulation and killed all the supreme beings of the tyrant blood of the firmament lineage. His might was incomparable, and this naturally promoted the great influence of the celestial court. It appeared incomparably glorious. Great banners fluttered, and all the military divisions returned. "Master!" Flower cried out loudly. In the sky, a golden river flew over, forming a divine path that reached straight for the celestial court. Yi Fan descended. "Father!" Little Purple opened her little hands and staggered in the void. She could fly now. The Black Emperor, Dong Fangyi, Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others all rushed over. Every one of them was incomparably excited. Only now did the celestial court truly fear no other powers, and it truly began to walk towards the peak of glory. With a great completion divine physique overseeing it, they wouldn't even fear a conflict with the restricted region of life. They could completely challenge them. "I've made our brothers suffer." Yi Fan was full of emotions as he looked at the various heavenly soldiers and generals. Even though a few troops were missing, most of them were unharmed. "It's not bitter, this is nothing. We only hate that we can't go on an expedition. Now, we can finally come out into the world." Everyone shouted excitedly. This place was a boiling cauldron of voices, and everyone was incomparably excited. Yi Fan also felt uneasy, but he was very happy. He restrained his aura well and didn't release even a little bit. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be able to bear it. A banquet was held in the celestial court. Drums and music shook the heavens, and all the major powers came to pay their respects. Whether it was the Daoist palace, God's organization, or the major races of the universe, they all sent their leading figures to congratulate him. If there were no accidents, as long as Yi Fan didn't fall, he would be the ruler of the universe in the next 10,000 years, and all the powerful races would have to crawl under his feet. A great completion divine physique had appeared in this era, and it was impossible to defeat him. This day has finally come. Many people sighed, but the meaning expressed by different people was different. Some were happy, some were afraid, some were anxious, and some were uneasy. The reactions of the various races of the universe were different. The great completion of the divine physique had ruled the world, and the impact was too great. After this day, no one in the world dared to disobey the celestial court, and there were no more opposing forces. A glorious immortal dynasty officially rose, suppressing the 10 sides of the universe. Everyone thought that Yi Fan would definitely go into seclusion to stabilize his fruit of the way, and he wouldn't make a move in a short period of time. Because he had just killed all the great completion tyrant bodies, it was enough to establish his might. None of the life-forbidden zones dared to act rashly, and everyone had to consider the cruel consequences once a war broke out. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Several days later, Yi Fan said goodbye to his wife and daughter, as well as his friends, and set off again. This time, it was the Big Dipper, and his goal was very clear. He walked with the myriad chi cauldron on his head, and his murderous aura was undisguised. He was going on a conquest. Everyone was stunned. What was he going to do? Was he really going to push through the forbidden zones one by one, and wipe them all out? This was somewhat impossible. There had been so many great emperors since ancient times, but none of them could do it. Because if the people in the forbidden zones were forced into a corner, they would ascend to the extreme, and when that time came, even the immortals would not be able to stop them. However, Yi Fan really came, and his real body descended on the Big Dipper star region, came to this land that he was familiar with, and looked at the 7 great life forbidden zones. Chapter 1747. Yi Fan came, descending into Big Dipper star domain, triggering a huge commotion. Recently, his limelight was too great, looking down on everyone, killing ancient supreme beings, unmatched under the heavens. What did he come here for? The all-life energy cauldron hung above his head, weapons protecting his body. This was definitely not a peaceful trip, or else why would there be so much murderous energy pervading the air? It shouldn't be like this. He already killed the heavenly tyrant bloodline. If he continues to sweep through like this, he will make too many enemies. There is no way he can flatten the great restricted regions. Going too far is as bad as falling short. If this continues, even a great completion divine body might be in danger. The restricted regions aren't things that can be flattened just because you want to. Not even so many great emperors were able to do it. Everyone admitted that Yi Fan was powerful, but if this continued, they would still worry for him. Supreme beings were once the most powerful experts in this world, especially Big Dipper's restricted regions. They were different from the great completion tyrant body ancestral cave. The people here could ascend to the extreme, in the end becoming true great emperors. At that time, just one of them would be able to suppress the world. Even if Yi Fan was powerful and he was so young, blood energy surging like a sea, he still might not necessarily be a match for a taboo existence who ascended to the highest level. Emperors were unmatched. This wasn't just a saying. Great Emperor, Ancient Emperor, these titles were as heavy as Mount Tai. Every single person was unique, incomparable, the supreme of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Regardless, Yi Fan came. He walked through the eastern wasteland, passing through one life-restricted region after another. Everyone knew that as long as he didn't take action, the restricted regions wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. It was because his power was already established, and supreme beings couldn't kill him unless they ascended. No one would be so noble as to fight against Yi Fan for the sake of making the other restricted regions feel at ease. Moreover, even if they ascended, they might not be able to truly kill Yi Fan. There would be all types of unforeseen events, and they might even be killed instead. It was full of variables and also full of danger. The various restricted regions should be quite fearful of Yi Fan, not wishing for him to attack. However, Yi Fan came, truly about to set foot inside. However, he didn't enter the ancient desolate restricted region, nodding his head in greeting before directly leaving into the distance. Undying Mountain was majestic and towering. Even the Great Black Mountain was the emperor of the mountain. It was a majestic place, and no one dared to casually enter. There were endless secrets here. However, today Yi Fan directly entered. The formation patterns here could no longer stop him. There were stone people that revealed themselves, but they were trembling with fear. Yi Fan entered Undying Mountain. This news was like a clap of thunder that shook the world. Just now, he was just strolling around outside, and now he really entered. Was he going to make his move here? A few restricted region existences woke up, watching coldly. As for the supreme beings in the mountains, their eyes were like cold lightning, piercing through the mist in the depths, passing through layers upon layers of mountain peaks to stare at Yi Fan. In reality, there were some who really wanted to give him a slap, but they held themselves back. If they really did force him to that step, Yi Fan would definitely fight intensely against him, forcing him into the world. That would consume too much essence blood, and he might not necessarily be able to make it through this world. Undying Mountain was so quiet that it was suffocating. Meanwhile, in the outside world, it was unknown just how many people's hearts were about to stop. It was because a great battle between supreme beings could erupt at any time, and then they might turn into dust, no longer existing. At this moment, many people cried out loudly, rushing into the sky, fleeing from Big Dipper, not daring to stop here. The only fortunate thing was that Yi Fan didn't release his own incomparable blood energy. Otherwise, this great earth might even collapse. His footsteps were extremely spacious. Yi Fan strolled through Undying Mountain, silent and taciturn. When the supreme beings entered the deepest level of slumber, he had previously entered this place. However, compared to now, it really was like the difference between ice and fire. Now, he was walking openly here, no one daring to stop him. What was he going to do? Was he really going to flatten Undying Mountain? Many people began to speculate. Following the spacious footsteps, Yi Fan arrived in the depths of the mountain. His eyes swept over the giant mountains one after another. Unfortunately, he didn't discover the 10,000-year medicine, which was that black tortoise immortal medicine. It wasn't here, clearly brought by the supreme being in the mountain. He continued forward, directly walking towards an old tree. The leaves there swayed, radiance filling the skies. A Tao comprehension ancient tea tree took root here, flowing with brilliant colors. Every single leaf on it was different. There were 108 of them, sparkling and translucent, resplendent and dazzling. Some were like small cauldrons, some like small chelants, and there were even some that were like small trigrams. They represented different Daoists, extremely important for comprehending the Tao. Now, it could also be considered to have matured, but there was no one waiting outside. It was because the Supreme Being revived, not entering the deepest level of slumber yet, so no one dared to take the risk and obtain the leaves. Yi Fan walked up, directly plucking them, peeling off all of the leaves. They were like immortal splendor that tore through the sky, extremely dazzling. This time, the old Tao comprehension tea tree didn't run, because it knew that in front of a Supreme Being, it didn't have the slightest chance under such a close distance. Yi Fan entered the forbidden region to pick the immortal tea, calm and unhurried. He placed the leaves into the jade container, and then walked a circle around this place. He stared at the Supreme Being's residence, and then turned around to leave. Everyone was stupefied. This was extremely unbridled, daring to act like this in the Supreme Being's home, not feeling any restraints. Was this a type of intimidation and challenge? However, everyone knew that Yi Fan and Undying Mountain had a great grudge. Back then, during the darkness chaos, Stone Emperor slaughtered in all directions, quite a few of Yi Fan's close friends dying, for example, GZ, Jiang Taishu. Now that he came here, no one was surprised. If not for the Tao comprehension tea tree not being able to leave this place, he might have dug it up. Undying Mountain was a mysterious land, one of the cosmos source immortal lands. Tao comprehension tea trees could only be grown in this place. In the past, Great Emperor Wuxia had tried to dig it up, but it couldn't survive outside. Yi Fan didn't cut off the Tao comprehension tea tree's branches, because he had a type of ambition. In the future, he was going to rule over this place. This tree couldn't be destroyed now, it was going to be his own immortal medicine. The entire world was in an uproar. Yi Fan entered the forbidden region, plucking the Tao comprehension tea tree's leaves in front of a Supreme Being's face, and then calmly left, doing it just like that. Younger generation. A cold snort sounded from the depths of Undying Mountain. He didn't say too much, because he knew that Yi Fan wasn't prepared to fight either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left like this, definitely going to fight a bloody battle. When I was crossing tribulation, there were people from Undying Mountain who took action as well. Don't feel so indignant. Yi Fan turned around, leaving behind these words as he walked out from the mountain region, extremely cold. This was opposing each other with equal harshness. Both sides didn't want to fight, so this was the only result. Then, Yi Fan entered the divine ruins. There were many ruin traces here, Dao traces everywhere. There was a giant southern heavenly gate towering here, the remains of ancient heaven, something that fell here back then. This was the first time Yi Fan entered. When he stepped through southern heavenly gate, he sensed a type of grand aura, as if there were the Dao traces of emperors rippling through the void. The remains were boundless. This was previously the paradise of deities, but now it was known as the divine ruins. There were supreme beings hibernating here. Yi Fan clearly came for the immortal peach tree. Unfortunately, supreme beings were on guard against him, long restraining the tree, planting it in the innermost depths of the divine ruins. He was a step too late. Yi Fan took action, striking the ground. A large hand reached out, seizing an earth vein, holding it in his palm. Waves of dense immortal mist rose, refreshing the mind, a fragrance flowing about. This was a divine spring that surged out from the earth vein, never drying up since ancient times. After surging out from the ground, it seeped into the earth's core, forming a cycle. Don't cross the line. Someone spoke from the depths of the divine ruins, the voice extremely cold and ruthless. However, he didn't take action. When I was crossing tribulation, you also took action. A divine spring isn't even enough to compensate me. Yi Fan turned around coldly, refining the boundless earth vein to 3 inches in length. It shone in his palm, immortal energy surging. This was a true divine spring, on the same level as the 9 in the ancient desolate restricted land. It was the best source of water for growing undying medicines and refining pills, as well as extending one's life essence energy. It was hard to find in the entire world, and now there was only one in the life-restricted region. That was moved here by a supreme being. Yi Fan didn't act politely, directly digging up this earth vein, seizing this divine spring, preparing to leave it for the celestial court to use. This type of harvest wasn't bad either. Even though the supreme being was dissatisfied, it wasn't to the point of risking his life. Yi Fan also knew his limits, not wishing to fight to the death. Of course, it wasn't important whether or not he offended them. Since these people had taken action when he was crossing tribulation, even if he didn't ask for an explanation, their relationship in the future was already set in stone. That was why Yi Fan barged in, brazenly robbing and extorting. He wandered around this place, thoroughly seeing through the divine ruins. Then, he carried the southern heavenly gate away, swaggering off, not showing the slightest bit of respect. The eyes of the supreme being in the divine ruins were incomparably cold. He stared at his back figure, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to sublimate to the extreme, but apart from this, there was no way he could kill the other party. In the eastern wasteland, everyone felt dizzy. What did Yi Fan do? He swaggered out, carrying the southern heavenly gate out? One had to understand that that was the face of the divine ruins. It actually changed owners just like that. It truly made people a bit speechless, making them even more fearful of his strength and power. It was clear that the supreme being had tacitly agreed. Because they had disturbed Yi Fan's tribulation, now, both sides were seeking a type of compensation that couldn't be revealed in public, thus reaching a type of balance. Immortal Mausoleum was a desolate place, hills everywhere. Every single one of them wasn't that tall, but they were all quite imposing. Some had Yin energy lingering about, some had auspicious multicolored light rushing into the heavens. This place was extremely mysterious, believed to be the burial ground of ancient immortals. Even though all of the tombs were empty, people believed that it was caused by immortal bodies ascending to heaven, not leaving behind their true bodies. Yi Fan came, strolling around this place and searching, going from one place to another. In the past, the long-life celestial being hid here, dying in the darkness chaos. However, there were still supreme beings here. In the end, Yi Fan chose over 100 prehistoric monuments, pulling them all out. He was going to bring them away to study them properly. Yi Fan put away the monuments, no one stopping him, leaving all of the Eastern Wastelands people stupefied, even more so a bit numb. Soon afterwards, he appeared in the absolute beginning restricted region, arriving at the edge of the ancient mine. This time, he couldn't get close, because there were several waves of powerful power stopping his body. Nothing else, I just want a piece of absolute beginning life stone. He directly spoke, asking for it. After who knew how much time had passed, a silvery white strange stone flew out. It was the size of a wash basin, flowing with immortal light, releasing immortal essence, astonishing to the extreme. Yi Fan picked it up, and then he turned around to leave. Absolute beginning ancient mine didn't lack this type of thing, but there wouldn't be too many either. Life stones were incomparably precious in the outside world, enough for people to risk their lives for them. Yi Fan continued down the path, his final stop arriving at the Sea of Reincarnation. When he passed through the mountain gate, a great sea rested before him, brilliant and dazzling, great waves sounding. It was also in the eastern wastelands, but it didn't appear in the world of mortals, forming a world of its own. This was the first time Yi Fan came here. He looked around seriously again and again. Younger generation, I don't have anything here that is worth your attention. A cold voice said, "There is your life." Yi Fan calmly replied. No one expected Yi Fan to actually have the intention to take action at the final stop. Chapter 1748. The Sea of Reincarnation was silver in color, as if endless stellar streams poured down, converging into a sea. It was extremely vast, without limit. The silver sea stretched endlessly, even larger than the entire eastern wastelands, but normally, no traces of it could be seen at all. It was clear that this was a separate world, only the exit connected to the Big Dipper region. Silver waves surged, as if a storm of metal was sweeping over. Yi Fan walked on the waves. All of the waves separated beneath his feet, unable to stop his advance. Even the natural laws of supreme beings couldn't stop him, broken through. Younger generation, your arrogance has reached the heavens. You want to flatten the Sea of Reincarnation alone? This type of voice rang through the entire eastern wastelands, shaking the world. A supreme being was furious, making everyone tremble. Everyone was shocked. This time, it seemed like there really was going to be a battle, and not just a tacit balance. Isn't it just you? Could it be that there is a nest of supreme beings here? Yi Fan said calmly, his words extremely disrespectful, even referring to supreme beings as nests. It seems like you know quite a bit. The voice that sounded from the Sea of Reincarnation became even colder. Yi Fan sneered, not saying anything. He made a trip to the underworld, obtaining quite a bit of information from Hell-suppressing Emperor. Now, the Sea of Reincarnation was the weakest of the 7 great restricted regions, only a single person remaining. Back then, they were extremely prosperous, but unfortunately, 1 or 2 of them were killed by the Void Emperor more than 100,000 years ago. The Lord of Reincarnation from several hundred years ago also died a violent death. Now only a single person remained. Do you want to flatten all of the restricted regions one by one? With these types of thoughts, not even heaven and earth can tolerate you. You will die without a burial ground. A shout sounded from the depths of the Sea of Reincarnation. His shout was naturally a warning to the other restricted regions, hoping that everyone would take action and kill Yi Fan. However, it was a pity that the 7 great restricted regions were all powerful, even hostile towards each other. There was no one who would take action for him. After all, the power of the divine body was already complete. Even if a supreme being appeared, there was a chance of dying. Now, the other life-restricted regions were rather expectant, hoping that he could fight against Yi Fan and test out the ultimate strength of a great success divine body. They were even hoping that he would sublimate to the limit and drag Yi Fan down with him. Only then would they be able to deal with this potential disaster. I just want to flatten this place. I remember that day when I was undergoing tribulation, you didn't let me off. You even swallowed my blood essence. Now that I'm here, you can try again. Yi Fan roared in a domineering manner. He stomped down with his foot, and instantly huge waves surged into the sky, shaking the entire sea of reincarnation, causing this place to boil. Some of the giant palaces and floating islands in the sea were blasted apart and turned into fine powder under Yi Fan's vigorous blood energy. They simply couldn't stop his mighty aura. Younger generation, you are going too far. Do you really want to force me into the world? If a great battle breaks out, the one who will die will be you. The supreme being in the reincarnation sea said ruthlessly. Yi Fan roared with laughter, but his gaze was ice cold. It's fine if you want to avoid this battle, but you have to hand over an undying herb or a 9 revolutions celestial pill. You have to give an explanation for attacking me that day. He didn't hide anything, directly extorting a supreme being. This was an undisguised objective, not hiding anything at all. It was just like what he said himself. When he faced tribulation that day, he was surrounded and killed by a group of supreme beings, so there was no way he could just let it go like that. If there was no compensation, he didn't mind starting a great battle, forcing the supreme being into the world. At that time, the blood energy here would wither up. The supreme being who was long past his prime would definitely be forced into a passive state, to the extent where he might not even be able to make it through this world. Unfortunately, the reincarnation sea's immortal treasures were all used up. After Yi Fan entered, he didn't find anything worth taking action. Meanwhile, the reincarnation sea's supreme being's attitude was also unyielding. He clearly killed him before, stopping him from crossing tribulation, yet now he still had this type of attitude, making Yi Fan decide to fight a great battle. There is no undying herb, but if there is a 9 revolutions celestial pill, it will be for me to use. You can stop your wishful thinking. The reincarnation sea's supreme being said coldly. He sighed inwardly, making his preparations. He really didn't have anything he could take out here, and this younger generation junior before him was extremely domineering, setting his mind on carving out flesh from his body. He had no choice but to face him head-on. In the outside world, everyone was shocked. Yi Fan truly made everyone feel reverence, but also speechless. This was extorting a supreme being. How could he be so daring, so unrestrained? This was clearly a battle without fear. You are courting death. Don't think that you are truly unmatched under the heavens just because you killed 2 overlord bodies. What does someone who didn't achieve the Tao count as? If you really force someone like me to sublimate, who do you think you are? Just an ant. The voice in the depths of the reincarnation sea was extremely grand, shaking the heavenly dome. The unmatched existence inside was cold and emotionless, his words extremely unpleasant to listen to, but he was just this domineering. It was because there was already no room for maneuver now. He predicted that Yi Fan would definitely take action, force him to fight. Instead of this, he might as well be magnanimous, no longer wronged and endure silently. In the depths of the reincarnation sea was an enormous ancient tree that towered into the clouds. Grand palaces were constructed on the tree trunk one after another, looking extremely dreamlike. However, this tree had long withered and died. Now, there were no leaves, only bare branches. Yi Fan was astonished. Just how tall was this ancient tree? It was practically extending into the cosmos. There was a moon orbiting around it, chaotic energy flowing in all directions. The ancient buildings on the branches were grand, forming a staircase that ascended. Within every building were withered bones, all of them ancient heroes who had died. That was the tribe that belonged to the reincarnation sea. It was once a glorious holy land, but now it became their burial ground. Many people chose this place as their final resting place. Even the ancient deities couldn't protect everyone's survival. This was a cruel reality. Living in this world, one had to struggle against time, but in the end, they still had to die. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. He suddenly had a feeling that the celestial court was extremely prosperous right now, but when he grew old one day, when the tribe all bent over with the passage of time, what kind of scene would that be? Perhaps it would be like this right now. The great inheritance, the unmatched grand occasion, the glorious celestial court would also come to an end, becoming a burial ground. Now wasn't the time to be distracted. Yi Fan restrained himself and pressed forward. At the very top of this ancient tree was no longer an ancient building, but rather a mountain. It was grand and tall, suspended above the treetop, suppressing the reincarnation sea. Chaotic energy descended. Blood energy surged like a sea there. A figure had long appeared on the mountain peak. From the distance, that place was hazy with mist. A majestic black figure stood there, full of a type of demonic nature. The oppressive atmosphere made one feel as if they were about to stop breathing. The reincarnation sea's supreme being had appeared. At this moment, the entire eastern wastelands seemed like it was going to collapse. Many mountain peaks rumbled and swayed, the great wastelands splitting apart. Yi Fan released a cold snort. Dao laws flew out, immortal light overflowing in all directions, stabilizing heaven and earth. He stared at the figure on the mountain peak at the top of the giant tree. That black demonic figure gave off too much pressure. He spoke in an ancient language, making it hard for others to understand, as if it was a type of terrifying demonic curse. The silver seawater surged, and then it rushed into the sky. A precious vase appeared in that person's hands. He collected the reincarnation sea inside, quickly and fiercely. During this process, the sun, moon, and stars all trembled along with these fluctuations. It was terrifying to the extreme. His true body was revealed. This was a middle-aged man with a head of pitch-black hair. His eyes were silver, sharp and intimidating. Even though he was in human form, Yi Fan knew that there was no way this was a human, and that this wasn't the original form of his race. In his hands was a precious vase made from immortal tears green gold. The silver forbidden sea was collected inside, not a single drop left behind. Meanwhile, that ancient tree pulled itself up from the ground. It didn't have roots and was actually just a branch. It quickly shrunk, and in the end, it entered the precious vase, inserted within. Yi Fan was shocked. After that branch shrunk, it actually resembled a human body, its shape strange. This made him feel a wave of shock. That precious medicine of the Emperor Zun. However, this undying immortal tree had long lost its life essence, refined into a weapon by someone. Now, it no longer had the use of reviving the dead. Yi Fan's eyes were deep. The reincarnation sea wasn't simple. Back then, they actually obtained that humanoid immortal medicine and cut off its branch. That medicine wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Let's go, the battle in outer space. Yi Fan didn't want to destroy the Big Dipper. Meanwhile, the reincarnation sea's supreme being didn't stop either, because there were other life-restricted regions here. If they truly fought a great battle without any restraints, they might anger too many people. Stellar streams flickered. Yi Fan towered above. The supreme being from the reincarnation sea was named Yun Zhen, profound and unfathomable. When he spoke softly, demonic curses rang through the cosmos. Noiselessly, countless enormous monuments appeared in Yi Fan's surroundings, towering into the cosmos, surrounding him. The scene was astonishing. The monuments really were too large, continuously increasing in size. In the end, even the sun, moon, and stars revolved around them, dignified and solemn, awe-inspiring and astonishing. Just what kind of scene was this? Ancient monuments stretched across the cosmos, appearing one after another. They were like the tombstones of immortals, filling up the starry skies. The stars in the sky couldn't even be considered much compared to them, too insignificant. A type of tremendous fluctuation spread out, about to bury Yi Fan here. Reincarnate in the 3 realms, carve my name in every generation, announce to the deities that the 9 heavens and 10 earths will obey my command. The incantation rang out, reverberating through the cosmos. Every single tombstone had the word Yun Zhen carved on it, illuminating the past, present, and future. It was as if they were formed from the blood sacrifice of the deities. This was a strange scene. Every single monument was simple and mysterious. The radiance of the characters on them faded away, and an indescribable aura spread out. After that, Yi Fan felt as if his soul was about to leave his body to carry out the sacrifice. Freeze! Yi Fan shouted. The space between his brows shone brightly, activating the word, before, stabilizing his primordial spirit. He stared at all the ancient monuments and that Yun Zhen, saying, "So it was you." This wasn't the first time he saw this technique. Back then, when he fought against Di Tian on the ancient starry skies, he was shocked. This was a type of unrivaled scripture that had been passed down for a terrifyingly long time. Now he found the source. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be created by this person before his eyes. All the giant monuments trembled, and faces appeared on them. However, they were still made of stone, which made them even more bizarre. Yi Fan felt as if his body had been cursed, and it was difficult for him to move. "Carve my name in every generation." This sentence was like the most terrifying incantation reverberating in the starry skies. The wind and thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Between the heaven and earth, countless heroic spirits appeared. The deities appeared at the same time, like a vast ocean crashing onto the shore. The divine might was so vast that it shook the 9 heavens. The inexplicable deities came from the monuments and charged forward together. Yi Fan and a true Emperor Realm Master began a great battle. Chapter 1749. A loud sound rang out. Yi Fan's entire body shone brilliantly with golden light. All types of divine marks danced about, and the natural laws were boundless. This was a method he created by drawing on the golden divine treasury. Now, it wasn't all types of weapons flying about, but rather all of Immortal Domain's creatures. 10,000 tribulations added to their bodies, descending into this world. The Kuan Peng roared through the cosmos. With a flap of its wings, the starry river collapsed. The true dragon roared, and with a sweep of its long body, the starry sky turned into powder. The vermilion bird opened its mouth and spat out endless immortal flames, burning the heavens. At this moment, Yi Fan became extremely dangerous. Natural laws erupted, first dealing with his own curse problem, and then he stopped all of the heroic spirits outside. Divine marks flew about, smashing into them one after another. In the end, this place exploded. The endless deities all shattered, and his divine marks also slowly grew dim. This was a shocking secret method attack. The very first battle already tore apart the sky dome, turning the starry river into dust. This place was incomparably terrifying. However, there were still many steals in the 6 Harmonies sky dome. They didn't disappear. "Youngster, you aren't bad. You have some methods, but it's still not enough," Yun Zhen said. At this moment, every single steel was dripping blood, slowly trickling down. It was a bit terrifying, releasing a powerful Imperial Dao aura. Then, a sea of blood appeared, submerging this place. "Go reincarnate," Yun Zhen shouted. The sea of blood was boundless. An enormous gate appeared in the middle, the word reincarnation written on it. It was going to suck Yi Fan inside. "What relationship do you have with the underworld world?" Yi Fan shouted. "You should be asking me what relationship I have with the underworld emperor," Yun Zhen said coldly. Yi Fan was shocked. He had always felt that the sea of reincarnation was a bit similar to the underworld world. Now it was proven. He couldn't help but stare at the other party, wishing to see through him. The sea of blood was boundless. That gate descended, surrounding Yi Fan, about to devour him inside. Yi Fan was fearless. His arms unfolded, his fists shining resplendently. Strand after strand of immortal essence flowed out, raising his Dao laws to a higher level, shattering heaven and earth. Yi Fan entered the door and smashed his fist forward. He was courageous and invincible. At this moment, his mind was highly concentrated, and he relied on his fists to shatter heaven and earth. The gate of reincarnation trembled violently as it endured Yi Fan's heavy blow. However, it didn't collapse in the end. In the end, when Yi Fan's fist was on the verge of igniting, a heaven-collapsing, earth-rending explosion rang out. The sea of blood surged and the gate of reincarnation collapsed. This place was in ruins. Yi Fan stood tall as he charged out. "Back then, after the Dark Lord established the underworld, he once sought me out to discuss the Dao," Yun Zhen said. This news was extremely shocking. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely an antique that couldn't be any older. Later on, many people thought that I died, But they didn't know that I changed my identity and entered the sea of reincarnation. Ah, the glorious years of youth, it truly makes one reminisce. He said softly. He was originally a demonic godlike person, but now he was like this. He was a bit absent-minded as he reminisced about the past. It was truly astonishing. Yi Fan knew that this was an ancient sovereign, one of the 9 great celestial beings. He was a legendary figure, and his origins were astonishing. The longevity celestial being thought that he was the most ancient old fellow that had survived, but there was another person in the sea of reincarnation who had changed his identity and similarly didn't die. Which one of the 9 great celestial beings are you? Yi Fan asked. What do you think? Yun Zhen laughed. The true names of the 9 supremes weren't as resounding and glorious as their titles of the past. I don't care who you are. Since you're an enemy, I'll kill you all the same. Yi Fan shouted coldly. You have ambition. Yun Zhen nodded. His voice was low, calm, and unhurried. Yi Fan discovered that these ancient tablets were very strange. They covered the heaven and earth and cut off the aura of this place. Their conversation was also concealed and didn't leak out. At this time, Yun Zhen's gaze was very strange. He stared at Chu Feng's body again and again, revealing a strange radiance that was somewhat terrifying. You were the most special when you attacked that day. You chased me endlessly. It seems like there's a reason. Yi Fan looked him in the eye, wanting to see through his soul. I've read through the Emperor of the Underworld scriptures and obtained many inspirations. I changed my identity because I changed my body and part of my primordial spirit. Now, I can no longer be considered a pure me. Yun Zhen laughed. No matter how you looked at it, it was a bit frightening. His snow-white teeth flickered with cold light, and his eyes flickered with silver light. What do you mean? Yi Fan asked. The two stopped fighting and confronted each other. The Dao laws and other things were accumulating, and an earth-shattering attack could erupt at any time. I went into seclusion during the legendary era. In the future, I encountered someone who was about to achieve the Dao. He was just as world-shaking as you when you crossed tribulation. He almost stepped into the imperial domain, and I replaced him. Yun Zhen said. His voice wasn't loud, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. However, it made others shiver in fear. It was actually this terrifying. He seized someone's natural luck. In that era, he sublimated to the extreme, suppressing that person from achieving the Dao and seizing that person's body. His primordial spirit also merged with that person, becoming the current him. You are a monster. You can say that. That person was digested by me, and the majority of the merged primordial spirit is mine. Yun Zhen said. This could also be considered a type of longevity method. It was just as strange as the Emperor of the Underworld's extreme rebirth, a bit sinister and terrifying. You're targeting me now? Correct. I feel like you can prolong my life. Back then, there were so many people present, so I could only continuously attack you. Now, it seems like I can stake my life on the line. You're not bad. Yun Zhen said. Do you think you can seize my body and merge with my primordial spirit? Yi Fan sneered. How would I know if I don't try? Either way, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. If I succeed, I'll have a new lease on life. If I fail, won't I just die? It's not that big of a deal. Yun Zhen said calmly. You predicted that I would come looking for you, so you've already made preparations? Yi Fan asked. Not really. I was quite hesitant inside. If you didn't force me, I might have stayed hidden for a period of time, waiting for you to try and become an emperor before coming to look for you. Yun Zhen said with a smile. He had lived for so long. Even though he hoped for longevity, he didn't fear death that much. He had experienced too much. Then it's better if you die today. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He attacked with all of his strength. Endless divine splendor erupted, releasing the most dazzling radiance. He stood in the divine forbidden domain, brandishing the heavenly emperor fist and rushing forward. His strength quickly increased, reaching a horrifying level. An imperial aura pervaded the air. Challenging a great emperor wasn't just for show. This place flourished with brilliance. Many monuments exploded, unable to endure this type of pressure any longer. However, the monument engravings remained undying, turning into natural laws, interweaving here. The most intense great battle erupted between the two. This battle shocked heaven and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. Everyone in the cosmos was shocked, but there wasn't a single creature that didn't tremble. The imperial aura was too terrifying. This type of battle was rarely seen since ancient times. The divine forbidden domain is the basic accomplishment of a great emperor. It isn't much. Yun Zhen said. He similarly advanced to this domain, fighting against Yi Fan. Yi Fan displayed irregular scenes. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers appeared around him. Immortal kings descended from the 9 heavens. All types of chaotic scenes appeared densely, interweaving into a chaotic world, about to swallow Yun Zhen inside. They fought intensely. All of the imperial Dao laws formed from the monument engravings entered, shattered, turning into the most fundamental immortal light, rushing in all directions. Hurry up and sublimate. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Yi Fan said. You don't need to worry about me. The most wonderful moment will come. Even though Yun Zhen spoke like this, he didn't act carelessly at all. He used all of his methods, even his weapon being blasted out. The precious vase in Yun Zhen's hand shone. The silver sea that was sucked in rushed out like endless immortal essence, containing the most powerful great Dao laws, aiming to kill Yi Fan. That was the sea of reincarnation, an extremely terrifying type of substance. Come! Yun Zhen released a great roar, his entire body shining. He was summoning a type of miraculous thing that flew over from the northern Dipper Star domain. That was a sparkling and translucent little lake. It rose from the shattered sacred cliff, quickly rushing into the heavens, and then entering the cosmos. Reincarnation Lake? Could it be that the underworld emperor has appeared? No, it's that person fighting in the cosmos who is summoning it. He can't be the underworld emperor. At this moment, even the people in the life-restricted region were shocked. The little lake was sparkling and translucent. It entered the cosmos battlefield, and then merged with the reincarnation sea, immediately becoming different. It was as if it could reflect the past and present, making one lose themselves. This is something left behind by the underworld emperor during his transformation. I've seen his ancient scriptures before, so I'll borrow it today, Yun Zhen said. Yi Fan was shocked. He had naturally seen this little lake before. Back then, the old madman and little Nan Nan had both stared blankly before this lake, and little Nan Nan had even seen a corner of the future because of it. The reincarnation lake was actually left behind by the underworld emperor. This was the first time Yi Fan had heard of this. There were 3 incomparably strange and mysterious things in this world: the reincarnation lake, the soul pond, and the flying immortal waterfall. In fact, they were all products left behind by supreme beings for the sake of longevity. Yi Fan had already seen 2 of them, but he didn't really understand their wondrous uses. The sparkling and translucent lake water fell into the sea, giving the entire sea a soul. It submerged Yi Fan, wanting to reflect his past and present lives. Enjoy it to your heart's content. Yun Zhen said. Even he wouldn't immerse himself in this kind of thing, because it was too strange. It might reflect the future, but it might also cause all kinds of unexpected events. Even the underworld emperor abandoned it after his transformation. Kill! Yi Fan roared. He also didn't want to touch this kind of thing. Karma and the future were things that couldn't be explained clearly. He only believed in the present. He smashed out with his fist, wanting to completely shatter it. The great battle erupted, and they fought with no thought of personal safety. Yi Fan rushed about in the reincarnation sea, stirring up boundless waves. His phenomena fused into one, blocking this kind of thing, not letting a single drop of it come into contact with. Meanwhile, his arms spread out, his hands continuously forming seals. The tips of his fingers evolved the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the myriad heavens and realms. He was like a god, pushing these celestial bodies to move, splitting the heavens and earth. Yi Fan used his supreme divine ability to open up small worlds here, one after another. In the blink of an eye, There were over 1,000 of them, and then they all exploded. Boom! 1,000 small worlds shattered, and the reincarnation sea was blasted dry. The water droplets rushed to all parts of the cosmos. Boom! Yun Zhen held the immortal tear emerald bottle with both hands, aiming it at Yi Fan. That place erupted with the most resplendent light. It was the ultimate Emperor Dao laws, simply like the end of the world. The myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down. Tens of thousands of spirits appeared on the walls of the cauldron, and the inside of the cauldron was filled with primal chaos. It was like an immortal realm was suppressing over. Boom! Resplendent light burst forth, and terrifying Emperor Dao laws blasted out. This place was annihilated, and destruction became the main theme. Which one of the 9 great celestial beings are you? If you don't sublimate, you won't have a chance anymore. Yi Fan spoke. I'm afraid that once I sublimate and recreate the might of the past, I will shock many people. Some people will be afraid. Yun Zhen spoke, his eyes flashing. Kill! Yi Fan roared. And at this moment, Yun Zhen's aura changed. The space between his brows shone resplendently, and his entire body shone. He began to change to the extreme, wanting to recreate the might of the past, and his true identity was about to surface. Chapter 1750. The aura of a supreme being's sublimation spread, immediately becoming many times more terrifying. Yi Fan's eyes erupted with light. This was the moment. He quickly activated the cauldron, frantically increasing his own strength. When an ancient supreme being severed his own blade, if he wanted to recover to his peak, he had to sublimate himself to the extreme. During this process, there was a flaw that could be overlooked that would appear. This was something Yi Fan had always been pondering over. Recently, he had been bitterly thinking and deducing. That opportunity was hard to grasp, but it wasn't impossible to seize. It was theoretically feasible. Over the years, while he was comprehending the Tao, he had practically exhausted all of his mental and physical strength. In the 100 years that had passed, in that state of comprehension that felt like 10,000 years, he had been constantly deducing and spending endless effort just to thoroughly study that fighter jet. Today, ever since the battle began, he had always been preparing. He stood in the divine restricted domain, operating the all-secret, calmly waiting. The instant the opportunity appeared, his attack power increased tenfold, Emperor Dao laws surging. This heaven and earth seemed like it was going to collapse, not becoming a world, not becoming a cosmos. It first turned into a black hole, and then into a land of primal chaos. Terrifying auras flowed about, natural laws destroying the world. Yi Fan took action ruthlessly, striking towards the person in front of him. It immediately became 10 times more terrifying. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. A green true dragon flew out from the cauldron wall, massive and ferocious. Its enormous body coiled about the cosmos, rushing towards the immortal tears, green gold bottle, and Yun General. Meanwhile, this was only one corner. All types of deities in immortal domain appeared. Endless radiance filled the cosmos. There was an immortal phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens, a fierce tiger pouncing on the starry river, as well as a black tortoise surging in the cosmos sea. Immortal spirits were endless, appearing one after another, colliding with the resplendent radiance in front of them. The most terrifying energy storm erupted, the entire great cosmos trembling. Ah! Yun Zhen roared out. He knew that a weakness would appear in the instant of sublimation. When advancing at full force, his defensive power would drop to the lowest, not allowing others to interrupt him. However, he didn't believe that Yi Fan would notice it. However, now, his expression changed. Everything happened just too suddenly, coming this quickly. Yi Fan accurately seized this opening, throwing himself over like a desolate beast. Heaven and earth shook. The expressions of the supreme beings in the great restricted regions all changed. All spirits in the cauldron transformation immortal domain roared. The true dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, flying serpent, and others pounced over to tear him apart. Meanwhile, at the very center was Yi Fan's original body. He turned into a celestial emperor, surrounded by an azure dragon and set off by a divine phoenix. He was tall and imposing, Impossible to look up to as he slaughtered over domineeringly just like that. These original attacks' power were overlaid tenfold. This was an extreme attack. Everyone was shocked, including the unmatched existences in the life-restricted region. Boom! A peerless collision erupted. The myriad chi cauldron and the immortal tier green golden bottle collided, annihilating space-time. The celestial domain collided with the great Dao divine bottle. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's fist smashed into Yun Zhen's body. This was simply a fatal blow. In this fleeting moment, Yi Fan seized the opportunity. Yun Zhen roared in rage and was flung through the air. The bones in his chest broke as blood splattered everywhere. Also, the center of his brows was grazed by another emperor's fist, shattering his skull. That sublimated primordial spirit felt like it was doused with oil, burning fiercely. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yun Zhen was killed just like that? Even his primordial spirit was ignited. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled as the starry sky trembled. Yi Fan's ultimate attacks were unleashed one after another. It was impossible for him to stop just like that. This was merely the beginning. He soared through the air like a shooting star, swift and violent. With a lift of his hand, the wind and clouds changed, the colors of the universe changed. His right hand transformed into the Grand Sovereign Sword while his left hand transformed into the Void Mirror. Yi Fan's right hand chopped down with indomitable might. The great dragon blade slashed apart the universe, almost cleaving Yun Zhen's body into two as a mist of blood erupted. The Void Mirror in Yi Fan's left hand soared through the air. The mirror light was like divine light, shining on Yun Zhen's immortal foundation, wanting to cripple his primordial spirit and turn it into ashes. At the same time, he executed the 8 steps Dao annihilation divine art he created. Every time his foot landed, 1,000 minor worlds would be created, colliding together and exploding. Primal chaos gushed forth as immortal light flashed. There was nothing more resplendent than this in the world. Yi Fan seized the initiative and showed no mercy. His attacks rained down on Yun Zhen one after another. A manifestation appeared. This time around, it wasn't a heavenly emperor's body but a small world of primal chaos, wanting to trap Yun Zhen within and grind him to pieces. Die! Yi Fan had completely gone crazy. He unleashed his manifestation and opened his heavenly immortal eyes, shooting out beams of auspicious light that slashed at Yun Zhen's primordial spirit. Yun Zhen suffered a heavy blow. Even though he had an emperor's body, his body was still badly mutilated as his blood dyed the sky red. But one couldn't help but say that an emperor's body was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as a grand completion saint physique with unparalleled physical attacks still wasn't able to completely destroy Yun General because an emperor's body possessed an incomparable regenerative ability. His chest that was pierced through and his forehead that was shattered would automatically heal as immortal light shone in all directions. Yi Fan howled madly, unleashing all sorts of secret arts. His magical energy was boundless, all of them used on his opponent's body. There was no attack more tyrannical than this. Yun Zhen suffered a calamity, undergoing a transformation. He was in the most dangerous situation, causing his primordial spirit to seethe, wanting to make the final leap. Yet, at this instant, so many unexpected things actually happened. Boom! Yi Fan's attacks became even more violent, displaying unrivaled divine might. He smashed his opponent's body into pieces, causing blood to splatter everywhere. There was even a fist-sized hole in his opponent's head. However, Yun Zhen reformed again. Everything happened in an instant, so fast that no one could react. Because this type of opportunity was fleeting in the blink of an eye, it was just a tiny dot in the midst of time fragments. Even for experts of this level, it was extremely difficult to catch it. A Yun Zhen cried out loudly. His already tattered body flew out, breaking free from Yi Fan's vision. His flesh and primordial spirit burned as he tore apart the universe to escape the pursuit. He suffered a great loss in the first round, but in the end, he was able to break free from the rhythm of the battle. At this moment, the world was silent. Yun Zhen stood there covered in blood, but he didn't erupt in anger or roar. His expression was as cold as a glacier as he restored himself to the calmest state. Everyone in the cosmos was shocked. The scene just now was too terrifying. Yi Fan actually suppressed an Emperor Dao expert and beat him up, almost destroying the other party, shattering his flesh and cutting apart his primordial spirit. This result was too terrifying, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Even the existences in the Big Dipper restricted zone were silent. Each and every one of them stared at this place through the eternal void, wanting to find out the truth. The process of the battle just now was a wake-up call for them. They really couldn't be careless. In the process of extreme sublimation, such a small flaw could actually bring about a fatal disaster. Everyone sank into contemplation. This flaw must be plugged, otherwise, it would be too unjust to be killed like this. Just a little bit more and he would have beaten an Emperor Realm ancient deity to death. Yes, he's about to succeed. It's too terrifying. He's suppressing a supreme Emperor Dao expert. His great perfection Saint physique is no joke after all. At this moment, the clouds moved in all directions. Everyone was stunned. This result was too shocking. Yun Zhen almost suffered a great calamity earlier. I've underestimated you. You are ruthless and strong enough, grasping the opportunity very accurately. Sadly, you were still lacking by a little bit. Yun Zhen spoke, his tone as cold as ice. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's take it slow. Yi Fan calmly spoke. Yun Zhen's recovery speed was astonishing. This was an unrivaled emperor physique. He didn't need to do anything intentionally and the injuries he suffered had already disappeared. His body glowed with a treasured light as he recovered. The flames of his primordial spirit towered up into the sky, not extinguished. This was done intentionally, wanting to sublimate to the extreme, wanting to make the final leap from immortal foundation. It wasn't like what many people guessed, that his primordial spirit was damaged and could no longer be preserved. Yun Zhen turned the immortal tier green gold bottle upside down, pouring out a drop of crystalline liquid that shone with 7-colored immortal light. This is the final drop of 9 revolutions immortal liquid. Yun Zhen sighed and swallowed it. Although he looked fine on the surface, his origin chi was still injured. The ultimate battle erupted. The two of them rushed together, fighting to the death, causing the boundless universe to tremble as fragments of time flew in all directions. In the following battle, Yi Fan acted several times to disturb Yun Zhen, causing him to fail in his sublimation. However, it was difficult for him to injure Yun Zhen like the first time. Yun Zhen was prepared and didn't give Qin Wenyan a chance. The final hole was filled up. The final result was unavoidable. Yun Zhen succeeded in his sublimation. At this moment, the aura of the great Tao covered the sky, boundlessly resplendent, illuminating the entire universe. Yi Fan encountered the most terrifying battle in his life. He could only go all out. There was no path of retreat in this battle, he could only succeed. Without a doubt, the secret of all had been operating throughout the entire process. At this realm, the success rate of triggering it was extremely high, and it could last for a long time. This made Yi Fan strong to the peak of his life. He wasn't a true cultivator, and there were still flaws. However, when he went through the tribulation that day, he had probed more than half of his body. At this time, with the secret of all, his battle prowess increased tenfold, and he could fight against the ancient Emperor Yun General. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and gods howled. This process was extremely tragic. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's body was shattered several times. He was beaten into a bloody mist by Yun Zhen, and his broken bones were like gravel. It was a tragic sight to behold. A true great emperor was unstoppable. Even though he was old, he was still invincible under the heavens. Yi Fan roared and fought back fiercely. He used all kinds of secret techniques, attacked with the fighting formula, and complemented by the power of the flying celestial. His battle prowess was increased tenfold, and he shattered his opponents several times. Every time Yi Fan's secret of all lost its effect, it was the most dangerous moment for him. Most of the tragic results of being torn into pieces by the emperor's body happened at this time, and it was extremely bloody. This battle was the most bitter one that Yi Fan had ever experienced. He fought fiercely for more than 10,000 moves, and he was on the verge of death on several occasions. Of course, his opponent was also in big trouble. He was shattered several times by Yi Fan, and even his soul was almost caught in his hands. He quickly escaped. What surprised Yi Fan was that his opponent was still using other people's secret techniques to conceal himself, and he didn't want to expose himself. In this bloody battle, Yi Fan deeply felt the terror of the great emperor. The divine physique could only be used to challenge the emperor, and strictly speaking, he would die in battle in the end. And he also understood the heaven-defying nature of the secret of all. It was the existence of this secret that allowed him to fight until now. It was the foundation of his powerful conquest against the ancient emperor. Otherwise, he might really be in danger. The venerable emperor's secret of all is indeed peerless, but it doesn't mean that he is invincible. Yun Zhen said. His whole body emitted a strange light, and the aura of the 9 secrets exploded. What? Yi Fan was shocked. The secret of all of the 9 secrets was created by the venerable emperor? No wonder it was so heaven-defying. The last of the 9 great celestial beings changed his title to venerable emperor after his second reincarnation. Not many people in the world know about this, but as someone from the era of legends, how could I not know? Yun Zhen said coldly. His whole body emitted light, and a terrifying aura burst out. Divine patterns were imprinted all over the universe. Yi Fan immediately knew which secret it was. He was extremely shocked, and his expression was extremely solemn. I really don't want to be exposed, Yun Zhen said to himself. Among the 7 great forbidden areas, 2 ancient places exploded with terrifying auras. Light beams shocked the sky, and the universe shook. Terrifying sounds were heard. It's you, and you're still alive. I have a debt to settle with you. When I achieved enlightenment, it was you who came to steal my fortune. Who would have thought that you're still alive? The voice from the forbidden areas made all the powerful races in the universe tremble. Chapter 1751. Yun Zhen shone, and the space around him twisted. A strange power appeared around him, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Qi! An unimaginable fluctuation rushed over, exceeding the world's extreme speed. With a pu sound, Yi Fan exploded, blasted into pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere. That was actually Yun Heng's true body. His divine speed was unparalleled, and it was he who broke through the common sense of the universe. He was unparalleled in this world, affecting the stability of space and time. Just now, his speed was powerful to an incomprehensible level. The supreme beings in the great restricted regions all sucked in a cold breath of air. He was the celestial being who established the movement character secret, yet he was actually still alive. A streak of light rushed into the heavens from the restricted region. There were 2 individuals who recognized him, having a great grudge against him. Back then, when they were crossing tribulation to become emperors, they had suffered attacks. This person wanted to seize their Dao fruits. The unfettered celestial being was an ancient existence that moved unhindered throughout the Age of Legends. He was invincible and was known to be able to break through time and seek immortality. A figure like this should have died a long time ago, yet today he appeared in his true body, leaving everyone shocked. They couldn't understand. Wasn't it rumored that he had long died in meditation? Although the 2 Emperor Path Masters in the restricted area were furious, they did not come out. They were watching, hoping that Yi Fan and this person would perish together. The unfettered celestial being created the Path's secret art, and it was unparalleled in the world. It was said that once one stepped into the domain of time, one could change the flow of time, recover one's youth, and increase one's lifespan. In the end, it was still proven that it could affect time, but it still couldn't change one's body. Yi Fan reconstructed his true body. He had a great accomplishment Saint physique, and half of his body had entered the realm of achieving Dao. Naturally, his recovery ability was amazing. In addition, he had mastered the being character formula, so he could almost recover to his original state in a single thought. It's useless. Everything will be useless against my secret character of Xing. Not even the secret character of Jie and the secret character of Zhe will work. If you force me to reveal my true form, you will only be walking on a path of no return, Yunzhen said. He was extremely confident in his divine law, and he didn't even take the divine skills of venerable sovereigns seriously. He looked down on the world, showing the arrogance and strength that a celestial being should have. Boom! Yunzhen attacked once more, surpassing the speed of light. Time became chaotic, and it was impossible to see his figure. Pooh! Yi Fan's body exploded. Half of his body was blasted apart. He couldn't defend himself at all. That kind of speed was shocking. So powerful! Yi Fan sighed. He was truly impressed by the other party's profound mysteries. In this domain, the other party was definitely the number one since ancient times. No one could compare to him. Yi Fan's entire body glowed as he activated the secret art of travel to counter his opponent's secret technique. At the same time, with the enhancement of the secret art of all, his speed increased tenfold. When this happened, the universe collapsed, no longer stable because there really was time power surging, seriously affected. Buzz! After an intense collision, Yi Fan was once again sent flying. A terrifying bloody hole appeared on his right shoulder, and the left half of his body had been turned into a bloody pulp. You want to fight me in my domain? Even if you have the all-secret character, it won't work. My Dao has reached a certain level, so I don't need any additional power. Yunzhen said coldly. This was his method of becoming an emperor, so he had the qualifications to say this. No one was faster than him, and he was number one since ancient times. His research on the secret art of travel had long reached the heavens. Yi Fan didn't reply. Several secret techniques were activated at the same time, and the injuries on his body were all healed. His expression was incomparably serious as he walked forward step by step, confronting his opponent. However, in the following tens of clashes, Yi Fan's body was always covered in blood, and he suffered serious injuries again and again. He couldn't avoid his opponent's attacks at all. That kind of speed was incomparable, and no one in this world could evade it. If you can't, then you can. In this domain, all great emperors and celestial beings have to lower their heads to me, said Yunzhen. His hair was thick, and his silver pupils flowed with divine splendor. His sleeves fluttered, and he was indescribably aloof. In the past, he was called the unfettered celestial being, and there was naturally a reason for this. Because his speed was godly, others couldn't injure him, and it was rare for him to be in a difficult situation. The source energy of all things appeared. Yi Fan protected himself with the cauldron, releasing strand after strand of source energy. There were even 10,000 spirits that appeared. The Kun Peng, Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Dragon, and others circled around him, filling the cosmos and protecting him at the center. This cauldron isn't bad. If I merge it with my precious vase, it will become even more perfect. It won't be an issue for it to become an immortal artifact, said Yunzhen. He stared at the weapon above Yi Fan's head. Let's see if you have the life to take it. Yi Fan said. Yunzhen laughed and said, the cauldron is mine, and even your flesh and primordial spirit are mine. When he finished speaking, his expression became extremely cold, and he had already sublimated to the extreme. After this battle, it would be difficult for him to make it through the endless years. Only by seizing Yi Fan's natural luck could he extend his life. The great battle continued. The unfettered celestial being was like a dragon rising and a phoenix descending, moving arrogantly. Every time he took action, he was extremely confident and at ease. But at the crucial moment, he would always vanish. It was just too fast. Every single strike of his was destructive. His speed reached the limit, and when divine force was released, the power was matchless. As expected, there was an unmatched power. This type of method made even the ancient supreme beings in the restricted regions feel incomparable restraining fear. He struck the cauldron several times, leaving behind streak after streak of finger imprints, almost piercing through the cauldron. If it wasn't for the fact that it was an all-life source energy cauldron, it would have definitely turned into dust. He relied on his incomparable divine speed to break through the defense of the all-life source energy, and then his attacks arrived in front of Yi Fan, almost making him suffer a disaster several times. Yi Fan increased his speed again, using the soldier's secret to restrict the unfettered celestial being. He used the fighting secret to attack, and the attainment secret to increase his speed. He used all of his power to fight a great battle against Yun General. This was an intense great collision rarely seen since ancient times. Yun Gen sublimated, equivalent to a great emperor taking action. Yi Fan didn't die after fighting him for so long, proving just how powerful he was. Yi Fan spat out blood once again as he was sent flying. This time, he was hit by the opponent's Emerald Aquarius bottle. Then, he was pressed down by the opponent's palm. His body split into pieces, and his saint blood splattered like rain. Do you think the more divine arts you know, the better? If you don't master them, you will never be able to touch the highest realm. Yun Zhen sneered. Every cultivator who achieves Dao sublimates in an extreme realm, reaching the highest realm. It's not that learning more is good, it will only distract you, and in the end, you won't be able to learn anything. The unfettered celestial being said while attacking. He looked down at Yi Fan with a hint of ridicule. In this world, he was probably the only one who dared to criticize Yi Fan's gains and losses as if he was teaching a junior a lesson. You said it yourself, everyone's Dao is different. How do you know that my cultivation won't work? Yi Fan was unmoved, and his gaze became even more resolute. Boom! Yi Fan suddenly activated his phenomenon to fight against the unfettered celestial being. He wanted to pull his opponent into his own chaotic realm and dissolve the latter's speed attack. And it worked. The phenomenon expanded, making it difficult for Yun Zhen to enter. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and his speed was limited. Kill! Yi Fan's eyes burst with divine light as he punched forward with his celestial the arch fist. He did not doubt his battle prowess, the only thing he was wary of was his opponent's speed. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally had to use all his methods and fight with all his might. Boom! Then a terrifying sound rang out. Yun Zhen disappeared from where he stood, and a strange light shot towards Yi Fan's head. Without a doubt, it was another godly speed, and this time, it was even more terrifying than before. Yi Fan immediately sank his cauldron and covered himself with it. Then his entire body lit up, and a powerful aura burst out to block the attack. Clang! The cauldron shook, and cracks appeared all over it. Yi Fan attacked with his celestial the arch fist and hit a ray of flowing light. Although it was dispersed, many wrinkles appeared on his fist as if it had aged a lot. This made him gasp. This was the power of time. His opponent had used the line's secret art to its limit and had indeed stepped into the realm of time to attack him. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. He realized that his opponent's words were not without reason. When a secret art reached its limit, it would truly be invincible. There was no need for anything else. With a rumble, the unfettered celestial being spread his arms like an immortal phoenix spreading its wings or a divine ape jumping up and down. Boundless waves of Dao shot out, all of which contained the power of time. This was his trump card. Yi Fan understood that his opponent did not want to wait any longer. At this moment, he had launched his most terrifying attack. If he could not block it, it would truly end tragically. The line's secret art was so terrifying that no outsider could reach its limit. Since ancient times, only the unfettered celestial being could reach the acme of perfection and connect with immortals. Boom! Yi Fan shook the cauldron out. Tens of thousands of spirits danced in the air. Dragons, phoenixes, kunpengs, white tigers, and others covered the sky and earth, drowning the universe. Many great stars directly collapsed. However, at this moment, something horrifying happened. When the tens of thousands of spirits encountered those waves of Dao, they all silently aged. In the end, their flesh and blood dried up, turning into dried bones as they died of old age. In the universe, all the major races felt their scalps go numb. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? He could really control time. The unfettered celestial being was indeed terrifying. No wonder he was so conceited. Break! Shouted Yi Fan. He did not break any of the 9 secret arts and was still using them. At the same time, his right hand suddenly pulled and displayed the Wu Shi secret art. He struck everything back to its original point and forcefully interrupted his opponent's technique. Boom! The unfettered celestial being staggered. Although the power of time did not completely dissipate, it was stagnant and almost interrupted. Yi Fan roared. His peerless attack power surged forward. Moreover, he reached out and grabbed an endless river of stars. Countless great stars smashed down like raindrops. Boom! The power of time was scattered and rushed in all directions. Many great stars exploded. You know quite a lot of secret arts, but you still can't stop this celestial being, shouted Yun Zhen coldly. However, he was alarmed. Yi Fan had many secret arts, and all of them were very shocking. If he continued to evolve, he would definitely be a threat to him. He stood in the eternal body and displayed the Rho formula to the extreme. He attacked again, and this time, the power of time was even more majestic. He wanted to finish off Yi Fan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yi Fan used more secret arts, but this time, the main secret art was different. It was imitating vicious myriad divine transformation art. It turned all mysteries into decay and effectively stopped the flow of time. The unfettered celestial being's power of time was disrupted, and it was not as smooth as before. Let's see what other tricks you have, shouted Yun General. The two fought fiercely for another hour. Yi Fan was hit several times, and his body exploded. The power of time had caused great damage to him. If it wasn't for his peerless saint blood that quickly washed away the strange power, he might have died. The fierce battle reached the end. Yi Fan's entire body was burning. He used all of his secret arts, and the universe was boiling. The scriptures in his body were unceasing. All kinds of profound meanings were displayed, forming a sea of laws and secret arts. Even the vision was reflected in the sky. The unfettered celestial being's expression changed. He felt that something was wrong. As Yi Fan risked his life, even though his blood splashed and his body exploded from time to time, he didn't weaken. Instead, he was undergoing some kind of terrifying transformation. The laws around Yi Fan interweaved, and the scriptures formed dense runes. In addition to the vision, he seemed to be wrapped inside a cauldron. He was like a metamorphosed divine fetus. The 100 scriptures nurtured by the furnace. You want to use me to transform? How dare you? Shouted Yun Zhen angrily. He finally understood the other party's Dao. This young enemy was too bold. His body had been shattered many times, and he could die at any time, but he still wanted to comprehend the Dao and break through in this kind of situation. The 100 scriptures nurtured by the furnace, all kinds of methods burst forth, and all kinds of immortal light fused. The area around Yi Fan became a land of primal chaos, and he became the one that was about to transcend. This was the path he wanted to open. At this time, boundless primal chaos immortal light danced and wrapped around him. At the end of the evolution, could it be that he's going to become a primal chaos body? Yun Zhen was shocked. He roared and rushed forward. Chapter 1752. Yun Zhen slaughtered his way through the cosmos, displaying the secret character of line to its extreme. His entire body was sparkling and resplendent, his feather clothes fluttering in the wind. He was like a war immortal that was going to hack apart the enemy in front of him. 10,000 methods curled up here, Dao ripples boundless. Yi Fan was wrapped up by the dazzling divine chains of order, making him look like a great cocoon. Divine splendor poured down like rain, light beams filling the sky. At this moment, the natural laws of heaven and earth turned into tangible chains. Multicolored lights shone brilliantly, 10 different colors appeared at the same time. Multicolored lights overflowed, dense mists pervading the air, appearing brilliant and illusory. These laws of order were like molten metal, flowing within the blazing radiance, wrapping around Yi Fan, forming a cauldron and furnace, nurturing him within. The unfettered celestial being attacked several times. Even though it made Yi Fan cough out large mouthfuls of blood, it didn't shatter him to pieces again. This made his expression change. On the contrary, Yi Fan, in a desperate counterattack, danced through the 9 heavens, all types of blazing divine chains shooting out, blasting Yun Zhen's body full of holes, causing him to explode once. You truly surprised me, actually able to fight against me. If not for this poor Daoist's immortal shocking speed, this time, I really might have died under your hands, said Yun General. He stopped, standing in the distance, watching Yi Fan in the cauldron. His eyes were indescribable, and then he took a deep breath of innate essence. Just this action alone made countless stellar rivers in the cosmos dim, all of them turning into immortal essence, entering his body. The great races of the cosmos were all overwhelmed with shock. At this cultivation realm, what they took in and spat out was the star domain's most fundamental essence. If they intentionally did this, it would truly be a great disaster. The unfettered celestial being extended his arms, continuously forming imprints, displaying secret techniques. This was a sublimation of the secret character of line, developing it to an incomprehensible level. One of his palms became sparkling and translucent. Then, with a violent shake, a magical imprint was formed, slapping towards Yi Fan's location. Qi! The divine light was dazzling, the auspicious brilliance astonishing. This was an astonishing streak of immortal light, flying out from his palm, directly entering the cauldron that resembled metal liquid, about to penetrate Yi Fan's body. Light of time! Not even the creatures in the life-restricted region could remain calm. A few cries of alarm sounded, clearly deeply shaken. This was a terrifying divine technique that could threaten them. This ray of light was not very thick, but it penetrated the liquid laws around Yi Fan and was about to hit his body. Anything that involved time was absolutely heaven-defying. It was impossible for Yi Fan to touch it with his physical body. This kind of power was too strange. If he made the slightest mistake, he would lose a great deal of his lifespan. No one could afford that. With a light shout, the myriad Qi cauldron flew down and stopped in front of him. The beam of light hit the cauldron with a loud clang. The wall of the cauldron was damaged and a hole appeared. In addition, the entire cauldron underwent a strange change. There was now a type of mottled color, as if it had been submerged in dust for tens of thousands of years. Traces of time covered it densely, making one's hair stand on end. What would happen if this hit a person's body? Everyone was shocked. The 9 great celestial beings were terrifying as expected. Every single one of them had reached the pinnacle of their own domain. No one could compare to them, and they were already close to immortals. The unfettered celestial being operated the power of time like this wasn't easy for him either. This was a heaven-defying action. Time and the passage of time were taboo, and his own consumption wasn't small either. After adjusting his breathing, his eyes became incomparably cold. After a short period of peace, Yun Zhen roared loudly and suddenly went crazy. He was no longer as carefree and otherworldly as before. At this moment, he became an angry lion. His entire body shone resplendently as he attacked fiercely. From the tip of his finger, beam of light flew out one after another, turning into a blazing waterfall. It was as if a divine waterfall fell from the 9 heavens, and they all struck towards Yi Fan to destroy him. Light of time. Every beam of light contained this kind of power. At this point in the battle, Yun Zhen used the forbidden divine ability. He didn't want to drag things out for too long, and he hoped to suppress Yi Fan in the shortest amount of time possible. Everywhere in the cosmos, it was deathly silent. Everyone was trembling. So much light of time danced about. Who could stop it? Yi Fan's expression had long changed. He activated the myriad energy cauldron and fiercely resisted. In just a short moment, more than 10 small holes appeared on his cauldron. It was extremely damaged, and the terrifying power of time densely covered it. It made the entire cauldron overflow with an ancient aura, as if it had been passed down from the primordial era. This was a bitter battle. During this time, Yi Fan spat out essence blood and turned into his own body. He used his blood body to die in place of his opponent several times. The existences in the forbidden region were all silent. Only after a long time did someone speak. The unfettered celestial being is terrifying indeed. He is worthy of being an expert from the legendary era. Even if we go out, we might suffer greatly. We might even die. Light of time, a heaven-defying taboo power. It is truly difficult to deal with. It can even kill an imperial Dao expert. This was the ancient emperor's evaluation of Yun Zhen's battle prowess. One could imagine how terrifying he was. At the same time, it also showed how powerful Yi Fan was. He had resisted until now and still hadn't died. Passively taking a beating wasn't Yi Fan's style. He unleashed all kinds of techniques and almost went berserk. Immortal essence flowed out from every pore of his body as he released laws. Strange phenomena, 9 secrets, flying immortal power, Wuxia technique, celestial emperor fist. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a 1,000-armed ancient immortal. He fought until the heaven and earth shattered and returned to the primordial era. All kinds of light beams flew towards Yun. General murderous intent spread out and the primal chaos overflowed, drowning this place. Even though the unfettered celestial being possessed extreme speed, he was still hit several times by the divine laws that filled the sky. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood as cracks appeared all over his body. He was seriously injured. This was a bitter battle. Yi Fan risked his life and was prepared to drag Yun Zhen down with him. His indomitable will to fight made the unfettered celestial being shudder. The more the young man fought, the more courageous he became. His eyes shone brighter and brighter. The chaotic cauldron was a serious threat to Yun. General. The cauldron nurtured by the 100 scriptures actually began to refine Yun Zhen's light of time and gained defensive power. What kind of shocking change was this? When this happened, the unfettered celestial being's eyes widened. How was this possible? Nothing like this had ever happened since ancient times. Even if a venerable emperor came back to life, he could only suppress it with his absolute battle prowess. How could this be? Boom! The cauldron shone brightly. Yi Fan himself also felt this change. He discovered that all kinds of scriptures and techniques were beginning to fuse. Especially those secret techniques that could restrain the Xing character, such as the Wuxia scripture, which absorbed the power of the cauldron and pushed some of the light beams of time back to their original point. The same was true for the omni-deity art, which diluted Yun Zhen's brilliant light rain. Yi Fan understood. The cauldron nurtured by the 100 scriptures was developing the secret of the chaotic body. It could absorb all kinds of Tao and refine them into a cauldron, turning them into its own divine laws and power. Boom! This place was shattered. The galaxy of the universe was smashed into star ruins. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head was riddled with holes, but his eyes were blazing. He formed the seal of time with his left hand and the seal of universe with his right. He did his best to draw upon the power of the universe. Another shocking change occurred. The power of time gathered in Yi Fan's left hand, and the power of space surged in his right. On one side was the unfettered celestial being, and on the other side was the shattered void. He moved the heavens and moved the earth, taking in all of these. The 4 directions were called the universe, and from ancient times until now, they were called the universe. Yi Fan formed the seal of universe with his right hand to swallow the shattered void, and his left hand formed the seal of universe to draw upon the power of time. He let the two fuse, turning them into the God-Law cauldron outside his body. All kinds of techniques boiled, and this place became more and more dazzling. The sea of divine power surged into the sky. "Junior, how dare you use me?" Yun Zhen was furious. The power of time wasn't that useful anymore. A part of it was absorbed by the sticky God-Law swamp outside Yi Fan's body. This was mainly due to the great effects of the Wuxia technique, the omni-divine technique, and Yi Fan's seal of universe. They guided the God-Law of time to join in, making this place seem like the creation of heaven and earth. All kinds of laws appeared, and the aura of primal chaos became denser and denser. In the end, the God-Law cauldron outside Yi Fan's body actually began to transform into primal chaos, swallowing all kinds of techniques. The unfettered celestial being sucked in a breath of cold air. Was he really going to form the primal chaos body? He had speculated it the moment he saw it, and now it seemed to be true. Bewilderment came from the few restricted areas. The power of the bloodline of the primal chaos body was heaven-defying. Apart from the innate saint body, there was almost no one that could compare to it. Once it appeared, even the supreme beings would be afraid. All kinds of divine technique attacks were practically useless against it. It could swallow up the 8 desolates and contain all techniques in the universe. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the ancient supreme beings were no exception. The primal chaos body had appeared before in the legendary era. Before it had even achieved the Tao, It had already set off endless waves, shaking the world. Could it be that Yi Fan was really going to evolve into a primal chaos body? This was everyone's question. At this moment, they were incomparably shocked. The eyes of the ancient supreme beings in the restricted areas erupted with divine radiance. Yi Fan himself was also a bit puzzled. The furnace nurtured the 100 scriptures, so how did it transform to this step? He ultimately transcended in order to comprehend all methods. The primal chaos wasn't his Tao, so how could it be like this? Suddenly, he was a bit horrified. He felt that something wasn't right. Not only did the 10,000 techniques merge and slowly turn into a primal chaos cauldron, even he himself was about to return to nothingness and turn back into primal chaos. This isn't my method. It wants to turn me into a part of the laws of heaven and earth. This isn't my Tao. He woke up with a start. His Tao was to transcend, to go against the flow and break free from the shackles of the entire universe. Ever since the immortal 3 severs of the Tao, this was already destined. The primal chaos wasn't his Tao. This was to make him return to this world and refine him into a part of the cosmos. I have to break free and transform from the extreme of the primal chaos. Otherwise, I'll destroy myself on this path sooner or later. Yi Fan came to a realization. However, right now, he had to walk on this path and walk towards the primal chaos. He still hadn't reached the extreme of the path yet. This was a difficult immortal path. He could fall at every turn, and the slightest mistake would consign him to eternal damnation. Yi Fan's heart gradually calmed down. This was something that needed a long period of time to consider. He wasn't that anxious right now. He could draw closer to the primal chaos and walk towards it. Right now, this kind of dangerous transformation was the most effective method to deal with the unfettered celestial being. He held the immortal tear's green gold vase in his hand and supported his own method. Blazing beams of light shot out one after another, drowning out Yi Fan. However, the effects were getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, an hour passed. The unfettered celestial being was getting anxious. He didn't think that this battle would last for so long. His extreme sublimation had consumed too much energy and he couldn't hold on for too long. At this time, he already couldn't gain the upper hand. The primal chaos furnace outside Yi Fan's body was becoming more and more solid. It absorbed the light of time and was difficult to completely destroy. Even though Yi Fan's body was covered in wounds within the swamp of laws, and he had suffered heavy injuries time and time again in the past hour, even exploding along with the cocoon of light several times, he still managed to hold on. Yi Fan began to counterattack. The unfettered celestial being's extreme speed was useless against him. The chances of injuring him were getting fewer and fewer. Everyone sighed. At this point in the battle, everyone knew that Yi Fan had reversed the situation. Yun Zhen wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer and would undoubtedly be defeated. What a pity, I'm getting old. Otherwise, even if the primal chaos body came, I would still kill it without hesitation. The unfettered celestial being sighed. He couldn't hold on any longer. It was difficult to maintain his extreme sublimation state and he was about to fall. Boom! Yi Fan rushed over with all methods. The primal chaos furnace trembled and smashed towards the unfettered celestial being. In this violent collision, Yun Zhen's body cracked and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he was sent flying. Chasing the Tao, chasing the immortals, asking the heavens if it can be eternal, the long river of time, appear. The unfettered celestial being roared and light flooded the universe. This was his final attack and the battle was about to end. Chapter 1753. A river appeared. At first, it flowed slowly, but then it became rapid, surging and roaring as it rushed towards Yi Fan. The river of time. This wasn't a true river, but the embodiment of a type of law. The flowing aura of time covered the sky and earth, releasing tens of thousands of thunderous roars. Carefree celestial being fought with his life on the line. He could only release one last attack. This was the most dazzling moment of his life. He had reached the most powerful state with unparalleled offensive power. The brilliance drowned out the cosmos. No one could see clearly. At this moment, Yun Zhen used the river of time to slash not only Yi Fan, but also himself and the entire cosmos. He wanted to use the river of time to destroy this place and open up a path in the cosmos to communicate with the other world. This was the last heaven-defying attack. Boom! A world-shocking collision occurred. This place was covered in layers of mist. The immortal river surged and the primal chaos surged. When everything ended, carefree celestial being staggered. His entire body was covered in blood and the precious vase in his hand shattered. Tens of thousands of Dao wailed in the world. Everything was ruined and unrecognizable. He had failed in the end. He had created the line, character and stepped into the domain of time, but in the end he was defeated by this Dao law and killed by time. He released the final attack, injuring the enemy, splitting the sky, and also killing himself. Yi Fan's celestial emperor body formed from the phenomenon was obliterated by the river of time, turning his true body into withered bones. The primal chaos cauldron also decayed. His true body was sent flying and the energy cauldron was broken into pieces. Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had avoided the attack of time, but he couldn't avoid the fluctuations of the unparalleled divine power. He suffered extremely serious injuries. His entire body was covered in blood, but just now he had also released his most powerful attack. Tens of thousands of laws exploded and blasted into his opponent's body. Yi Fan knew that carefree celestial being wouldn't be able to live much longer. Whether it was the slash of time or the primal chaos, they had both injured his primordial spirit. Yun Zhen was now old and didn't have the energy to defy the heavens. The carefree celestial being laughed towards the sky. His expression was complicated and his emotions were difficult to understand. The space between his brows had long split open and blood flowed out. At this moment, the river of time flowed in reverse and smashed into his body. Boom! He was incredibly old, his entire body's flesh withered up, turning into white bones. Time had worn him away. All of a sudden, he exploded and turned into space dust. A person who studied time was ultimately defeated in his own field. The great Tao of heaven and earth rumbled. Just now, all of the Tao was almost hacked apart, turning this place into a land of disaster. All of the stars turned into fine powder. Apart from Yi Fan and his weapon, there was nothing left. The curtains fell on this battle, and it ended in a way that shocked everyone, but also made them want to remain silent. The celestial being of a generation fell, turning into smoke, once again proving to the world that time was merciless. Even the most powerful supreme being would reach their end one day. Yi Fan was in the independent cosmos, absorbing the divine force storms of all directions to repair his body. He suffered heavy injuries, but his life wasn't in danger, so he could recover. A celestial being had died, killed by Yi Fan in the cosmos. This was a super major event with far-reaching effects. After a moment of silence, the entire cosmos erupted with commotion. Yi Fan defied the law to attack the celestial being and actually succeeded, establishing an immortal legend that shook the 10 wastelands. The cosmos was no longer calm, triggering a great commotion that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An unmatched expert shone with dazzling radiance, dazzling past and present. Yi Fan put away the fragments of the immortal tear green golden vase and the dried branch, disappearing from this place. He appeared in another ancient region and began to frantically devour spiritual essence to repair himself. Through the spell formation, through the eye of the formation, the cultivators who were observing him from many star fields away trembled and shouted out. Attacking a life-restricted region was something they didn't even dare think about in the past, but after this battle, the people of the world were shaken. Yi Fan's performance toppled their understanding. This was as if they had returned to that glorious and brilliant desolate era where heroes emerged in large numbers. The people of the restricted regions became silent. Yi Fan rose up in this way, first killing the overlord body, and then killing the unfettered celestial being. How could they not feel restraining fear? This was a battle accomplishment that made them feel apprehensive. A supreme being who had ascended was still defeated. Everyone thought of themselves. What would they do if they had to face a divine body one day? Living in this kind of era made the people of the restricted regions feel extremely uncomfortable. Their lives were under threat. As existences of this level, When had they ever thought about their own safety like this because of a single person? This made them furious. In the void, Yi Fan sat cross-legged for several days. He finally recovered and didn't suffer any destructive injuries. With his current blood energy, treating serious injuries wasn't much. When Yi Fan opened his eyes again, electricity appeared in the void, and the cosmos trembled because of him. He comprehended quite a bit from this battle, experiencing the terror of great Emperor Wuk. What he said isn't without reason. When a type of technique reaches its peak, it is enough to become unmatched under the heavens. If you focus on one domain, there will be a day when you will rise above the 9 heavens. Yi Fan said to himself. The other party entered the domain of time from the line's secret art, reaching great heights, leaving him greatly shaken. Meanwhile, he cultivated many types of techniques, and wanting to cultivate all of them to the peak was easier said than done. However, everyone's path was different, and he wouldn't waver. He understood his own path, and he had to unswervingly continue down it. Several days later, Yi Fan returned to Big Dipper. His appearance caused a huge commotion. He came again. Could it be that he still wanted to enter the restricted region to fight against ancient supreme beings? Everyone was stupefied, all of them revealing looks of disbelief. As for the few restricted regions, the atmosphere was tense. There were cold gazes staring at them quietly. If Yi Fan really went too far, they naturally had to come out and fight. In the end, Yi Fan entered the great wasteland where the Sea of Reincarnation was. Only the mountain gate was left, and the true sea was gone. It had been razed to the ground. From this day forth, the Sea of Reincarnation will no longer exist in this world. Yi Fan's voice sounded, shaking the boundless great earth. His large hand reached out, turning this place into fine powder, making this life-restricted region, the Sea of Reincarnation, completely turn into the clouds and smoke of history, becoming a thing of the past, never to be seen again. Only now did the people of this world know that with the death of the unfettered celestial being, the Sea of Reincarnation was destroyed, not a single person left inside. A life-restricted region was gone just like that? The entire world was shocked. Wiping out a supreme being was shocking, but flattening a life-restricted region made everyone tremble even more. This was a magnificent feat since the dawn of time. Heavens, one of the 7 great life-restricted regions, actually disappeared all of a sudden, forever flattened. The great completion holy body Yi Fan really defied the heavens after all. The world was in an uproar. News spread to every region. This was an unimaginably glorious feat. The destruction of a restricted region truly had too great of an effect. Everyone knew that this wasn't the work of Yi Fan alone. During the ancient era, the Void Emperor fought all over the place, entering the Sea of Reincarnation more than once, personally killing 1 or 2 people. Meanwhile, during the Darkness Chaos 300 years ago, the Sea of Reincarnation also lost a supreme being. After more than 100,000 years of continuous deaths, only then did Yi Fan have a chance of flattening this place. It could be said that flattening a life-restricted region wasn't something a single generation could accomplish. This was the result of great emperors working together. This allowed everyone to see hope. The Darkness Chaos was too terrifying. If the remaining restricted regions only had 1 or 2 people left, then in the future, they might very well be flattened one after another. Just like this time, the Sea of Reincarnation disappeared, truly never appearing on Emperor Burial Star again. How many heroes were buried in the restricted regions? How many heroes' blood splashed across the ancient land? I hope they can be flattened in the end. This was the wish of many people. Yi Fan made a circle around Big Dipper. No one in the remaining restricted regions uttered a word. The restricted region heirs that were roaming outside all fled back to their families, not daring to appear again. Not long ago, they still wanted to unleash a great slaughter on the celestial court, wipe out Yi Fan's inheritance, but now, they completely lost their temper, not daring to meet Yi Fan, only able to stay far away. Yi Fan restrained his own aura and walked about the great earth, walking through every great desolate land, searching for old memories. Unfortunately, the great rivers and mountains were preserved, but Gai Juyo, white-clothed divine king, and the others would never return. Yi Fan was emotional. He silently offered sacrifices in some old places, but he couldn't find any corpses. He could only reminisce in the places they roamed about when they were alive. Brother Yi. The Jade Lake Holy Lady appeared, her exceptional appearance carrying a complicated expression. She invited him into the Jade Lake. Not long ago, they were competitors of the same generation, but now, the other party was already a legendary figure who could fight against supreme beings. Yi Fan nodded and entered the Jade Lake, wanting to take a look at the Stone King. No matter how he calculated, the divine fetus should be born within 5,000 years. Now, he was no longer afraid of this woman, regardless of whether she was good or evil. At the level of the holy body, Yi Fan was confident that he could suppress her. Oh, will she become a supreme woman in the future? Yi Fan stared at the 9 orifices divine fetus. Inside the sparkling strange stone sat a woman with her eyes closed. She was a bit afraid of his arrival, and her body trembled slightly. I hope to be able to fight alongside you in the future. A divine thought was transmitted from the stone as a reply. Yi Fan smiled, nodded, and didn't say anything. The news that Yi Fan had entered the Jade Lake spread throughout the Big Dipper, and the eastern wasteland was in an uproar. Many great powers were moved, and the masters of the great sects all moved to the Jade Lake to pay their respects. On this day, no one knew